Tom and Jerry cartoons.
See, what you need is an old, like, Ray Harryhausen dinosaur stop motion movie.
Some creature on the screen.
Yeah, and the kids laugh at it.
Yeah,
Yeah. This looks goofy, Mom and Dad. This giant creature looks so stupid. the bunny death scream.
Oh, yeah.
Which, honestly, in this movie wasn't underused because that sound is terrifying, and it's not really in the movie apart from the very beginning.
Look, all you people that live in LA and New York, us Midwesterners.
We know the death rattle of bunnies.
Every now and then we hear the death rattle of a bunny when it gets killed by a coyote. Bunnies don't make it sound their whole life until a coyote gets them. And then they go... And it's the worst sound you'll ever hear in your whole life.
Oh, God.
Oh god, you're gonna have to cut a real one in here. It's gonna be so awful.
Oh, no.
I didn't know a bunny could speak.
Do you know that in Waco, Texas, back when they did the
Oh,
British Davidian, had their little fracas with the FBI? And they wanted them to get out of the building. They could play the screams of dying bunnies over a loudspeaker. At night.
My God.
Yeah, it's more terrifying
than anything in Night of the Lepus.
Oh, God.
Watch Tom and Jerry. Watching thousands of bunny rabbits get down and electrocuted.
It's like an industrial film on how to stop a bunny invasion.
Well, Josh, are you ready to...
And win the hearts of youngsters everywhere.
Why, hello, Rich Evans.
Hey, Mike.
It's time for another Best of the Worst, and this time no gimmicks, no wheels, no Plinketto boards, just 3 good old-fashioned high-quality films, pre-selected ahead of time.
Oh, how refreshing.
I know.
What's our first movie?
Our first movie is called Hawk Jones.
Hawk Jones features an entire cast of children playing zany adults with hilarious results. These pint-sized heroes play cops and robbers for real.
Oh.
Watch in amazement as our Hawk Jones gang actually drives cars, battles bad guys, and win the hearts of youngsters everywhere. Guaranteed side-splitting spunky action.
Non-stop spunky action? What the fuck? What did you say?
Why did the chicken cross the playground? To get to the other side, haha.
Family entertainment to watch again and again.
Family entertainment. Rated R.
Yes! Dead children! We're less than 4 minutes in. First dead kid.
I'm gonna snoop around inside the mansion. You're gonna adopt me. You can't do that. It's too dangerous.
It's too dangerous.
Can't go right into a man's house.
Wouldn't it be great if this was all children, except for this character with Cameron Mitchell? The only adult in the film.
Well, why don't you tell us about our next movie, Mike? Winter Beast.
The Evil Dead meets Northern Exposure. It's Winter Beast. Something strange is going on up in the mountains of a tiny winter resort community. Every time you turn around, innocent townsfolk are townsfolk.
Just say people.
I gotta get it exactly correct.
Oh my God.
Every time you turn around, innocent townsfolk are disappearing in increasing numbers. But this isn't just any mountain. This is the Indian burial ground of the Chakura tribe.
Oh no!
Those Indians always
Those damn
haunting people.
those damn Indians. What are they doing now?
Worse yet, this sleepy town's hills are infested with living totem poles, creatures of all shapes and sizes, and the legend of the winter beast. Oh my god. Fearless park ranger Sergeant Bill Whitman, played by Tim R. Morgan, and his bumbling right-hand man, Stillman, are hot on the trail when one of their rangers returns from a scuffle with an unknown entity. Along the way, they come upon Sheldon, the owner of the nearby Wild Goose Lodge. Sounds amazing.
It does. It sounds great. I can't.
Did you hear something?
No.
Why is it black?
Oh my god!
Whoa. Yes.
Nah,
Seamless.
I'm sorry. Can't accept the black one.
More of that.
We're very, very racist here. We can't have more than one black hack. I'm sorry. And no, I will also not accept the fucking gray one.
He did his own stunts.
I played the game this morning, or rather, well, I did not sleep and it wasn't morning, it was already...
Something.
Actually it
Next
was
movie is.
morning.
Oh.
Whatever, I played the GameCube version, I got a fucking pink one.
Looking for Roar? Right here.
The very first time I made my Hunewell on Dreamcast, I had a red one, and ever since then I had nothing but gray and black ones. What the heck? I want another fucking color. Please.
Okay, so all joking aside, let's watch this joke.
Sounds fantastic. I've never seen Roar before. I was gonna
It makes me so sad that
Hollywood celebrity.
I
I
totally
usually pay people to do the read. So here's a quarter.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
there's so many more and better colors in GameCube.
No animals were harmed in the making of this film. 70 cast and crew members were. And those are words I love hearing. The most dangerous movie ever made. Produced over the course of 10 years, Roar is an audacious cinematic experience. A thriller showcasing the majesty and ferocity of African lions. Filmed on location amidst dozens of untrained cats. That's great.
Yeah, they sound docile when they're cats.
Photographed by Jean Dubont, DP of Die Hard and director of Speed, the result is a spectacular achievement, though often terrifying to watch, as actors, not stuntmen, flee, wrestle, and come face to face with the massive hunters. That sounds great. Writer-director Noel Marshall stars as Hank, a doctor and outspoken naturalist in Africa who allows lions, tigers, cheetahs, and other big cats to roam freely around his remote estate.
Sounds like a good idea.
While away protecting animals from poachers, Hank's family, including Marshall's real-life wife and daughter, Tippi Hedren, the birds, and Melanie Griffith, working girl. We need to know. You need to know.
That's the one. I thought they were gonna go with Milk Money.
Arrive at his home and are stalked by massive lions that have overrun the house. Not surprisingly, many of the cast and crew suffered injuries during the making of the film.
I love when they promise it on the box.
Yeah. Though care was taken to ensure that no animals were harmed. Since filming Roar, Hedren has become an advocate for the protection of big cats, founding the Roar Foundation and the Shambhala Preserve. Okay.
Wow. There you go. You know what? You did such a good job. Here is my hotel room key.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. McCulkin.
I'll see you later. Let's watch Roar.
Wait, your hotel room key?
Wait, the Mars hit is worse? What?
Oh.
Also,
I guess
what's
it happens.
AC?
Hollywood celebrity.
Oh god.
Oh god! Oh my god!
Oh, fuck.
Yes!
Was that blood?
There you go.
Wait.
You're on the roof. It reminds me of the time he was hitting me like over and over and over again. And it made
Don't tell me the fucking color is... Oh no.
Oh, it was Rich. Yeah. It was
Oh no.
more, and he was like,
The mag is the color your body has.
I said my arm's getting sore.
yeah.
Rich, you hit Mr. McCulkin?
Right?
Yeah. Don't you?
I was asking for it.
I'm Sean from Bunny Ears. They brought me here to spin a wheel, and now I'm at a table with no wheel in sight. Anyway, back to this.
You briefly appeared in a video before.
They didn't.
Well,
oh
you-
yeah, at
you
the
were in
end.
the screening
I was
room.
at the very end.
Yeah, and
Too,
then
when
And you've said it on like the watching.
when Rich got murdered.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't get murdered. I just got seriously injured.
Yeah, your nuts got
Yeah, how are your balls, by the way?
They're great.
Oh my
Is this how all these episodes go?
Well, we
Pretty much, yes.
do it a little. We sloppily introduce things.
Welcome to Best of the Worst.
And then it gets worse.
Yeah.
On today's episode, classic, regular episode, no gimmicks, 3 films.
We have a beautiful lineup.
Yeah.
All I see are the lions.
And by the way, I did remember it correctly. The stupid rerun is not in the GameCube version.
About the first 2 films.
This has been a
You can activate the pillars
like one of the
on your first visits. So you don't have to basically play all, well, all, what is it called? All difficulties twice, basically.
It's about Hawk Jones. Sure. You seem to hate that one the most.
But I also, due to that, I did definitely remember that, yeah, you usually were a little bit more underleveled than you're in this version.
Essentially,
Because you literally play 3 levels less,
70s,
at least.
I would say, era film noir and like
Buddy cop,
detective
buddy cop.
noir.
So usually,
There is,
well, probably if you reach,
I don't know.
what is that thing called?
In this, sure, okay, right. And
Well, the ruined end boss.
And then Hawk Jones.
When you reach that thing, you're usually like 5 levels lower.
Precinct,
It is.
like to tease.
yes,
It's the color my body is, basically.
and then he gets part apart, very upset.
Bride, the name becomes a turkey.
She has cooties.
She is cute.
She has cooties.
She is cute.
Do they say that?
No, they don't.
No, they don't. But it's
They never say-
it's implied in the narrative.
Keep your hands off my car, woman.
You can't even see them like under the dashboard.
Oh, God.
It's
Wait.
the best structure, to be honest.
I don't have mines.
Absolutely.
I do not have traps.
Etc.
What the
What's going
fuck?
on at every point
Traps
during
didn't
the
exist in the first game.
You still know what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Those cop cliches.
It wasn't well acted, and it
Um,
wasn't pretty, but
Well,
there
they
was
were
definitely
fine.
Okay.
a clear beginning.
I guess.
Child actors can be excellent.
You know what? You know what? I had forgotten. It slipped my mind that I'm sitting next to famous child actor.
Yeah, how old were you when you
Macaulay
did
Culkin.
Uncle Buck?
How dare you? How dare you forget?
I just thought you're some random asshole who walked in.
How dare you forget Page Master? How dare you forget Getting Even with Dad? I mean, come on. How dare you?
Yeah, those most famous films of yours.
Yes. It's like through my buddy.
It's sped up too, right?
Yeah!
Well, how do you feel about the sexualization of young girls
That
in
I
this
didn't
movie?
like. That I didn't.
No?
That was another part where it got where it was like
Where they
what do you-
pan up and the girls like
her legs.
legs all the way up.
I mean, I know you're doing the cliches, but
Yeah.
let's pull back on this.
We haven't gone out in such a long time. We can go to the Instead known at Madison Square.
I mean, it's a real gun. Just took every piece out of it, just in case.
You just don't do that.
It was the equivalent of like a you said John Benet Ramsey, like a child beauty pageant.
Yeah.
Where she was singing like a jazzy song, and there's guys with the hats in the background doing their thing, and it wasn't like, well, there are certain things you can adultize, childize.
Yeah,
I don't know
go
what
to
the fuck
speakeasy
they're
or
doing,
whatever.
but
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
And so it's like, oh, they go to a bar, and remember the googly eye scene?
Well,
Where
that-
the kids
that-
are doing like these facial movements and no idea what they're doing.
I do not regen life. What the fuck? That also didn't exist.
No.
No.
Why exactly did people play this? These oh my god.
We get it.
I mean, the life region was terrible. Is terrible in the later games still, but at least it's something.
Cross that line. For our own entertainment.
Did we though?
Not the sexualization part, but the violence. We wanted more
yes.
violence. We wanted them to go over the top.
Yes, it's either you go really, really silly with it, like with the milk kind of thing.
The chalk outline.
Yeah, like yes, the chalk outline was a stick figure, like that's exactly that's cute. So,
Or
like,
you
do
lean
that,
the other
or,
way.
or like their guns are squirt guns or Nerf guns, like yes. Or you go the whole way where it's kind of just like they're using real guns. Like,
Their brains get splattered on the fucking walls.
yes.
Oh, is he shot? I guess he shot. I guess that's what
He looked like he
happened.
won a prize.
Yeah. It doesn't know whether it's an 80s cop movie or whether or not it's a noir detective 1950s film.
What I'd say is Hawk Jones is timeless. In a way, is what you're trying to say?
I think it wanted to be a noir thing, but they just didn't want to go full noir with the sets and the cars and the time.
That would be hard to
I
do.
would have loved a voiceover. It's like, July 1986.
It's 1980-50.
Yeah.
They should do it. They should do it.
This
1980-50.
I knew she was trouble the second she walked in. Like that kind of thing.
They should do a prequel, but it's adults playing child Hawk Jones.
No, I want to see a prequel that's like a science fiction movie where a science experiment turns everyone into children.
Yeah.
We'll explain how this world
Ooh,
came
I like
to be.
that.
Yeah.
It's like that episode of Star Trek.
Rascals. I beat you to it.
Is Q responsible for that?
No, it's a transporter.
Oh, classic. What a classic.
Basically, everybody in Star Trek could have like eternal youth if they want. They could all live fucking forever.
That's what I mean.
But they ignore this technology.
Same thing with Riker. Like, there's two Rikers now. It's like they know how to clone themselves now with that thing. They know how to turn themselves young forever.
Card was like, I could start my whole life over at 15 with my current brain, or I could turn into an as a result.
So Hawk Jones.
Just get out of the store.
They're gonna bring a shotgun in the kid's hand. Kid with the pipe, old lady.
It had a little old lady. It was adorable.
Who was the youngest child in the movie?
Yes, the youngest
just
person
with
in
a
the
gray
movie.
wig on.
Was played the oldest, and she was the most disinterested in being there.
Oh God!
My God.
Are they gonna like blow her face off? They even gave her a cane, but then the scene where she's like running out of the store, she's just like holding
swinging
it and
it.
just like running. She's just like.
I need your badge.
Kids with mustaches are great. Oh shit, I was out, but they hooked me.
Police chief.
Alka-Seltzer.
Oh
It's
my
not quite fountains, but
You're on thin ice. What?
this is Space Cop.
You want thin ice with this department. I'd like you to meet your new partner.
You have a partner. A partner.
I need a Tums.
Also, the Chief was great because he had a mustache.
Yeah.
And I will say, I did count, there was 4 child mustaches in this movie, and each time
It was hilarious.
was
It good each
amazing.
time. Yeah.
Children and mustaches is a must.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to actually better when I have to podcast.
So they bring in pretty much their Terminator character, who's covered in chains for kind of no reason at the beginning, or his legs are, and he is terrible at his job.
They do nothing to set up
He's
that
pretty
to
good
be
for a 7-year-old.
Oh no! Get crushed by the boxes.
He failed the assassination attempt in the box fight. He pushed a bunch of empty boxes on Hawk Jones.
What were in the boxes?
Nothing.
More boxes.
Oh. Well, Hawk Jones tried to stand on an empty box.
And he just fell
foolishly,
into
and
it.
he fell inside it.
He tries to like climb up to get on the window, and he just falls right in.
Help me! Help me!
My favorite character, gotta say, was Poindexter. He was adorable, even though he was being tough. He was adorable. And I think my favorite part of the whole movie is his death scene. Yes! Yeah! Bravo, kid! He gets shot a million billion times, and it is my favorite. That and the ex-wife joke.
What's been our biggest problem? My ex-wife.
What, real quick, when the mob boss kid, what was his name? Corleone? Something.
My boss kid.
Mob boss kid.
Mob
When
boss
he was talking, he was so bad. It kind of reminded me of Temple of Doom when they had the Indian like shaman character who spoke no English.
Oh, yeah.
Read all of his dialogue like phonetically.
So you will go to Bangkok Palace to find Shivalinga and bring back.
And it's like you can tell like he doesn't know what the fuck he's saying. That's how that kid talked.
This, my friends, is a copper stopper. Any cut within 100 yards is dead meat. You're gonna help me now, Hawk Jones.
I think that kid just got bored.
Oh, there was that one line.
Yes,
yeah.
by the end,
Yeah.
you could see it's just like didn't want to be there anymore.
I want those two wasted. And if you want to get away,
Dang, you know what? You should have say hello to my little friend.
That would have been
That would key us in.
and it would have been a teddy bear.
I mean, that's perfect.
that's impossible.
Does this predate Scarface?
No.
This does predate Home Alone.
It does.
There's a character named McAllister.
Yes.
This is fucking weird.
James, the turkey.
We never brought up that.
So this is where John Hughes stole most
Yes.
of his ideas from,
Pretty much.
for all his scripts.
McAllister, get in here.
Yeah.
You saw him watching this? Yeah. You see
Yeah.
McAllister was the girl's name, though. That was the
Yeah,
partner.
that was the partner's name. Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
I'm
Hawk
very versatile. Yeah. Come on, jerk
It's
off.
true, you do play an excellent tiny black girl.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, and I was correct. These lasers are less flickery on GameCube. I did remember that correctly. Oh, but the whole game, I don't actually know if that's a, like, emulation thing, or if it's like that on original hardware as well. The GameCube version just runs smoother.
Started this, they didn't have one
Little bit.
conversation where it was like, are all of the kids playing adults, and we just everything else is played straight.
The Dreamcast version just,
Or
I don't know, it just runs worse.
winky winky, like, and then they pull out a laser.
I don't
gun
think
and
there's a
gun back.
frame difference, like a frame rate difference. I'm pretty sure I have constant 30 on this as well.
I would say they were going more for the.
The GameCube version just
considered
runs.
RPG, and there wasn't.
I don't know,
balance
just
between
runs smoother.
cartoony. Yeah, he threw it.
Maybe the frame times are fucked up on the Dreamcast. I don't know.
Oh, that's not how that works.
Oh boy.
That's not how any of that works.
Oh, it should be blowed up.
But it wasn't Looney Tune enough.
No, yeah.
Like it should have been like you should have had smoke.
Looney Tunes
The guy
violence
should have
would've
been covered in the kid should have been covered in soot or something. Like, you know,
Right,
his
and
hair
hair
up
on the
in
mouth,
air.
he should have smoke come out of his ears, and then you go like, okay. it's
Nobody's
okay.
gonna argue that Hawk Jones couldn't have been done better.
They just kept it a blooper. They kept it in. They absolutely kept that in.
Let's talk about Winter Beast. Winter Beast was great. Rich, you loved Winter Beast, so you're gonna talk about it. I want to know. Don't do your passive thing where you just go, it's a movie about a thing that sucked. Tell us in detail everything.
I don't know what happened in Winter Beast. I saw Winter Beast, and I just seen it.
You know, there's three main characters. Yep.
There's
Yeah, what are their names? You can do it. You can do it. We'll
God,
help you through it.
there's Cop, there's Ginger Cop.
Where does it take place?
Ginger mustache.
First of all, let's start location.
It takes place in the forest during the winter.
No, wrong. A small town in Massachusetts.
And specifically a lodge. It takes place mostly in and around a lodge.
Who's
in a
doing
small
this?
town.
Hey, let the man talk.
Who's doing this?
Location, character, story. Go.
Oh God! All right. Well, there is a lodge, and there's a man in a plaid suit who runs the lodge.
And so anyway, he says to me, "You think that's bad? Her sister is twice as bad."
Ho 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 ho.
Ginger Cop.
No,
There's
ginger mustache.
Ginger mustache. There's a couple of girls.
Sunglasses.
Yeah,
Uh,
no, Shades was the main character, right?
Does he not retain any
Didn't
information?
watch this movie at all.
Do you want to do it, Matt? I mean, like you can do Roar, right?
Sure.
I'll do whatever.
Lions. That's Roar. I just did it for you, but Mac, you do Winter Beast.
Okay.
Because you remember things that happen.
Ask me to do it.
Do Winter Beast.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Rich, can you register?
All right. Winter Beast.
Yeah.
There is a lodge, and it's winter.
No, it's not winter.
It's not winter.
It's mostly summer.
It was mostly like spring, fall.
But I think it's supposed to be winter because we.
Oh, it's fall.
I thought it was winter.
Yeah,
This is fall of next year. Of the next.
It's fall, winter, whatever. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe the beast just comes out in winter.
No.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that in the what?
Yes. Is this gonna be a movie in the movie?
Oh, maybe.
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with no also.
It's so bad.
No, this is gonna be.
What's
What
happening?
the fuck?
This is okay.
Why
Sounds
though?
good.
We edited the reels out of order.
This is real 6.
Oh, it's a dream.
Dream close. Close enough.
No, there's a lodge, and there's some monsters that keep killing people randomly. Stop motion monsters pop up, they kill people, and there's a cop who's concerned about this, and the guy who owns the lodge isn't. And it turns out the guy who owns the lodge wants people killed because
the
it's some
mayor.
kind of ritual. Well,
He's the Jaws mayor.
He's the mayor of the lodge.
Hey, I'm just trying to make conversation here. Well, you're sure doing a shitty job.
Oh my God!
Oh, Jesus Christ! What?
Yes!
Whoa!
The lattice work. The lattice work.
Who's that guy?
Good question.
What just happened?
Hadn't seen.
And I don't know what happened because I don't know what happened.
You have like the descriptive powers of like a 4-year-old. You realize that, right? Like the little girl telling about what Star Wars is about.
The sound people capture robots and drive and sell them in raw sale. It's kind of like raw sale, but except they're selling robots.
You can tell this was shot over a long period of time because the hair is different lengths as we go along.
And a lot of the characters' costumes would change in shots too.
Oh, yeah,
like
no,
you
we'll
would have
get
like
to that.
a
We'll get to
flannel,
that.
no flannel in the same scene.
We'll get to that.
I think every character wore that red flannel.
So then Groot attacks a lady. Yes!
Groot! I am Groot! I am Groot! What?
Ray Harryhausen, eat your heart out.
Not for Winter Beast. You just need to get up and take the top off because it was time.
Who's hunting about you?
It's time.
So here's the
Because it's
scene. You're gonna take your top off and then get attacked by a tree monster.
Okay.
And then I'll be famous?
Sure.
Yes!
There's stop motion like things that happen. People get killed. It's very Penny from Pee-wee's Playhouse.
If you're such a fucking expert, why is there suddenly a zombie in the fucking movie? Why does a zombie come out of a grave, and why is the grave sitting there just in the middle of the woods?
Yes!
Oh my god!
Yeah. Wait, what?
Oh.
Wait.
Shut up and watch.
You got a zombie mummy?
This is fucking awesome. Yeah. What's gonna happen? No one knows.
What is happening?
Exactly. It's the Reverend.
The grave of the Reverend. That's all I could.
What Reverend?
It was on the tombstone.
But who's the Reverend?
Exactly.
What do you mean the fucking Reverend in the town, man?
She was opening his grave up for no reason.
Oh, she got chocolate syrup all over her.
The next morning.
This is a piece of shit.
I can answer these questions
Yeah,
real quickly.
Please, because I'm running out of gas over here.
The Native Americans were mad.
Yes.
Go on. Because of atrocities, probably. And it was their burial ground.
Uh-huh.
So the magic in the ground caused all these things to happen. Stop motion creatures. It was the grave of the Reverend coming back to life. All these things. I think at some point, I could be wrong, but I remember hearing from the wacky mayor, who's featured on the back of the box.
Oh,
I'm gonna call him the mayor.
around, yeah.
I want to say that there was a cabin in the woods-esque plot.
Yes.
Where he said something like, I gotta keep the generations, my two forefathers, we keep
No,
the beast.
you're saying it wrong.
Something is happening up on that mountain. I'm telling you for the last time to close this lodge. Your guests are in danger.
You have no authority over me or my business. This lodge is on private property. Property that's been in my family for years, and you have no jurisdiction here.
Every couple of years, I've got to get a different person up onto this mountain, and I've got to kill them. It's not a big deal. And then I put on my clown mask, and I dance around all the corpses, and I do a little twirl.
It's literally what
mountain
happened.
is safe.
Is that an essential part of the ritual to dance around?
Absolutely. It's an essential part of the ritual. How many rituals you've seen don't have a nice little dancing around part? They all have it.
What movie were you watching?
I don't know.
Rich had checked out.
After this is over, we're all gonna put on our clown masks and do a little dance together.
Oh, you've been listening to the local creeps, old Indian tales. Whitman, they're bullshitting you. Don't be a fool.
I just want this guy to yell at.
Yeah, me too.
Shut up. Stop making fun of my movies. Oh, big deal. You saw the Winter Beast. Big fucking deal.
Who are you anyway?
I should say it's not. He's not the best because it's not.
He's charisma.
It's not because it's the effeminate, that's not what made, because that could have easily have just been, insulting and kind of like,
No, it wasn't a caricature.
No, it was that he had
That was him.
Yes, that was him.
That was the
he was the
actor.
only person in the whole movie that brought any kind of, character or
Charisma.
charisma
Yeah.
or anything to the role. Everyone was just,
Are you sure you don't prefer? I am the hero.
Yes. Everybody
Go
else is
out to the woods and look at the thing. I have mustache on my face.
Rich, you're doing too much emotion.
Oh!
Yeah, quit emoting
Oh
so
my
much, bro.
god. I gotta get more static too.
The last couple of years, I've been living in Boston. It's funny you mention that though, because I actually do have a friend from quite a few years ago who moved up here. I've been meaning to look him up, just haven't had the chance.
Yeah. Tracking problem.
it's like
No, the mayor was a lovely
We need
man.
to cast a man with tracking problems.
I'm shocked that he wasn't in more film and more films.
very disappointing.
This is the
I would have
only
liked
thing
to.
he was in. We looked him up.
For whatever reason, he hasn't noticed him standing there watching it again. Right, and at a certain point, you're rolling the dice by not leaving. As soon as you see a man dancing, petting corpses.
That was actually
That was the most chilling part.
It was the most cinematic part
Yeah,
of the entire
it
movie.
was.
The
But-
rest of the movie is not a movie, really.
Well, but then even that though, it's like you go, ooh, this is a really weird, creepy scene, and then a character walks in, and it's supposed to be a moment where he's like, shit, really weird, but instead he's just standing in the doorway, watching this guy, and then he doesn't move or do anything, and it goes on for a really long time.
And he's holding a head.
And he's holding a head in his hand because he had found the head and was trying to sneak back out of the lodge.
He never found it.
So then he,
Well, he never actually found it though. He just is carrying it.
Oh.
Oh, that was diegetic.
Why do you need to do that when the door is open?
They were broken already though.
It was multiple takes.
Yeah.
And he was, as he knocked it in, the door went in. It wasn't.
But also, he didn't even unlock it. He just broke the window and then opened the door.
This is the
Like, fuck
worst.
your windows.
Why is he holding a head?
Oh.
Why is anything? Literally anything.
Why Winter Beast?
I know who saw this film a long time ago. Justin Timberlake and Andy Samberg. Because there was a dick in the box.
there was a
There was a dick in the box.
And that's where they got the idea. Let's talk about that.
Let's talk about the dick in the box.
Where'd this come from? Well,
It's a dick.
It's a dick.
Is it supposed to be a dick?
So the
The
box
thing
was
that just happened to be in
Yes,
the box.
the
Because the
box-
important thing
Yeah,
in the box
was the
was
tooth.
next to the dick.
Yes.
They never actually addressed the dick.
They don't. He's like, there's this box and it has this one sacred artifact, and he opens the box and there's two things.
Clearly a dick.
No, there's a clear dick and there's other stuff.
Yeah. And then he goes reaches in, and you're like, oh, he's gonna pick that dick up right now and talk about it. And he goes, anyway, this tooth is very important.
But he also kept on saying, he's like, this is my father's. Like, he's been
Yeah.
saving this for a while. And just and you see his hand go past the dick and go towards the thing in
Yeah.
the dark that you can't see.
Yep.
it could just be the tooth from any large animal.
No, what about the giant dick that's next to it?
He's like, dang, you cared about that too?
Oh yeah, that's down related.
Be in there. Give me that
He's
back.
like, I'm showing you the tooth. This is my father's dick.
Why is she?
But no, but the only person who knows what's going on is dead.
sitting there?
Dude, what is she doing here?
She's like at the table behind
What is she
them.
doing there?
Really flat
Who
focus.
was she? She was just there. She was just sitting there. That's the worst thing I've ever seen.
There's a waitress on break. Just like, oh, you're giving
I'm
somebody
fucking
a dick.
working. Don't tell me where to go.
Holy shit.
I want to be in your fucking movie if I want to.
Excuse me, man. Do you mind if we film at your table for a moment? I know you're trying to eat.
Just
We
wait.
just gotta get one shot.
Well, my one critique of the film.
Your one critique?
Well, my one critique of the film is that I couldn't hear or understand anything that was happening.
I thought it was a fantastic movie. My one problem was that I didn't realize at the end. I didn't realize at the end that they were fighting a giant.
somebody spliced together footage from like 8 different movies that were only like 15% completed.
It's literally, it's so hard to tell geography of anything, because like...
Oh, now it's winter again.
Oh,
snow.
Wait, what?
And also,
He just jumped
completely
into
different
He's wearing a completely different outfit too.
Oh my god, this is the worst thing ever.
This makes more sense than
Oh,
this.
it took all of us a really long time to be like, oh wait, he's giant.
Yeah.
There was that one
There's
shot
some
that
forced
was,
perspective thing,
yeah,
I think.
the forced perspective
Which
shot.
actually wasn't bad.
The dick necklace.
The two, hey, look, it's in the same shot.
Oh my god. How?
This is a fucking miracle.
Yeah, it's a perspective thing. Yeah. No, I think he's on stilts.
Yeah,
Oh, he's on stilts. That's why he's moving like that, yeah. But still, actually, no, his arms look bigger and longer.
Getting through this is one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do.
Like my favorite character, Shades. Yeah. He's talking with Ginger Stash.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Doug Company walks right in front, just walks, eclipses him with the camera, and just stands there, and and he just waits for Stash to walk up to him. They talk, and then Doug Company leaves, and Shades is still there.
Can we talk about just how oddly that entire fucking shot is framed? We have 3 characters talking to each other. Yeah. And the shot is framed so that all 3 characters are on the far right 5th of the screen.
Standing in a row, standing stacked in front of one another.
Rich, it's the rule of thirds. 1/3 your characters overlapping each other. 2/3 a plant. A tree.
Wild Goose Lodge.
And then Wild Goose Lodge is in the back.
It was a 3-wolf moon shot. That's what it was.
There is a weird thing in this movie where it seemed like a lot of the sets were like half of a wall.
Yeah.
And so both actors are like, there's that one scene where the guy and the girl are talking, and he's like this close to her, talking right in her face. You just spilled beer.
A little bit when
No, just not all over.
my crotch glaring out. I hope nobody saw it. You saw it?
I called you.
Oh, yeah. Jay, can you edit that out?
Could you?
Just don't do that in slow motion and zoom it in. As the beer drips right down my pants. And it's uploading live.
And the stories I've heard about Chikora Mountain have been around as long as I can remember.
Stories? What are you talking about?
Why are they so close to each other?
Fucking
weird.
James, there's only one microphone there.
Yeah, they're practically
And
chest
he's
to
just like
chest.
staring at her. This is bizarre.
He's waiting. When is my turn to talk? There it is.
He changes heights.
He changes heights in every shot.
Yep. That cop.
Changing heights.
It's very, and the background changes.
Yep. Yeah, that was one of like the 2 times in the movie they did like reverse shot for a discussion, and every time they did it, I could feel the director of photography's pain. He didn't like doing that.
That movie used coverage more sparingly than I've ever seen a movie use coverage.
Shit. It's static 2 shots. You get your master, and that's it. I mean, I think that was why we actually wanted to turn this off in like the first 15 minutes, really, because
it makes Clerks look like masterful filmmaking.
Oh yes, no.
Which is also mostly just 2 shots.
No,
but it's
like close-ups,
there's nuance,
and I mean, just even the inserts were kind of just. You can see that they were done later to kind of so they can kind of cut between take 1 and take 2, because there was definitely not a take 3 done in this movie at all. Yeah.
Well, under the circumstances, I don't think you have any choice. Shut down your lives and the trails, and then that way we can conduct a safe, extensive search of the area without any more alarm.
Yeah.
Good enough.
There we go. All right.
But Brent.
1 take, Sergeant.
Strap on Ginger Stash.
There's that one scene where the power goes out, and it's like the most basic thing ever. They just jump cut from lit scene to blue, and they could have just filmed the light bulb just turning off. Boom, done. That's your bridge.
Whoa! Slow down, cowboy.
Slow down, Orson Welles. What are you doing?
Oh, look at fancy Mr. Hollywood here.
Look at here.
Turn out the light
Oh,
bulb, he
Mr.
says.
Tarantino, tell me more.
Shoot your movie with cameras or whatever.
Oh, lights and things? Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, what do you know?
I got so many ideas.
That's not how we do things
You and
here.
your fancy ideas.
This is not what we do here.
You get out of Massachusetts.
Yeah, we don't do
Here
that.
in Massachusetts, we put the camera down and it stays there, goddammit.
This is not how we do it in the Berkshires, all right? Get the fuck out of here, asshole.
Microphone! Microphone! Oh, I'm from LA. I've got a microphone.
Oh, Mr. Winterbeast guy. What the fuck?
Light the shots, sure.
Go socks.
Like I'm some kind of god can just snap lights on and off or something. The sun's gonna rise out my ass. Now get over into that field and let's finish shooting this movie.
Yeah.
That's why your kids have 4 ears.
They gotta listen.
They don't have to listen like we do in Massachusetts. Our kids have to filter out 70% static before they can hear what somebody's saying in our movies. Makes their ears better.
Rich, do you hate all those scummy people from the East Coast? Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Scumbags. All of those people, they're
The Eastern
scumbags.
Seaboard, it's just a bunch of scumbags.
Oh, I wanted more.
We all did. What happened to the chicken monster?
Yep.
Where'd the chicken monster go?
They defeated him when they defeated the totem.
They did?
When they knocked that totem down, they killed all the.
Yeah, what movie were you watching?
I don't know.
No, I'm just kidding. It was just honestly, it just went away. They thought we'd forget.
You missed the 21 other movies that came before Winter Beast that sort of set up all the events of
Summer
Winter
Beast,
Beast.
Fall Beast,
Yeah.
September Beast.
You better start paying attention to these films or you're off the show.
Yeah.
Wow.
Got it?
Quinceañera Beast.
Yeah.
Fine, I'm gone then. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck you. Fuck whatever.
Oh, thank God.
Do we all move down one, or how does this work now?
What?
Roar.
Oh crap.
Rich?
That's the whole review.
Yeah, Rich,
Tell us all about it.
do you wanna?
Oh yes. I'm Rich Evans, and I'll tell you all about Roar. Roar is a movie about a guy and his family, and he wants to reunite with his family in Africa. The main thing is that his house is infested with lions.
Oh, you lying here.
The plot of this movie is extremely simple. Is that he is going to go pick up his family from the airport, but his family already made it to the house, and oh shit, lions are at the house.
Those can't be dead.
Oh my God.
Super nice.
Is their fault for opening the door?
That's a fucking zebra head.
No, it's like a zebra leg.
That close the door and go back to sleep.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it seem like the lions randomly appear once the family gets there.
Yes.
No. The lions are there, and the protagonist is there, and he's worried about his family getting there and discovering that the lions are there before he gets there, which they do.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No.
No, you're gonna get stuck in that fridge.
Wait, no, don't break the eggs.
No, Puppy Brewster said not to.
Yeah.
Hello, it's me from the other film. Now I'm playing a lion.
Also, I need to correct you. It's also not just lions. What else is there?
Tigers,
What else?
elephants,
What else?
giraffes,
Leopards.
leopards,
Panthers.
jaguars.
Yeah, cougars. But the best cougar in the whole movie was Tippi Hedren.
Real lions, tigers, elephants.
Oh yeah.
Giraffe.
And they emphasize
jaguars.
that they're not trained, also.
Not trained.
Yes.
At all. These are real animals that have director and writer credits because they are completely improvising. Of course they are.
Take over the production.
I'm sure the DGA.
Because someone got fucking cute, let's be honest.
I'm just gonna say, like, they got through the first couple of classes at Second City, and they're like, we get it.
Yeah, yeah. They were really good at improv.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The DGA and the WGA had nothing to do with it. The MGM did.
I don't know about DGA rules on that.
Yeah, I heard about this thing. Yeah.
They put the zebra, like the lions are in the writing credit?
Yeah. Tell that lion it didn't write the movie. And the actors are trying to get across the barest of the plot.
Thinnest.
Barely anything, but there are lines.
And you gotta watch out for beer, okay?
Oh, fucking A. When does somebody come in to help him?
There's no help.
What the fuck are you gonna do?
Just right in the middle of the line.
Just
Run the other way. The animal handler's like, no,
Thank goodness for the distraction.
exactly.
The backstory is 150 million times more interesting than the real story of the movie.
Absolutely.
And you're saying Noel Marshall,
Yes.
the crazy Will Ferrell looking guy,
Super energetic.
In real life, he loves lions.
Yes.
He has and his wife.
He and Tippi Hedren. Tippi Hedren was famous from The Birds. So he, Tippi Hedren, and Noel Marshall. Noel Marshall was a producer. He produced The Exorcists, and they made a ton of money and had a nature preserve, specifically for large cats.
California.
Well, actually,
in California.
What happens was they started raising the lions on their property,
Yes.
in like Beverly Hills, and
Yeah.
then like the sheriff was like, "No, cut that shit out."
Like, hey,
So you have to,
should
like-
not have lions in fucking Beverly Hills.
So they started boarding them at a reserve or whatever, and then they realized they were paying more for the animals than they could afford the mortgage, so they bought the nature reserve, and they sold their house in Beverly Hills, bought some trailers, and then moved to the nature reserve so they could make this movie.
I gotta go help your uncle.
Don't run.
When he runs, they think he's playing and they freak out.
Yeah. And they just jump on him.
Oh my god!
This guy's insane.
Ow.
Don't do that! You're getting it worked up! You're making it worse! You're making it worse!
No!
Jesus Christ!
Oh, fuck! Get
Put aside the fact that this was a nerve-wracking experience. I don't like to watch people get hurt. I was just worried the whole time. Even though I knew no one died, I was still like, I didn't like it. But put that aside, it felt like what it was, which was like some rich dude who's like, I'm gonna buy lions because I love lions now, and then he like has a bunch of fucking lions, and he's like, I'm gonna make a movie with the lions, and then there was like no script and no fucking ideas, and then let's say the movie meanders all over the place where it's like they introduce you like this guy and his lions, and you're like, oh, that's cool, and then it's like 25 minutes of just like the lions jumping on him.
Tommy, Jimmy.
You should see the gash on his
Lions
hand?
are fighting tigers.
Oh my!
Now the lions are fighting each other for the privilege of fighting the tiger.
Yeah, we see some grizzly bears in here fighting the lions.
I mean, are tigers and lions even supposed to be together?
Nope. But that's what the guy in the boat was complaining about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. This is. I know what's gonna happen here.
Meanwhile, the plot's just hanging out here.
The plot's just chilling.
We'll get back to it.
In a nutshell, it's very similar to Hawk Jones.
Oh god. Okay. Okay. Let me just. Oh jeez.
Oh my
No,
god.
I mean, if you really want to, we should really pick this in. I know.
Oh god again.
No,
it's okay.
I know.
No, we got this.
This is the best. I mean, if we
Yeah,
can
we
put
got
this
this.
in.
It's okay.
It's a bigger disaster than
Mike, I got this. I got this. Yeah.
What I was saying, in a nutshell, Roar is similar to Hawk Jones.
Okay.
In the fact where it doesn't go one way or the other. Roar, like, there's two messages. Where it's like, oh, the crazy guy, Noel Marshall, is like, lions are wonderful creatures. They're just cuddly, wonderful creatures. Yeah. Then it's horror movie because family shows up at the house and oh my fucking god, there's lions, and there's a horror sequence that lasts for like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Where they're all hiding in like lockers and
Oh,
cabinets,
shit.
and
Yeah.
they're trying to maul them, and the lions have blood all over them, and it's like, okay, that's a good horror movie premise.
So for this shot, we'll just let the lions go fucking nuts inside your house. Is that cool? Yep.
And action.
That's the plan.
I like how the lines won't start till he says action.
Yeah. He says cut, and they all just leave and go to the trailers, smoke cigarettes. Yeah.
Coffee. God bless this crew. I swear to God, that camera department.
You mean all 70 of them that were mauled and...
Yes. Jen Buck lost half of his fucking skull. I don't even know.
Yeah, he got scalped from nape to hairline.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I mean,
It just won't stop! It just keeps
I know.
going. It just won't stop!
And Melanie Griffith had both sides of her face were cut.
And also
mauled.
she had one up here
Yeah,
too.
and
It's
she
in
had
the
to get-
movie.
Oh god, she's pulling on his toe.
I watched this on Pornhub the other night. So.
Oh, this movie is so horrible.
I think like the first act wasn't really set up properly. The first act was supposed to be, they're dangerous lions, but at the same time they're kind of cute and cuddly and all that kind of stuff. Like
He's got like the teenage lion was like,
they roughhouse with each other
Yeah.
and stuff like that. But at the same time, like they can cohabitate with humans.
Right.
And he gives a little spiel to those little hunter guys.
Right.
Little hunter guys.
They were like normal-sized hunters. They were played by children.
Yes.
They're played by children. Hawk Jones and McAllister show up, and they're like, "We gotta let these lions go."
But the thing is, they're trying to establish like, they look vicious the way that they play, but at the same time, like, no, they're docile. They're like house cats kind of thing. I think the idea is that when the family shows up, is that they automatically assume that they're dangerous.
But the movie spent so much time. You're right, because the movie spent so much time in that first act, showing the lion. He would be like giving dialogue, and the lion would jump out of nowhere and like tackle him to the ground, and it
They're
was
like, oh, I'm still giving my lions. Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, they didn't. It wasn't fun, and the audience wasn't in on like, oh, I guess this guy's safe, because no one feels safe at any point in the whole movie.
I just kept thinking of that one scene from Gladiator. When they have the lions come out, and it's like, it kind of goes like this, and it's clearly like digitally altered, and just kind of swipes at Russell Crowe for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like,
oh, that's.
Would you
100%.
like it better if they just sucked some lions on Russell Crowe?
150 of them just keep climbing out of the. Melanie Griffith comes out with a sword.
Chopper sick balls. We can't underscore the amount of lions. Like, I don't think that I even watching.
No, it's like a fucking zombie movie.
There's so many.
That was a pretty bad dummy.
That was a dummy.
No, it was really Tippy Hedren.
I wouldn't be shocked.
It wouldn't shock me.
They're like, no, it's too dangerous to put you in this barrel. Now go stand with 50 lions. We need a stunt double for the barrel gag, though. You could get hurt. Watching the trailer, even, you're like, oh yeah, there's like, lions there. No, it's like they open the door at one point, and it's just like lions.
There's a bit of a strange, like psychological effect too. Like I think also for the actors involved, because okay, you're in a situation. There's one lion, right? Right. Yeah. But when there's like hundreds of them, it's like something is switched on in your brain where it's like, oh, they're just like a bunch of dogs or something. And it's like you don't quite get the danger. Well, like you have Siegfried and Roy. They worked with their white tigers for like 25 years.
Everything's fine.
Well, it's like the
Balls them.
It's like
One time.
It's
That's it. That's all it takes.
It's like the Bumford Hounds or whatever it is from the Christmas Story, except with 500-pound lions.
Yes. Come knock over the Christmas table and eat the turkey.
Well, yeah, like
but except the turkey is your daughter and your son and your son.
They were flirting with disaster on such a level.
It's amazing.
Where it's like they probably all became accustomed, because there's scenes at the end where they're like cuddling and tickling. Any moment, snap, lion rips their face off.
The family is like crawls across this water bridge into this other shed. We're like, oh, we'll be safe here. We just need to sleep. Oh God, we're so fucking tired. And they all crawl in there and go to sleep. And then some lions just come over and also go to sleep with them because.
Listen, hold on. You said some lions.
Yeah.
It's like all of the lions.
I'm gonna smother you to death.
And she was crushed to death under a 700-pound lion.
It's like if you're trying to make Nightmare on Elm Street and the premise was Freddy Krueger is your friend.
Yes. Yes.
And like that's what I'm trying to go for.
And have a good time.
He's just in your dreams.
Yeah,
and he's just running around.
Yeah,
he might scrape his claws on a couple of pipes, but he loves you.
It's because he looks scary that you're afraid of him.
Yeah.
He's really just there to just play around and scrape his claws.
Oh,
that's the point. That's the equivalent of rule.
Yeah,
Freddy Krueger is your friend.
We're not scared anymore for no reason.
Nothing changed.
Because we slept together.
That had a great night.
We discovered that they sleep sometimes.
This is such a horrible message. Don't be afraid of dangerous wild animals. Walk right up to them.
This is
They
by
want to
far
be your friend.
the worst of the 3 movies we've watched.
Says you, buddy.
No,
This is the worst.
This is amazing.
The lions are never given personalities, so you don't ever feel like there's a narrative to the lion's behavior. So all of that other stuff falls apart because you're like, no, they're lions. Sometimes they're going to be hungry, sometimes they're going to be thirsty, and then if they see you, they might try to eat you.
Yeah.
Sure, maybe they're giving you a hug, or they get tired of hugging you and they decide to
Also,
bite your
they
neck.
might just eat a zebra in your living room, and short of that,
And your luggage.
they'll fucking eat you.
They're gonna eat your shoes and get them stuck in their
Yes.
teeth.
Yeah.
But no, honestly, like I get what you're saying, and that is for the most part true. We've got Togar, and Togar is like this antagonist
He's
lion.
not though. They just poured blood on a lion.
Yeah, he's a bad guy.
He never does. That's what I mean. Fake blood is on a lion. At no point does that lion behave
Josh,
any
they're all
differently than the. At no point is he any worse than the other lions.
Yeah, he is.
What does he do?
The bad hunters that are shooting all the lions out, he attacks them.
Those
So
are the
do the other
heroes of
lions.
the film.
No,
Yeah, they're the heroes.
Nobody else does.
Hold on. The antagonists of the film, they are the goddamn fucking heroes. They're going,
Well-
what you guys are doing is totally dangerous.
What are you trying to prove? That you can have lions socializing with people?
Boy, we got trouble.
The villain of the film is Noel Marshall.
Yes.
Yes.
Because he created this situation.
I liked that the tigers kept jumping on. Anytime there was a boat, the tigers kept trying to climb into the boat, and then the boat would tip over.
No, that's literally half a ton in the front of your boat.
Yeah.
Sorry. Shit. Sorry.
I think I could balance it if I just.
Hold on. I got it.
Maybe if I pull it down.
That tiger is
I love that shot.
That tiger just looks like he's only worried about himself getting wet. He's just like, I don't want this.
If there's anything that I can impart to you about what I learned from Roar is that tigers love boats. Elephants hate boats.
That part was cool too, when that elephant like fucked that boat up for no reason.
You are not supposed to do that. You are not to fish.
That is my boat. I'm taking it.
I swear to God. Holy crap. I swear to fucking God.
Excuse me, ma'am. The sign said no.
Oh, Jesus.
Even the lions are like,
whoa! Holy
Fuck
shit!
that boat up! This is fucking exhausting!
Back off, fuckers.
It was the rage. I've never seen an elephant. Like, after he's like destroyed it, there's that one shot where he literally kicks it. He's like, fuck this boat. I've never seen an elephant look angry like that.
Oh, what happened?
You could tell by the length of the tusks that was a juvenile. So that fucker was like, yeah,
just like having
yeah,
it out.
He was listening to like Rage Against the Machine. He was angsty.
Well, yeah. In addition to the horror of lions and tigers and panthers
Jaguars
and
and
leopards
cheetahs
and every other thing on the earth, the docile, gentle giant elephant also just destroys their boat.
It fucking hate boats.
Get out of our fucking land.
Yeah.
But then also
I hate you.
lifts up Tippy Hedger.
And who's manning up?
Just start Just start shooting everything!
Shit, it's got Tippy. It's got Tippy.
Oh, I don't like it. And does
and
breaks her leg,
breaks her leg in real
life.
life.
Yeah, so in that scene,
You can see her when she goes.
Are you kidding?
That's her leg
That's
being
her
broken.
leg being broken. He wraps his trunk around her leg, and the trunk squeezed her leg so much that it snapped.
Yeah.
While they were shooting that
That's
scene.
in the movie.
Yep.
But so other thing being, if terrible things happen in your movie, put them in there.
Oh, of course. I
Yeah.
took a Xanax before watching.
Did
this
you?
film. I took a half a
No,
Xanax.
shit.
And it didn't help. It wasn't enough. I should have taken a whole
It's
one.
like Melanie Griffith is having her fucking scalp ripped off by a lion.
And she's a
It's
pretty,
in the movie.
she's a pretty girl, you know, like a nice looking human being, and you go, oh, and then she was marred.
And I thought the set of Roar was dangerous.
This is one of the dumbest fucking things anybody has ever done.
Well, everyone, it's
Yes.
that magical time of the night when we pick our best of the worst. And well, yeah, I really would say without a doubt it's Roar, but I'm not sure. Rich, I know you're gonna pick Winter
Roar
Beast.
is
Winter Beast, right?
Roar is irresponsible. It is criminally negligent, and it is the most amazing fucking thing I've ever seen.
Oh, okay.
So you're picking Hawk Jones?
I'm picking Hawk Jones.
It's Roar all the way. I was looking forward to it, and I knew a lot about it, and it freaking delivered.
You know, it's the amazing contrast. The amazing contrast in Roar is what the filmmakers want you to feel, contrasted with what you're actually feeling.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Like that.
Oh no!
Don't kill his children.
Rich, can I ask you this though? Roar utterly failed in its intentions.
Sure, yes, but it doesn't mean it's not amazing to watch. Every movie we watch on Best of the Worst fails in its intentions.
Yeah,
That doesn't stop us from liking some of them.
This was enthralling.
I don't know that Hawk Jones failed in its intentions.
You keep Hawk Jones. I'm gonna take Roar home.
Yes, I'll watch Roar again.
My pick is Winter Beast. All right, Roar it is.
I'm picking Roar. It's so unique.
Roar, Winter Beast.
Yeah.
I mean, gotcha.
Going on the record?
I didn't.
And here's the thing though, best of the worst, right? The best of the worst. Like Winter Beast, really? Roar?
No, don't try to change his mind.
Look,
Because
here's what I'm
honestly,
saying.
this made him anxious.
Yeah, well, no, Roar was the most effective I had the most fun during Winter Beast because I wasn't anxious and we were just making fun of how stupid it was.
Because of this man.
Because of that guy.
Yeah.
He gets a lot of credit for a performance. I love the group thing. I like every time they turned, every time like a monster would grab a human and it would cut to a claymation human in the monster's hand getting thrown across the room.
There's some fun stuff in
But
it.
Roar
So
is
we
a-
laughed a lot. We laughed
Roar
a lot.
looks incredible also.
And,
Like,
and
John
Roar is
Bond.
the movie you will talk about or think about.
Yes.
And tell people about.
And cry about.
And dream about.
And have nightmares
warn people
about.
away from and be
Yes.
like, I had to watch this fucked up movie, and the boy folks made me do it for work. And
It's a work
I
thing.
told him I didn't want to, and he was like, you have to, or I'll fire you.
And when you run into Melanie Griffith, you say,
He's like, oh, your face is so fucked up.
So
No,
sorry.
they did a wonderful job on your face.
Yeah, those lions did a great job on your face.
I never know you got mauled by fucking lions.
I think, though, we'll end on the note with, if you haven't seen Roar, you need to see Roar, but watch it with a group of friends and family.
There's nothing like it. There's literally nothing will ever be like Roar ever again.
Yeah. No,
And nothing should be like Roar.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
That's
Don't do
true.
this to your kids.
It is 100% completely unique.
I was a kid on camera. Don't stick lions on your kid. I'm just saying.
Why did you bring us here? We're just gonna die.
It's cool that Melanie Griffith gets to be like, yeah, when I was a kid, I got attacked by multiple lions on
Yeah.
the movie set.
When I was a kid, I was Richie Rich. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's like,
And you're like, I was, yeah,
a little different.
I was fake killed by bees once. She's like, fuck your bees. She's like, you see this? Look at my face.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, so this is what a book is. Ah, fuck this. Let's just watch some movies.
So I guess the first movie we're going to watch is this, The Instructor, starring Bob Saul, coach of the U.S. AAU karate team. It's a pretty good, look at that. The action never stops in this stunt-packed karate extravaganza of a black belt instructor who proves that his talents and expertise can be used to defend instead of destroy. The instructor runs a local karate school and tries to impart to his students a sense of dignity along with the intricacies of the sport. When he is threatened by a rival school's owner, he puts his teachings into action through spectacular car chases.
That's not an exciting shot.
for a car chase scene? Yeah.
It's like rule number one. Going away from the camera is more exciting than coming towards it. Always.
Teaching into action with car chases?
So that's a whole new
Are the
form
car
of
chases
karate.
in the school?
I guess so.
I hope so.
Through spectacular car chases and gripping hand-to-hand battles, he tracks, pursues, and corners his adversary. And that's it. He just corners him and then he just walks away. And then the rest is left to your imagination.
Sounds dusty.
My velour tracks.
It's ruined.
Weighs
It's
100
ruined.
pounds.
Oh, yeah. You can see both of them. They're struggling.
That's the only reason he was caught.
Oh, these,
Absorbs water like a sponge.
these bell bottoms are adding another 80 pounds.
Oh, you're right in the belly!
I was pregnant.
Well, Rich, our next movie is Through Dead Eyes, starring James Doohan. Who, you might ask? Why, it's Star Trek Scotty.
Oh, I wouldn't have known that.
Not many people would. And look, it's autographed by James Doohan, presumably before they shot him into space after he died.
You know, saying that autograph, it just makes me think of the awkward moment that happened when here's James Doohan, right? He's 85 years old, and he's signing autographs at like a table at a Star Trek convention, wondering where his life went wrong.
And then
some asshole walks up with Through Dead Eyes and says, "Can you sign this?" And it's just like,
Oh god.
Oh, that's where it went wrong.
That's how it all ended for James Doohan.
Ah, well.
Those are the last days of his life. James Doohan, Scotty from Star Trek, in case we forgot, from the front of the box, stars in this thrilling horror/murder mystery about an old, unsolved string of murders and a psychic who can see how and when people will die. A police detective hunts a serial killer whose only victims are women. Turning to a psychic to help solve the crime, he discovers she is tortured by her power to see through people who will soon die. You know, I don't have to touch your vagina, right? Touch it there. Together, they are determined to catch the killer. He also seeks assistance from a retired detective, Doohan.
Oh, God.
Who sits on a couch in one room and bangs out all of his scenes within 5 minutes.
It doesn't say that.
No, but it should.
There is a picture on the back of him sitting in a couch.
There's very specifically him sitting in a couch, and it's an action scene because he's holding a gun. But he's still sitting in his recliner.
So they get people to buy this. They
through the
entice
power
you.
of James Doohan.
But you'd think if they're going to lure you in with James Doohan, you shouldn't have to explain who he is. What does that say about him?
Oh boy. Yeah, it says some more stuff on the back, but who really cares?
Yeah.
Right?
He's going to be sitting on the couch.
And it says some stuff. I can't wait to watch this.
Do you think the dead eyes are going to be his?
Yeah, well, he's only got one dead eye. maybe he loses the other one in the movie.
He's called Dead Eyes.
He's so slumped over.
I gotta walk.
When will you know?
Why is he standing behind the table? He's like,
He had to like wedge himself back there.
How's he gonna get out?
You move your table, you gotta get out now.
God, there's so many TVs.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Good, James. That second film we watched sure was something else.
Yeah. What do you want to watch next?
Oh yes. Well, I discovered this CD case that contains a film. That
It looks mysterious.
It's been printed on a home DVD printer.
Oh, okay.
So this either traveled from the early 2000s into the future.
So someone can afford printer ink.
Yes, it
So
is a
this person is
printable-
wealthy.
Printable DVD.
Oh.
It traveled through time.
Right.
It either traveled through time or it is a Neil Breen film.
Whoa.
Oh. That's some quality shit, dude.
Neil Breen. That sounds like a sandwich spread.
It is both a sandwich spread and a man. A filmmaker from Las Vegas, Nevada, named Neil Breen, who's made other films apparently.
Yeah, I've heard filmmaking's a real gamble.
So this is the new Neil Breen film. We've done 2 of his films before, Best of the Worst. This is Twisted Pair.
Right.
Copyright 2018. There's no box.
There's no artwork. It's mysterious.
He could not be bothered to make a case for this.
Right.
When he self-distributed it on a printable, burnable DVD-R.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll be able to make a case for whether the movie's good or not.
Oh, it's fading in.
Oh no!
They're there. The performance will be groundbreaking. Why is it frozen? Oh.
So they can fade in.
Oh my God! One of them's a giant.
Yeah.
Kale's shirt opens on the left, and Cade's opens on the right.
Yeah, why are they wearing the same clothes?
The twins, Mike.
We're gonna have to be abducted by aliens. They got the same genes.
He's growing.
Look at it! Yeah, look at his feet.
The final time I saw Kale broke my heart. Although we were now humanoids, I still felt a bond and love for him as my brother.
Oh my god.
Faster.
Faster.
Faster, more intense.
Since I watched this whole movie at 1.5 screen.
Wow, good.
Suddenly it's really good. So nice to be in Hawaii.
Yeah, you know,
So sunny.
it's we're all festive.
I didn't think it was going to be such a dry heat.
You know, I'd take charge, but that just feels morally wrong, like on the end of the table.
No, it's fine.
Good thing.
Well, I'm gonna take charge because I may lose my voice at some point during this discussion, and then if I don't have to explain a movie, then I'll just sit here and nod for the rest of the video.
You know, it was ADR it really awkwardly.
That's true.
afterwards.
Yeah. I'll just dub my voice over. I'll remember what I
Do
thought
a
I
Neil
wanted to
Breen.
say.
Yeah. Just
Paging Mr. Herman.
Paging Mr. Herman.
Paging Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, you have a telephone call at the front desk.
Our first movie is The Instructor, and Colin, you brought this down like 2 years ago or something.
I think so. Yeah.
You gave it to us, and then we just shoved it in the corner.
Yeah. I saw a screening of this in Toronto, in an actual movie theater with people.
Not a film print though.
Not a film print. I don't even know if this exists on film, but this is the only copy I could get.
It barely exists on DVD. It's like a VHS rip, and it's trying to kill itself as the video goes along.
Should be a very simple story. It's just a story about.
Should it?
Well, it is.
Is
Technically,
it?
It's just about two rival karate schools.
It's basically Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
Sure, just with more car chases and awkward fight scenes.
When you say it like that, it's like, okay, I get what that is. When you actually watch the movie, it is one of the most confusing things I've ever seen. Like, none of us knew what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
Who characters were.
No, there's our hero. There's Burt Pesci.
This guy, he looks like a tiny Burt Reynolds. With a fake Burt Reynolds wig.
It's the love child of Burt Reynolds and Joe Pesci.
At the time of filming, both these guys are like 23.
They just left the camera on, they're running back to get it. Let's use that.
It's like if you just sawed off Burt Reynolds' head, like you just took a fucking saw to it and just stuck it directly on Joe Pesci's torso. This is what you'd have.
That's our lead character.
Or Charles Manson with an afro and a karate suit.
Although I've never seen Joe Pesci run, so I don't know how accurate this guy's running is to Joe Pesci's, but
it's pretty good.
It's Burt Reynolds running in Joe Pesci's body.
Okay,
So
so
he's
slightly
not quite,
awkward.
he's not quite used to that body.
Okay.
So this kind of has like a backstory. It's almost like Miami Connection, like behind the scenes. This guy Don Bendel owned this karate school, and he's still
In real life.
In real life, he's still a karate instructor today. He's got a big karate school, and I guess decided he wanted to make a movie, and I guess like all of his students are the stars of this film. He's actually in the film, but he's not the lead actor.
It feels like the Burt Pesci should be the guy.
The
It
writer,
feels like
yeah.
it's his vanity project. So it's surprising that it's not.
Usually, when your action hero is the guy who should not be your action hero,
yes,
it's an ego vanity project.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're
Get it.
if you're the director and you're not the lead, you would think that the person you're going to pick would be like the kind of like muscular, handsome guy, not the 5 foot tall guy with a snap-on afro.
Fisher Price adventure people body.
Yeah, it looks like his hair. So this movie opens and it's him and the director jogging, and it's obvious that it's a wig. It couldn't look more like a wig.
Well, the idea, we looked it up on IMDb, the opening of the movie was a reshoot that was done several years later. Because most of the movie, like, his hair looks stupid and weird, but it's really his hair.
It looks natural, yeah.
But that opening scene, it's so clearly a wig.
It could, it's like Chubby Checker's hair.
Right,
It's like like tape on
Spray,
afro wig.
painted foam. It reminds me of like a big boom microphone hood.
What? That woman's being. Wait, what? The ninja's just. What? What the fuck just happened?
Apparently, in a scene that we just didn't get, Dom DeLuise Ninja is forced upon the female gang member.
Right.
Because we're like, is he raping her? What is happening? We had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, this is a very, very confusing scene. But
Don't our heroes say he's raping her?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they jump in to save the girl.
But I
and
think
then-
she pulled him down onto her.
I was just walking home, and these guys from this gang just grabbed me, pulled me right in the center, and they put me on top of that girl, and I didn't even know her. My mom knew that she would crack up, man. Who the hell are you?
We do eventually find out that he really is a creep, so I'm assuming he was lying about that. But I have no evidence to back this theory up. It is just a theory.
When do we find out he's... Oh, yeah. I forgot the whole movie. I just remember that he beats somebody to death with a trophy.
Oh, God.
We see them for 4 seconds. And then,
Oh, God,
And
it's
then we get into a scene that has nothing to do with anything else that ever happens in the film.
Yeah, and this looks like some gang out of like Escape from New York.
Yeah.
Like this whole scene is like something they're fighting.
They got trash can lids. We were calling them the Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah.
That's their gang name.
That's their gang name.
It's got that 80s, like the wardrobe is all sort of like bad 80s apocalyptic sci-fi almost.
Oh my god! Oh, and slowly walk towards his kick.
What the fuck?
Wait, who?
Come on, you! What do you think you're doing? Get him!
And this is the reshoot, and it just makes the movie so much more confusing because this is happening, and then
with lots of pickup shots of people saying, "Get him!"
That's it! Tear him up! Get that son of a bitch!
Yeah,
and you don't
all
see
the
that
shots are
person
so
at all.
disconnected from each other.
Yeah.
But you need a giant, large action scene to open your movie with.
Even if you don't know what's happening or who anybody is.
What?
He's using his shoes.
He didn't have to because the guy didn't get anywhere near him with that thing.
He's catching shiny stars in his shoes.
Oh my god!
Everybody get up now!
They're standing there.
They're just standing in a
This is
circle.
amazing.
Like that scene in Last Jedi.
It's like the throne room.
They're waiting.
But that cliche of like, yeah, there's a group of, gang guys in an action movie that are coming after our hero, but they come after him one at a time. Usually you just see, the bad guy like run into frame. Here we're getting like overhead shots of everybody just standing there.
It's like they're at the deli and they have their number, and they're waiting for their number to be called.
Yeah.
Number 22.
Oh,
Kicking the balls.
It very much seems like moves that aren't designed to be like Hollywood-style kung fu moves.
True.
It seems like they're doing moves you would teach to like a woman for self-defense purposes, because half of their moves involve grabbing somebody's balls.
A lot of ball grabbing.
There's so many ball hits in this movie.
That's true.
This movie should have been called Twisted Pair.
The moves are very competent. The camera work is just shoddy, but the editing is interesting. So that kick off the motorcycle is like, and then the guy gets knocked off.
It's like Liam Neeson trying to jump over a fence.
Oh yeah, with like 20 edits.
Yeah. It's a 1 second sequence, and there's like 25 edits.
We teach 3 private lessons. Right. You have to determine your attention span, basic balance, and coordination. At the end of that time, our chief instructor will evaluate him.
What am I supposed to be getting out of this scene?
It's like 3 different things going on. A very sterile phone call. Erotic karate posing. And a bookshelf. Love alive. Our brains have to process this and a Neil Breen movie.
Oh my god.
Yeah, can we talk about that? That's my favorite scene in the movie is the awkward, boring Joel phone conversation while sexy karate is happening in the background. And I think he's supposed to be like, ooh, she's doing sexy karate. But he's just drolly talking on the phone about like, yeah, we're open. 8 p.m.
I think that's supposed to be a contrast, though. Like he's trying to have the business call, but he's distracted.
No, we don't teach kung fu. We teach karate.
I think he's talking to a kid's parent because he's like, no, don't go to that level yet. Like, they need to learn this first.
Says we teach karate, not kung fu.
It's all so weird. And then, like, because we're seeing him, and then there's a mirror in the foreground, so we see her in the reflection of the mirror. She's just like in like an empty void. Yeah. Like the lighting is so bad, it looks like she's just floating in space.
I'll see you tomorrow.
So this leads in, he takes off and then leaves her still at the studio or the dojo, and then the rival gang break in.
We think? Is it ever explained that they're from the rival gang?
Yes, I think so. I don't.
Our hero assumes that because the rival gang guy said something like, "I'm gonna get you," one of those types of things.
They break in, and then you're thinking, "Oh God, this is gonna be a rape scene because it's from the '80s."
Then she kicks their asses.
She handles herself really well.
Kicks their asses.
Yeah.
The important thing is he tracks the perpetrator down after the cops have already surrounded the perpetrator.
Yes.
And so then he shoves one of the cops out of the way.
I think he kicks the cop.
He kicks the cop out of the way so he can kick this guy's ass.
The cops are just gonna let him do this?
Did he kick a cop? And the police don't do anything about it.
They all just stand there watching with their guns drawn. And that disco is great too because the table and chairs that are in there, it looks like a mall food court.
Yeah, that's right.
And then the art on the walls makes it look like a roller rink, but I guess it's a disco.
Oh God, I wanna say this. Everything is ugly.
Yeah.
Like literally every piece of clothing, every hairstyle, every
person,
bit of fashion, every wall decoration, every bit of architecture, everything is disgustingly ugly.
Every mustache.
Yeah.
And it's
so many mustaches.
It's also just lit horribly too. It's just like a big spotlight behind the camera.
Yeah, you could have this, like some weird remaster of this where it's like remastered in 4K and you'd watch it again and just be like, ew.
What is this? Who's in the wheelchair? What is happening? Is that his wife now?
I guess this is his wife.
Is it worth wondering?
Why isn't the wife dying the catalyst for the revenge fuel? I'm gonna kick everybody.
We find out the lead character's wife was murdered, and we keep
Oh,
having
God.
flashbacks to that. So is it implied that the rival school guy was responsible?
No,
for...
it
That is
never
not
is.
implied.
It's never implied.
So it's just a random
It's
murder.
just a thing. It's just the background for this character that doesn't pay off in any way. Well, first we flash back to him discovering his wife's dead body,
Right.
and then we flash back after that to them like frolicking on horses, which is like, no, you do the reverse of that.
Yeah.
We have to see them together, and then he discovers her dead. And you put this at the beginning of the movie instead of just randomly dropping it somewhere in the middle of the film.
Or just don't have it
with
at all.
no rhyme or reason.
It doesn't factor into the plot at all.
He's got a kind of vengeful spirit about him because he goes after that one guy.
He probably just has a Napoleon complex, right?
Possibly.
I'm pissed off that I'm so tiny.
Yeah, you would know.
I'm pissed off that I'm so tiny.
Don't use that cutaway.
Or use the cutaway and add sound. Not one or the other.
So after a few like fights,
You kind of end up at this karate competition.
Yeah, so someone
The
he
big
wins.
karate competition that we haven't been building towards and hasn't really been mentioned. I don't
Yeah,
think.
it's just a thing that's happening.
Yeah, Frank Zappa, Donald Sutherland,
The director.
Yeah, wins the trophy. He catches the creepy Dom DeLuise guy with his trophy. And he's like, "What are you doing?"
I'll mangle you turd.
I mean, it's a very like believable like murder scene.
Especially when they cut to him laying on the ground after Dom DeLuise is fled.
Yeah,
and
he's
he has
covered in blood and he's dead.
nothing on his face or head at all.
Ooh, Mila and Yuma. That's an MST thing. Wait. Wait. Oh no, I'm purple numb. Purple. Whatever. No. Shit. Nothing. Oh no. I'm confused. They're both level 50 plus. They can both Dex Power Mind. But the other one is also Dex Power Mind. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. That's hunters. I'm a moron. I don't remember what Ela does. I think I remember. I never used it because I never really understood what it did. But now that I thought about it, I think it gives you like an elemental shield, right? Like this thing. Or was that an invincibility? I think it was invincibility. It gives you, like, just straight up invincibility, I think. Eh. Okay, so my mag becomes Pow, Dex, Mind. Or it becomes Karma if it has Power, Dex, Mind. or power and mind. Whatever. This thing will never have mind at all. But do I need... I will have karma in the end, yeah, probably, yeah. But I have to think about the level 30 and not 50. Well, I have to think about 30 first. Oh, 35. Hunter, range. Oh, there they are. Mitra. Dex power. What? Dex has to be higher than power and mind. What the fuck? Jesus. That's not easy to achieve. Yeah, what the heck? It doesn't even make all that much sense because hunters will get a lot of ATA anyways. You don't need a whole lot. I don't know. If I get this thing, I will get that air attack thingy. What do I get from karma? The air attack thingy, yeah. That's what I thought. The other one gives me the air attack thingy. Fuck. Yeah, not good. There has to be another level 35 one. There. Power Dex Mind. Power has to be higher than Dex and Mind together. I will get that. Yeah, I have to. I have to get this thing to get the one-shot thingy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this gave invincibility. But the invincibility and the Mila and Eula are out of the picture. I can't get them because I would need to push mine. And I do not have mind. Well, I can't even use it, like... Yeah, no, that's not a thing. Oppa. Yeah, these are the special ones. Rati. This thing is so cool. Okay, yeah, as I said, I need to get... Where is it? There. I need to get this thing, so I have to push power, ignore Dex and mind. Question is if it's not too late already. Ah, should still be possible, right? I have 20 levels left. I don't know. Maybe I will have to use a lot of monomate? Because I'm pretty sure that's the only one that pushes nothing but power. Ah, this is such a fucking pain in the ass already. Jesus. But it also, like, at least it fits with what I need, because right now I need power. Like, hitting the enemies is not the problem. The problem is that I deal no damage.
You didn't let us down. Wait a minute.
We got the People's Court theme playing.
He doesn't assume it was Don DeLuise.
No.
Don DeLuise did it. The rival karate guy had nothing to do with this.
Yeah, and
But he instantly goes after the rival karate
He
guy.
gets in his Corvette with one other student and sets out to find this guy, and then goes to a barbecue.
All right, Shank. One time only. Where's Hart?
Hart who?
What the fuck? Where are we?
Just went to some random barbecue.
Here's Jack Tripper.
Who?
It's like
What the fuck is happening? These, I'm assuming these are the evil karate
These are the
guys.
evil karate guys.
They're all just hanging out on someone's porch?
Yes.
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 Running is so funny.
Threw a beer bottle at him.
His tiny legs have to move so much faster than a normal person.
Kick him into the water.
Oh, he's getting in the water, definitely.
Yeah, that's production value. Wet clothes.
Oh, don't fight on that shaky dock.
There's just some good old boys sitting out on the porch.
They might have had something to do with it.
I'm
Let's beat 'em
sure.
up.
They're here.
Let's go to the park.
He beats the shit out of everybody, and then one of the guys just happens to have nunchucks at the barbecue.
Let's go get more revenge.
What?
Knock on the door.
That's a total Jack Tripper.
He just drove off? Bert Pesci just leaves in the middle of the fight. Like, the nunchuck fight is still going on. He's like, I'm gonna get my car and leave.
I think this was around the point in the movie where I started to realize that the post-apocalyptic gang from the beginning of the movie just was never coming back.
Yeah.
This is like the entire second half of the movie.
Which is the
Christ.
best part.
It's the most epic car chase.
This is insane.
Oh my god. Whoa, not the fruit stand.
You know, there's the occasional
My cabbages.
hidden by a
Those are
big
very
hedge,
exciting.
where it's just
Or like a fruit booth, just like in the middle of a field.
That's made out of cardboard.
Cardboard and like crashes.
boxes.
Like it goes on and escalates.
But one of my favorite parts about that is when they get to the big city and you can just see masses of people on the corners watching the film shoot.
Yeah. Well, it has that feel like it was shot in Ohio.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the middle of
Akron,
Ohio.
Akron,
Yeah.
Ohio.
You see Akron. You see like Cuyahoga Karate School or something.
Yeah.
So different areas of Ohio.
Well,
And it has that
looks
kind
like
of.
they put a lot of effort into the environments and things like that,
Well,
just in terms of shooting and shooting time. But
yeah.
it just ends up like garbage.
Well, I was gonna say it feels like that kind of like the small town, like all bands together, like hey, we're gonna
Yeah,
make a
let's
movie,
make a movie.
and
Yeah.
But
that was
then-
probably in the front page of the newspaper several times.
Yeah, it's just like local karate school.
Local
makes-
filmmakers have car chase through the middle of town.
Oh, God,
they
we
drove
gotta-
35 miles an hour.
Big Hollywood production.
It's the most exciting thing to happen in Ohio since that river caught on fire.
Jesus.
On the DVD itself, it says shot on location entirely shot
Wow.
on location
One.
in LA.
It does? It is not shot in L.A.
Yeah, it's just like Jon Favreau's Jungle Book.
Where was it? Filmed entirely on location in Los Angeles.
Well, that's a
That is
bold-faced lie.
I can
Stinking lie.
explain this because the footage looks like shit, right?
Yeah.
So they filmed the movie in Akron, Ohio, and then they put it on like a VHS tape. They flew that to LA. They put it on a TV, and then they filmed the TV in LA. So the whole movie was shot in LA.
That's brilliant.
Holy shit!
Oh my god, it's flying!
Holy shit!
Fuck!
Oh, they ruined that bet.
What a waste.
Oh no, he's just gonna run away.
He's gonna run
foot.
away.
Oh, good thing his mustache protects him. From head trauma, it's like his afro.
Get off of that bike!
Just stealing motorcycles now.
He's got
Ooh,
this,
look at that old school
he's got
Arby's.
this baby blue velour like lounge suit on, and he's got like a karate suit and an afro. And they're on motorbikes. What did they crash the cars and then they run and find these guys and they kick people off motorcycles and then
Oh yeah, and then it keeps going.
We're into a motorcycle chase and they are driving so slow at points like
The one that's chasing the other could have just gotten off his motorcycle and just ran up to him.
The Burt Pesci guy is constantly wiping out on the bike, like he can't control it. But
He just
I mean, I don't
sucks.
know who could if you're not a stunt driver driving a motorcycle through water.
Oh my god!
Oh, be careful! You're fucking drowned.
they're chasing each other through a waterfall. They like end up in the Antarctic.
Whoa, hit the camera. He's so funny.
Like driving past polar bears.
He fell over again!
Oh, they both fell over.
Oh, okay.
The bad guy should really just say, "Why are you chasing?"
Why are you chasing me?
let's discuss this.
Why?
This is kind of romantic, though. Like, there's
Give me your hand. He hits velour tracksuit guy, and then I guess he falls off a cliff. It's really it's the
that's
most
right,
awkward
yeah.
edit in the world because he hits
No,
him.
no, isn't he like
And
holding out his hand?
You guys are missing the chainsaw fight.
Oh Jesus Christ!
But he's got a chainsaw.
Oh, he's gonna chase! Holy shit!
It's just running.
Oh shit!
It's just running in the background.
I mean, no, you saw smoke from
Yeah,
it,
holy shit!
Crazy.
These guys are fucking nuts.
Oh my god!
It's like the end of Mandy.
Well, we thought it was like a fake chainsaw.
It flies out of his hand at one point and hits the ground, and you can see the smoke and everything.
Yeah.
And then there's an axe on the ground.
Oh
Why is all
my
these
god!
shit? Why is all this shit in the woods? Guess he's gonna find a gun.
They're like really going at it.
Oh, I guess.
Yay! Oh, I fell on my keys.
We didn't even have a little moment.
That was so awkward.
He probably actually died. Threw him off the-
They just worked that into the movie as an excuse.
This is the distributor's like, here's another 10,000. Kill someone.
Well, he does end up going to jail, so maybe the rest of the movie is just a documentary. I don't know.
Can I say I love that he goes to jail? There's so many movies where the movie's over and I'm wondering, how the hell did this not end in like a 5-year-long legal battle?
Yeah, there's no consequences usually.
Like every movie where a ghost kills somebody, who's getting the blame for those murders? Like when you just tell the cops it was the ghost?
It's like,
no, it was the pumpkin demon, officer. You're coming with me. Your friends are all dead. You're the only survivor. Yeah, come on.
What happened?
Well, $500 fine and suspended sentence.
What?
$500 fine and a suspended sentence.
For killing a man?
The children are applauding. Grand theft, 2 counts of grand theft auto and 1 count of manslaughter. That's just $500.
$500. Yeah, so it's a big celebration, no smoking. And then Donald Sutherland shows up again, and he's not
thought
dead.
he was dead,
He's
yeah.
got like a neck brace and like
An
he's all
arm
messed
cast.
up.
It's very comical. He's like O.J. Simpson in The Naked Gun, where it's just like just keeps getting injured.
I just really wanted them to all light up cigarettes, including the kids.
And then the whole building just explodes, because why not?
Yeah. Which is why the no smoking sign was put there in the first place.
Yeah.
Flammable karate school.
That was the alternate title for the film.
Flammable karate school.
Flammable karate school. I want to make that movie now.
It's next to the Turpentine Factory.
For the first time in my life, I'm not full of fear. 'Cause I know I can trust you.
For a karate school instructor who's probably the first and last film he ever made.
Well, he killed a guy on set. Of course, it's the last movie he ever made.
It'll be the first and last wig he ever wears.
That's probably not true.
I love like pulling her face away and she's wearing his mustache.
Why is the shot so far away?
God.
I mean, I'm
Then I
glad
kiss
it is.
again and she pulls away, she's wearing his hair.
Our next film is Through Dead Eyes, starring Star Trek's James Doohan.
Scotty from
Star Trek. That's the whole thing, is starring Star Trek's James Doohan, aka Scotty from Star Trek. That's the full credit.
Yeah.
Rich, explain Through Dead Eyes.
Yeah. Through Dead Eyes, as obvious from the cover here, stars James Doohan, Star Trek Scotty.
Yeah.
And he plays a guy who shows up twice in the film.
He plays guy in chair.
They filmed him at home on his easy chair. Our actual star, who looks like several different people.
Yeah. Bruce Campbell.
David Tennant.
And Matthew Perry.
Yeah. With no talent.
My friend is dead.
Well, he's a terrible actor, and the character is a terrible, terrible person, as we'll soon find out. Because
Yes.
he has to team up with a psychic to stop a string of serial killings against her will.
A blind psychic.
A blind psychic.
This is an order from Chief of Police Earl Pratt. It says that I'm to bring you in for questioning.
Damn it.
This is a movie about a detective who takes a blind psychic, he kidnaps her, brings her to his apartment.
I had so much luck on my when I played on GameCube this morning, because I actually found, or I bought, a rifle that had like 25% plus against beasts.
Why won't you help me?
He emotionally abuses her.
Very demanding.
Oh, he lies
beasts.
to her. He says he's gonna take her to the police station.
And that was so much fucking faster. I dealt like double the damage.
Instead, he takes her to the morgue
to make her touch a corpse,
so he can force her to touch a dead body.
Yeah, come in with me, you blind woman! You're gonna touch that card! Yeah, come with me, I'm gonna make you touch that card! Do it! Do
She's having a stroke.
What's happening? She's being choked. She's experiencing the death.
Yeah, I get it. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
This is embarrassing.
My clairvoyance tells me she was killed. She's clairvoyant and she also does charades.
Well, that's her whole thing. Is she can touch someone and then she has visions of
how they died.
Of how they died or whatever. So yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a killer loose that is terrorizing the town.
Yeah.
And you know, she keeps having like visions of this killer. We also get to see the killer who's coming up, and the killer's trademark is crushing someone's throat,
Yeah.
choking them to death.
It's unnaturally strong.
Obviously, the killer is a man.
A woman is too weak.
A woman is too weak.
The movie makes it very clear women have no strength.
All four were strangled by a male believed to be very strong. Their throats were crushed. That takes better than average hand strength, and it rules out a woman as a killer.
The one thing
Hand
we know
strength.
for absolutely sure is that our killer has to be a man.
Yeah.
With
So
an
we
eye,
know it's a man.
with an eye patch, no less.
Well, yeah, the killer's wearing. It's very. I think I don't know who this guy. I looked him up. He only directed this one movie, but I think he's influenced by like Dario Argento, like Italian giallo stuff. Because the killer has like the black gloves, which is a staple of those. Some of the death scenes are very like stylized. Like the lighting gets like colorful and weird, and then yeah, he's wearing the killer, who's definitely a man, is wearing a mask with an eye patch on it, and James Doohan is also wearing an eye patch. So there's that
That's
connection.
never explained why is an eye patch.
Because red herring.
Because red herring, yeah, because yeah.
Oh, why he's wearing
Why James Doohan has an eye
It's
patch.
because his face is a mask.
No, it's not a mask.
Are you saying it's not really James Doohan? It's somebody in a James Doohan mask?
It's actually George Takei.
Just put James Doohan. James Doohan.
We need someone more famous, like James Doohan.
Oh God.
Been another killer.
But so what? I'm retired.
Oh my
Oh
god.
God, he's so bad.
There was such a long pause.
He had to remember his line.
Our detective, he goes to visit him because
Well, he was the detective
was the
on the
original.
case 8 years ago. The
Yeah.
killings have started again now.
yeah, he never caught the killer, and the newspaper made a point of mocking him horribly and calling him a failure.
In the newspaper article, there's a picture of James Doohan, which is a promotional picture from Star Trek, and it says "distinguished career ends in failure."
Yeah. And James Doohan in this movie, he's amazing. He gives the performance of a lifetime.
His first scene is so embarrassing.
It's so bad.
My wife is upstairs. She has a weak heart. And for God's sake, leave me alone.
Oh my God.
Oh.
It's
We
so
thought he was
bad.
because he's like he comes to the door and he's like he looks like an insane person, but he's doing this like gruff voice, and we're like, is that him trying to? Because he's like, my wife is sleeping upstairs, and we're like, is that him trying to like whisper?
Yeah.
But he talks like that through the whole movie, so I guess not.
I don't know. You almost imagine he assumed it was like a pirate movie because he was wearing an eye patch.
Exactly.
You know what's strange? James Doohan in this, he just made me realize how good Cameron Mitchell is when he phones in his scenes.
That's what I want to mention in relation to talking about like Italian movies too. Is a lot of them will have like for a couple of scenes they'll have like John Saxon or like Cameron Mitchell, and then so this is this movie's version of that, where you cast the name celebrity in a small part, because it should be Cameron Mitchell really.
Or you could see it as James, like this movie shows just how good James Doohan is at being Scotty.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Miles away.
Well, you know what? James Doohan did not give a shit.
Is that haircut to him looking miserable?
Rich, you guys have the same shirt.
I'm not saying that James Doohan is a terrible actor. I'm saying in this, he did not give a shit.
I think he's trying, but he's just really bad.
Oh, they made me afraid. Me afraid.
He was just really tired.
There's like certain times where he's kind of going for it, but he just doesn't have the talent.
Yeah?
Like, I don't think he's good.
You don't think he just didn't like glance down to the lines 5 minutes before they shot?
Yeah.
And he's like, ah.
He does spend most of the movie in a chair, and that's clearly a sign that he doesn't give a shit.
But yeah, so he's a gruff old crabby man.
And he plays a character that's a gruff old crabby man.
But this led to the great debate during the screening of this film. We have a movie that is a murder mystery, and we have 3 characters.
There's no red herrings because there's no other characters.
2 of our characters appear to be the protagonists.
True.
Right? So who is the killer?
Until we're introduced to the woman who owns the costume shop.
Yeah, well that's jumping ahead quite a bit.
Oh,
I guess
sorry.
that's okay because nothing else happens in the movie. But yeah, an hour into the movie we meet, because he goes to the costume shop to see if they have the mask that the killer is wearing.
Well, do they know it's a mask? The clairvoyant?
The clairvoyant, the psychic, can see the final thing.
Yeah.
that the murder victim sees.
Yeah, she's looking through dead eyes.
The dead bodies that our hero forces her to touch.
Oh God!
So they
More than once.
Completely,
That's
totally
true.
against
Yeah,
her
that's
will.
a really good
Yeah.
point. And then she starts doing the
Oh, her overacting.
yeah, she's like and
And then our detective overacts being an asshole.
Yeah.
Which really makes this an uncomfortable movie.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Please stop it. Okay. What the hell is she gonna say about that, huh? Stop it!
true. There's that quality of the clairvoyant actress when there's a knock at the door and she opens the door and she looks right at the person who's arrived at the door, and then the rest of the scene she's like,
Yeah. At a certain point in the scene, I think you can see the moment she realizes, oh, I'm supposed to be blind, and she looks away. But yeah, like because her character is kind of under distress until she falls in love with him for no reason. But it comes across almost like she's being forced to act in this movie against her will.
Yeah.
Our psychic, she has two clearly defined powers.
Mm-hmm.
She can see the last images of a dead body.
If she touches it.
Or if somebody's about to die, she sees what they look like when they
see their death mask.
She can see their
she calls
death
it.
mask.
Yeah.
The twist. It leads to the twist of the movie, because whenever she touches Detective, the reason she falls in love with him is because she sees that they're cuddling.
Yeah, they're
and
together.
They're together and they're peaceful. Oh, this will work out nicely. Completely forgetting how her own psychic powers work. Like you can see the twist of this movie coming a mile away,
but every time
it's such a dark ending, you just assume they won't go there, because what screenwriter in his right mind would kill off our really sympathetic, distressed psychic character?
She may be clairvoyant, but I don't know how bright she is, because when she does see like the death masks, or sorry, them cuddling, they're cuddling in like dark dead soil.
Yeah, they're on soil. They're just lying.
Everything's gonna work out just fine.
They're lying on the ground.
Here's our peaceful future.
Maybe we're gonna live on a farm or something.
Yeah, we're camping.
In a suit and fancy dress.
Yeah.
So the only reason she falls in love with him is because she has visions of them being happy together, but she's really just seeing their dead bodies.
Yes.
With a mixture of Stockholm syndrome.
Right. Yeah. So then the detective visits the costume store, and like we mentioned, this is the first time we see this old lady, and she just happens to have the exact murder mask.
Who do you want to be? A warlock? Or how about the Tin Man? Yes, you'd make a fine Tin Man. Or a detective? Detective Sam Spade. Secret agent, perhaps.
I am a detective.
That's the director's wife. It's the only excuse for this.
I've been vetting people up.
This nonsense.
If they were to do a reboot of this, I would cast Tilda Swinton in her role.
Ooh. You could cast Tilda Swinton in everything. It's
In
like
this
Suspiria.
movie?
She'd be
She's
James
so
Dugan.
good.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's right.
She played an old man in
That's true.
Suspiria. She could do it. I'd watch an old Tilda Swinton version of Through Dead Eyes.
She has to watch like years and years of Star Trek to get down the character.
She's wearing a green sock on one of her fingers so they can digitally remove it.
No, she actually enlists in the military and goes to war and loses one of her fingers in battle.
There's a nice cute touch when they go into the costume store, and the first thing you see on the wall on the right hand side when they go in are completely inaccurate Star Trek uniforms.
I think that was, I don't even think that was an Easter egg. I think those were probably just there.
Is there a William Shatner mask, or was it a joke? Star Trek.
I missed it!
Yeah. What if they have the Mike Myers mask?
I bet you James Doohan was just like, I don't want a fucking Shatner mask in that store.
But he wanted the
He
Star
wasn't
Trek
on set when
uniforms?
they filmed that. He was on set for one day.
It was
No, it wasn't a set, it was his living room.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
She's an eye patch. It's more like the toxic event.
She did it. And she seems odd and off, and she's probably the killer.
Well, it turns out she's the killer, and she's also James Doohan's wife.
Oh God.
She's the costume star.
The
Oh.
Oh my god.
Yikes.
Oh my god.
Oh
god.
Anytime my character talks about their wife, and for multiple scenes you don't
Never
see
see
her.
her.
I think he's just embarrassed to talk about his wife because she works in a costume store.
And also, she's a murderer.
This is how
And
you...
she's embarrassed to talk about him because she's
James-
married to
James-
Star Trek Scotty.
That's terrible. She's lording it over Walter Koenig's wife.
Did she have any family? Family? Would family let a girl paint her face like an Indian? Would family let a young and attractive girl wear jeans so tight? That's the problem. There are no restraints. No one holds back.
This is amazing.
Are you his girlfriend?
Are you a slut? A slut strangler.
She looks like Dana Carvey in The Master of Disguise.
The turtle?
Yeah.
But then, yeah, that's when we discover she's the killer and she's wearing the stupid mask, and
Yeah.
it's comical once she puts it on.
Yeah, and then she uses her Darth Vader hands.
Yeah,
Chokes,
she's
chokes the
unnaturally-
clairvoyant to death.
He's unnaturally strong.
I'm right here. Toxic Avenger is shaking me.
It's not explained at all. She's unnaturally strong, and at one point the detective breaks in or comes into his, and she throws him across the room into the wall.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, where does she get the strength from?
Who'd have thought this movie would end with a healthy young man struggling to beat up James Doohan's elderly wife?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, hit her with a Lipton tea bag.
Drown her in the sink. Yeah! But the psychic says, no, wait, stop. I don't see her death mask. She isn't allowed to die.
She's not going to die, I guess.
Right.
Even if you continue to drown her?
So she only sees the death of,
The two of them.
Oh my god!
Yeah, and she's burying two bodies in the daytime.
In the cemetery.
And every time it cuts to them, it's like clearly night with like bad lighting. Like,
Did there just happen to be like a freshly dug grave? Like there's a headstone.
it was in a dream too. The tombstone is aged beyond belief. It looks like it's been there for 100 years.
Maybe she dug up the previous corpse.
Maybe she dug up her own corpse.
What?
There's a tombstone there that's clearly like
Been there for a while. She's dug up
hundreds
a
of
grave.
years, and there's like a new hole, like a new grave dug.
She might just tossed it somewhere.
Broad daylight.
Out the window of a moving
Yeah,
car.
in
Why
broad
not?
daylight.
The previous body is directly under them.
Yeah,
She didn't dig all the way.
There you
Oh.
go.
Okay.
You
So
fixed
it
the
was-
plot.
There you go. So it's like,
This movie is flawless when you think about it.
They've thought of everything.
so the grave she dug is 4 feet under. And after she's done her cemetery duties, she arrives back home.
This is the exciting moment where James Doohan has the gun, which is
Yeah.
on the back of the box.
You swore to me. I protected you, and you swore you'd stop.
We're in love.
What about the others? Were they in love?
They would have been. They would have been in love.
God. And this acting scene between the two of them is they're really.
It's a combination of somebody overacting and somebody just wanting to nap.
You.
Who said it should have been a John Waters movie?
Yeah, her performance in that scene is I think Mike mentioned that. It's like something right out of a John Waters film. It's beautiful.
Is a perfect thing. A perfect thing in the eyes of God. Those others are sinners. They've been cleansed. We are a perfect thing in God's eyes. In my eyes. Go home to your mother. Doesn't she ever watch you? Tell her this isn't some communist daycare
Wow, to your mother,
It
you
becomes
dirty
most of the movie kind of
slut.
Dull. Like, it's not horrible. It's dull and it's stupid. But her performance in that scene really pushes it over
Like
the
it should have
edge.
been a creep show bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This whole story should have been a shorter creep show bit.
So. Maybe she shouldn't have worn those glasses. or married James Doohan.
Like we've just spent like an hour and a half discussing the first two movies.
Oh no.
And we're gonna trim the fuck out of that because we're gonna talk about Neil Breen now.
I don't know if there's as much to talk about with this movie as there has been in the past. This is almost like, okay, now we get it a little bit.
It's probably the most coherent Neil Breen movie we've ever gotten. You know what?
Is that sarcasm?
No!
No, it
I
is.
vaguely know what happened in this movie.
Yeah.
He's blossoming as a storyteller, Neil Breen.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying this movie, Neil Breen is becoming the best storyteller that Neil Breen can be.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
I think Neil Breen's brain needs to be donated to science.
Yeah, they need to study him.
While he's still alive.
Yeah.
I was only saying what every 48 seconds.
Yeah.
What?
AI will reach a level of self-awareness, and able to consider complicated thoughts and have sensations. The final human invention, AI, artificial intelligence.
Thank you for clearing that up.
You know, they say like films are kind of like a look into the filmmaker's mind.
Yeah.
In some respect, and you just look into it. It's just madness.
Yeah.
Like you could go mad. You could drive yourself crazy, looking for answers.
The Force's advancements in AI far surpassed anything on Earth.
It was increasingly robotic humanoids.
Synthetic brain power.
I have no brain power.
Twisted Pair is a movie about Kale and Cade, two twins.
Kato Kalin? What?
Kale and Cade.
Okay.
Two brothers who I think were abducted by aliens and turned into some kind of AI human hybrid.
I knew it was Kale. Why haven't you?
It's pretty good.
Which I don't even, right off the bat, I don't understand that. How are they AI? They're still humans.
Well, like this is some alien intelligence AI.
I don't
thing
think he
that-
understands what AI is.
No, he doesn't. The aliens took him and his twin brother, who was also him,
right,
when they were young, and like turned them into super AIs, but they're also still human. So they're humanoid.
Yeah, he refers to himself as humanoid.
Even though a humanoid is something that resembles a human being.
Well, that describes Neil Breen.
Yes, exactly.
Did you see his hair?
Yeah.
That is not human hair.
No, that's gorilla hybrid humanoid.
They transplanted. That's something they didn't mention in the movie. Is that the aliens transplanted gorilla hair onto his head?
It's dry straw.
Here's the interesting thing about
the best part is. The best performance in the movie is his hair in the scene where the wind is blowing.
Well, it's so tense because you don't know if the hair is gonna blow off his head or not.
Yeah. I can't take it.
It's just, oh God, the hair is just struggling to stay on his head.
It's gonna blow down the street like a newspaper.
The movie's called Twisted Pair. I always imagine like if you're gonna that person's really twisted. It's like they go strangling cats or something at night. That's an example.
That's Neil Breen's autobiography.
No, but that's like an example of someone that's twisted. But in this movie, they're both just kind of boring assholes. They're just boring. Like, what is this guy doing? He's going to community college every night and wandering around.
sneaking around.
In the context of the movie, it's not a community college, though.
No, in my context,
In the context of the movie, it's a restaurant. It's a government building.
It's an alleyway.
It's an alleyway, and it's all just on that same front step area.
It's a universe that is entirely comprised of abandoned community college campuses. It's the entire universe this movie takes place in.
Okay.
Because at one point they show the background and there's 2 fucking moons.
You are so incredibly brilliant.
So incredibly brilliant.
What planet is this on?
It's like the end of Mandy.
Yeah, it's really weird. Except that's in the middle of the movie.
Yeah.
And it's just
that one shot. It's never
and
commented on again.
discussed.
Maybe it's like a metaphor for Twisted Pair.
I mean, that is the parallel, and I will say this is his most Lynchian film.
Oh my god!
There's lots of like surreal, like there's the part with what's the
I think David Lynch would say no.
I'll be right here.
Bullshit. Total fucking bullshit.
What's the villain's name that changes actors at one point? Coos. Right. But he goes to Coos' house and it's like a mansion.
Coos is very Lynchian, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, all that stuff where it's like there's a woman wearing butterfly wings or something.
And he has this like artificially lowered voice.
Yeah, they fuck with his voice. That all feels very.
And he's constantly touching his diamond.
Oh, so you come highly recommended. So you're interested in my special art.
The camera's
Are we rolling?
Yeah, we're rolling, Neil. Mr. Breen, we're rolling.
Yes, I'm interested.
He's got a bowl.
He's constantly petting his diamonds. He's not even just like stroking them. It's not
costume jewelry.
Yeah, he has a bowl of
plastic
diamonds
dollar store diamonds
that he carries around with him everywhere.
Coos' empire is planning the takeover of the Earth.
And then he also has 3 sentient ceramic cats.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah, so that, and then also the idea that there's the doppelganger thing. That's a repeated thing in David Lynch's stuff.
Yeah. There's something weird about those cats because they keep rotating.
They keep changing
And you know
like
that-
configuration.
It reminds me. I just wonder if Neil Breen like heard about that thing that happened in that museum. I think it was in Britain or something. And there was this. I don't know if it was a cat statue, but there was a statue, and security cameras would capture it rotating occasionally.
Ooh.
And then they come in the next day and we'd see it like rotated like 90 degrees or something.
Was Neil Breen behind it?
No, it turned out it was like construction or something outside. But
Oh,
I almost wonder if that's where he got the idea. But
Zach Baggins
Yeah.
came in and did a show.
They edited out the construction noise across the street.
Big jackhammers.
It's like for Neil Breen's next movie. I wonder if those cats are on eBay right now.
Oh, crowdfunding.
But there is the dual sort of thing going on with the 2 brothers.
Who am I? What am I? What's happened to us?
And then you have the 2 brothers sort of, love scenes. And
Well, they have parallel lives.
they have parallel lives
Yeah.
and they have parallel love interests. And the first one is him following a woman to her house.
This is really creepy.
Well, he bumps into her in front of the homeless man and his rubber rats.
Yeah, that was great.
No.
Yeah.
Those are fake rubber rats.
Wait, what?
The
rubber rats.
Rubber rats next to the.
It's supposed to look like a filthy alley,
the
so
scene
he put
called for a
rubber
dark
rats.
alley.
That's his friends. That's the homeless man's friends.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
I got it.
No. Here, let me get that for you.
Hey, shoot.
Wait, it's my fault. It's my fault, really. I apologize.
Leave me alone.
Let me make it up to you.
No.
He acts like he
Well,
just
that's
met
the
her,
point.
and he's being a real fucking creeper
Yeah.
who won't leave her alone.
He's like, no, hey, you want to go out for a drink? And she's like, leave me alone, you creep, whatever. And then she walks home and he starts following her.
I'm gonna hurt you now. You're mine now. I'll teach you to ignore me. You were supposed to meet me at 8. Bitch. You can't fight me.
Why is that painting there?
This looks like a scene from Three's Company.
Bitch.
Is this real?
Bitch.
Is this really happening?
out it's just a game they were playing.
But then it gets even worse. He kind
Yeah,
of
but
attacks
before
her.
before that, yeah, he he attacks her and she smashes like a painting over his head.
How often do they roleplay, and how many paintings has she broken over his head?
Maybe he called her beforehand and said, did you make that painting out of balsa wood and painting frame and because I hit me over the head with it. And then I'm gonna call you bitch 3 times.
Bitch.
But you don't know.
Is it part of the appeal that they have to pretend to not know each other in front of homeless people? Is that a part of it?
Yeah. And in front of rubber rats.
Rubber rats. So he's 2 rubber rats by the homeless guy, and we don't know, is the homeless guy crazy and just has these rubber rats, or is Neil Breen using them as props?
Thinks they're supposed to be.
Well,
this is
pretending that they're supposed to be real
in
rats.
his mind, that scene is like a filthy alleyway.
Right.
That's the idea.
But
That's
it's
how
a
it's.
very clean community college
But
campus.
it's the front steps of the community college where the entire fucking movie is filmed.
The very new community college they just built last year, and it's pristine.
Yeah.
Here's the money I got from you.
Give me the package.
That's our damn money.
Get away from me.
This is for both of us.
Was he trying to do some weird contrast with his evil side?
Well, we get that contrast because we get a really similar scene with Cade.
Kale.
And they're like passing out
Kill,
drugs
like what a
and stuff
vegetarian would eat, which makes it evil.
But they have like a weird fight scene, but it's real because they're both strung out on drugs apparently.
What the hell are you doing?
I don't even want you anymore. All we want is the drugs and the money.
Straighten up. We're both fucked up.
I don't care. I don't want you
And like he pushes her off the bed. This comic slapstick like roll
Well, he
off the
smacks
bed.
her, and then she just kind of awkwardly rolls off the bed.
Yeah.
But he tries to smack her and then catches some of the wine bottles.
I'm wondering if you actually hear the sound effect, but when she smacks him, she just like catches his hoodie.
But this is like his version of what like an alcoholic, drug addicted couple relationship would be like.
They just have tons of bottles and pills, like
Lots of
alcohol
wine.
bottles, and yeah. It's like a student film or something.
Yeah,
that scene.
it's like
in every aspect of like whether it's that or other acting aspect. Neil Breen just seems to be like constantly impersonating a human being,
Yeah.
as opposed to representing a human being.
Yeah.
I trust you completely.
Oh no, please don't.
It's like he doesn't know how to impersonate a human being. It's just
Well,
like,
that's because he's above human beings. That's the running thing through all of his movies is that
That's
he's
true.
here to teach us our
I'm the
evil
weapon.
ways.
I am the weapon.
Yeah, I'm the best that's ever existed.
He's got a messiah complex.
Yeah, I mean that's every one of his movies.
Yeah.
But that's what the weird thing about this is like, is he starting to be conflicted about that, and that's why
Yeah.
he developed this other character. The only one that can take down Neil Breen is another Neil Breen.
Well, I'd say that because I thought they were going to have a fight at the end. They never have a fight. What's going on here is like, it's actually kind of interesting, really, because Double Down, he's just the badass.
Yeah.
It's fantasy Neil Breen, and then you get like to Pass Through, the last one we watched.
Yeah.
And he still thinks very highly of himself, but like the crazy has started to creep in.
I've eliminated 300 million humans from the planet today. In human terms, I have killed them all. These were humans that were harmful to other humans.
He takes a dark turn in that movie where he just comes across as a guy who wants to see the world burn.
Right. Yeah.
And in here, in Twisted Pair, it's like he started to become self-aware of that.
Yeah.
And so he took all of the negative aspects of his own personality that he's developing. It's like, that's just a separate character
He's
now.
trying to like exercise it.
He's
yeah.
trying. It's like he's trying to exercise his crazier thoughts.
It's like Superman 3, where he has like the evil version.
He's not self-aware as a filmmaker.
No.
Yeah.
But it's like he's becoming self-aware that he's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, he does have the Messiah complex, but in Pass Through as well as this movie, he also has apparently a real connection to animals.
While developing further and further in a humanoid state over the years.
Is he supposed to be petting it?
Yes, look, he's nuzzling.
He's touching the stump.
He's nuzzling it.
Because he's petting the stump.
But not enough of one to actually be there with the animal.
Yeah,
it's just badly
I think more than that, he has a connection to green screen.
Yeah, he has
Good morning. Have a nice day.
He uses a lot of stock footage that he kind of integrates himself into.
A lot. I mean, that was what stood out to me the most in this movie. Is it's like he just discovered Shutterstock.com.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like he just discovered that stock footage is a thing that exists.
Yeah, like the army guys, where he's like,
"Oh,
go that way,"
which has nothing to do with the rest of the movie. I guess that's just to establish that he is like a savior.
Follow me. They can't hurt me. You won't get hurt. Follow me.
He has to be self-aware at this point, right?
That is a question that we all cannot answer.
This is too much. He's overplayed his hand.
No.
Rich, you underestimate crazy.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Whoa! Well, he's the super badass made by the aliens to be super badass, and then he works with some kind of agency that he may or may not be the head of, and the aliens may or may not be a head of,
Yeah.
to fight all of the evil in the world.
Yeah.
Which his brother was also created to fight all of the evil in the world, but didn't do it quite so good.
And then had his powers removed, and then became an
But
alcoholic
his brother,
drug addict.
even though isn't good at fighting evil, still fights evil by kidnapping corporate guys who are very just blunt and honest about the evil things they do.
I knew this was going to come back to bite it.
The stolen cars.
Millions embezzled from charities.
All the politicians we've been paying off.
Oh, we've been paying politicians off for years.
I was getting passed through flashbacks at that part.
Yeah. And then their corpses multiply.
I think that's just supposed to be other people that he's killed.
We think.
But he just copy pasted the same 3 people over and over.
Speaking about pasted, there's a lot of like phony mustache.
Yeah. I mean, man, and you can see the spirit gum kind of bleeding through.
Well, that's what I was saying. It looks like Scotch tape.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
so
it's like
it's
the
very
light
shiny.
is constantly shining off it, and there's 2 characters that have this.
Oh wait, Mike's not here. It's like Spock.
Oh.
in the mirror universe.
Well, that's the creepy part is you have the other guy, the businessman or whatever with the fake mustache.
Yeah.
And then later we have another character played by the same actor from that scene.
Yeah.
He plays another character later in the movie, and he's wearing clearly that same mustache, which means like they just reused that same disgusting mustache. Like, ew.
He's a master of reusing everything he can.
Oh
Yeah, I was gonna say Neil Breen doesn't cut out anything. He just reuses stuff to get the movie longer.
Dialogue, scenes, shots,
eagles,
everything he can.
We use the special effects over and over too, like the jump. Even when he's falling down, he jumps up.
And you go back to bed.
Immediately.
This is how,
And sleep now.
This is how humans go back to bed.
Well, they just collapse.
Oh yeah, that's a great moment where it's like Neil Breen didn't know that. Like it's like he doesn't even understand what sleep is because he doesn't. It's not like, oh, I woke up, I'm startled, I'm gonna go back to sleep. It's like he has narcolepsy and he just passes out. It's just like boom.
It's like somebody switched his power off.
Sleep now.
Do you remember when, like, I don't know, it was like Microsoft or Google, like they tried to have like the chat bot they tried to teach to communicate with people? Is that Neil Breen?
They should vocalize the little Clippy guy with Neil Breen's voice. It looks like you're having trouble here.
Oh man.
What do you want? How can I help you?
What if you could do like text to speech, but you could get it in like Neil Breen. You could get an article like read to you in Neil Breen's voice.
It'd be great if there was like a novelization of Twisted Pair. I would buy that and read it just to like
It's just literally just you just randomly bang on a keyboard.
No, it's like
It's just separate words. Technology.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence.
Now the novelization to
Cyborg warfare. Is that a thing?
Biological DNA.
Biological cybernetic warfare. What does he say?
I bought the novelization of Twisted Pair. It just says, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
Over and over.
It goes on for like 700 pages.
you would find the novelization of Twisted Pair on Amazon, be like buy it right away, and you open it up and it's all lorem ipsum. Anyone? No? Fuck!
I'm ending this.
Where am
There's just
I?
sped up.
How
It is
am
sped it
I?
up. Look at all the.
These are just shots that he already had that he's just using again.
Why are my students dropping out?
It is?
Stop the cyber war.
Oh God.
Woo! Here it goes.
That actually looked good. Yeah, the hair was.
It's like the hair and it's like
It was something.
motion blur.
Fucking scraggly hair was flying in the wind.
Not my community college.
Kate Altair. Kate Altair.
Oh, thank Christ! So return. I can't see. I can't wait to see more adventures of Cade.
We didn't understand what happened, buddy. Like, we're so
What's that?
excited
He
for
didn't have enough
everything.
material for one movie,
Oh,
but
I
he's
know.
coming back for another.
Bradstein played Detective.
He did it twice. He copy pasted.
Astro Eagle is Eagle. Detective.
Actually, the
Astro
eagle gets a credit.
Eagle. Astro Eagle.
The eagle. Eagle, played by Eagle.
Astro gets a credit before Coos does. Oh my God.
How does an eagle get a credit from Stockford?
It's in his contract.
The name is Eagle.
Well, that's a good thing. So, or is it a good thing? What is it? The story of Cade returns? Or-
I guess he fell in love with this character that he created for himself because he wants to have him return.
Hey, we all fell.
I just hope.
Who wasn't heartbroken when he had to murder his girlfriend?
Oh, yeah, right.
Did that happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they shot each other.
It was only business.
What?
Had to do it.
Right. That's like Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Good thing this lazy boy's here.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should pull from off camera another.
Let me
frame
die on the
painting.
chair, bitch.
Bitch.
But it's already been established that he's like a super being, and that.
Did you say a super being or a super breeing?
Being, super being.
Super breeing? Super
Clearly, he's
breeing.
a super breed.
But he can't be killed, so she tries to shoot him.
Yeah, but a sequel could be good. What, you know,
We have so many unanswered questions.
if Neil Breen's watching, I just hope that you film it at Nevada State College again. No, I hope the sequel is like full of like the classrooms are full of students, just like who is this guy and what is he doing? So like him doing a lecture about making blockbusters.
Except he wasn't scheduled to make a lecture. He just walks into the
Yeah.
room and starts talking.
Everyone's very confused.
Who wants to work on film? Why do you want to work on film?
Everyone has the right to be loved. Everyone has the right to love and peace. I'll be right here.
Bullshit.
Well, this is
Oh,
the
no,
one
please.
where
No.
we gave best of the worst. Colin, what is best of the worst?
I've got to give it to Twisted Pair. I think that's just the most entertaining movie of the evening. Followed, I would say, by The Instructor.
Jim?
Well, these two movies have really bad artifact and quality. You know, they were shot a long time ago. The quality just isn't there. The quality isn't here either. But it's a newer movie, so it's easier to watch. These movies here are people acting badly. Neil Breen isn't acting badly. He's impersonating human beings, which is terrifying. So I'm going with Twisted Pair.
Rich?
Well, you know, there was some strong competition tonight. Some really, really solid competition. But, you know, Neil Breen is just at the top of his game. He's the man is untouchable. He's on a hot streak right now. Neil Breen is the Michael Jordan of bad cinema.
I know you're being sarcastic about it being competition, but I enjoyed all three of these movies.
I'm actually not being sarcastic. Like, we watched 3 quality, terrible movies.
Yeah, I think we were kind of bored through Dead Eyes, but
yeah,
I really enjoyed it. I mean, it's terrible, but it's like I could see the alternate universe version of that, where it's like a Dario Argento film, and it works.
Yeah, for sure.
And then The Instructor is just the second half of that movie.
It's just insanity.
It's a crowd pleaser, as they say.
I think most other nights, Burt Pesci would have ran away with it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Awkwardly ran away with
really
it.
fast.
But yeah, I mean, Twisted Pair, it's almost like you have to, like, Neil Breen is almost beyond best of the worst at this point.
I was kind of saying,
it's like he's always going to win.
Yeah, we kind of saw that, and I'm thinking we could just have the discussion just about that.
Yeah. So if we were to take that out of the equation,
yeah,
I would probably go with Through Dead Eyes, but
I would say The Instructor.
Really?
Big time.
yeah. I enjoyed Through Dead Eyes. Like I said, I can see what it could have been.
I would say Three Dead Eyes too, because the ending really was a twist.
Yeah.
Like if it was a more competent movie, that would just blow me away.
Like it was incredibly stupid, but we were engaged throughout, like trying to figure out the mystery. We were like, what is stupid enough for this movie? And it was stupider than that.
It's amazing that a shitty movie can still like hold you captive to like figure out the whodunit quality of it. And,
yeah.
I think everything else about the movie for me was just so dull.
Too boring.
Just dull.
Yeah.
And you've got two really
detective's terrible.
Really unlikable protagonists. That are...
Well, if it's between the other two, it's a tight race. It really is. But Burt Pesci and that amazing chase scene wins out.
This is that. Yeah, and The Instructor is like classic good bad movie stuff.
Nothing in this movie ever reaches the high.
No, I was just more genuinely engaged by like the story kind of Through Dead Eyes, but The Instructor is like
you didn't like the story of The Instructor.
The mystery.
I don't know what the fuck the story was, but I was entertained.
It's fascinating that you could have a mystery movie with one suspect and there's still a red herring.
The only red herrings were at the craft service table. And James Doohan was shoving them in a duffel bag to take home. Yeah, he ate them all.
Oh, poor James Doohan.
Where'd the red herrings go? James Doohan ate them all. James Doohan ate them all. It's a murder mystery. What do we do? What do we do?
So yeah, we narrowed it down to these 3. That's great. I think we got a good selection this year. We don't want to end up with like another haunted ween like last year. Ooh. I blame that on excessive drinking. And not just being responsible. We don't talk about that anymore. Yeah, no, I think it'll be good.
That's really nice. I like that one. I like the demon stuff in that one.
Yeah, yeah, it looks neat. Rich, come on. Like, I know it's Halloween and you want to goof around, but we got to shoot the episode, so let's be a little more professional here, okay?
Alright, so what's after this one?
Oh, and then there's Shark Exorcist, which that one should be pretty good, yeah.
No!
Well, Jack, happy Halloween.
Oh, it's my favorite time of year. Candy and costumes
And coldness, all the C's, all my favorite C's.
And crap, which is what we're going to watch today.
Oh, I get it.
Our first movie is Jacko. I remember seeing this at the video store all the time growing up, but I've never seen it. But it was recommended to us by Pat and Oswald because it's Cameron Mitchell's last film.
Oh no.
So,
I
yeah.
almost feel like we can't. Like, once we watch this, we know where it ends.
We have to save this for the last best of the worst.
Ever.
That could be this.
This is it. This is it. You made it to the last best of the worst. Congratulations, everyone. What a fantastic cover. The legend of Jacko is all but forgotten to the townspeople of Oakmore Crossing, except in the nursery rhymes of children. Oh, so this is Nightmare on Elm Street kind of thing.
Meets Michael Jackson.
Almost 100 years before, Warlock. Yes, okay, no, that is a warlock.
A warlock or someone named Warlock?
No, a warlock,
Okay.
Walter Mechen, was hung for murder. But before he died, he raised up a fury of a demon creature to take revenge on the unwitting townspeople. Many died before it was destroyed and buried forever.
The creature?
The creature was buried forever 100 years ago.
Okay.
Buried forever. Fun.
So not forever.
Coming back.
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
So we're just brushing over the fact that the movie starts with a warlock?
When a trio of grave robbers.
Grape robbers?
A trio of grape smushers that make wine.
This gave me flashbacks to that famous viral video of the woman stepping on the grapes, remember? You don't know what I'm talking about? Everybody knows that.
Oh, holy shit.
When a trio of grave robbers stumble across Jacko's unmarked grave, they unleash the vengeful monster to continue its bloodthirsty quests.
Pumpkin Monster.
Pumpkin Monster.
Yeah, that's all they needed to say.
Jacko.
What happened to the warlock? Did it say?
He died. Before, oh no, literally he died before he died. I think they said he was hung. They hung him.
Okay.
He might have been hung, but they hung him. Here's the important question. If this is truly Cameron Mitchell's last movie, we gotta start taking guesses. Where is he appearing? Who's he gonna be? Angry cop? I mean, we can only hope.
Well, he'll be angry. I don't know if he'll be a cop. I'm gonna say he'll be man sitting at desk. My prediction is he's going to be in the same desk he was from Demon Cop. Because if this is his last movie, he's not going anywhere.
Did you find that to clarify? I mean, has your mind ceased to believe that which I've shown you?
Cameron Mitchell, he's going to be on the TV. That'll be it. Is he at the desk though?
Love
Yep.
Yes, you're right.
You're so right, Jay.
Is that the same footage from Demon Cop?
It could very well be.
I don't remember exactly what he said, but because he was like a horror host in that too.
Yeah. No, he was researching. He was like a doctor that was talking about the.
But it was done in the style of a horror host.
Doesn't he open the movie though, Demon Cop? Yeah.
Excellent call, Jay. You did it.
So we watched this movie for that.
Well, it's Halloween themed.
No, you know what? This is a good starter. This is the good.
I told you I don't trust.
Okay, Josh.
Oh, hello.
As you know, it's become somewhat of a tradition on Halloween to do a rock and roll themed horror movie.
Yes, it has.
And so I present to you Rock and Roll Nightmare with John Mikel, Thor.
Yes. A hot new rock group, their sexy young girlfriends. It should have been the best time of their lives, but it ended up being a rock and roll nightmare.
Oh my God!
How many more times are we going to use this phrase?
Nickelback concert?
Ooh, close.
Huh?
2000 called. It wants its joke back.
That would be funny if Nickelback wasn't still a band, Mike. They're still out there. Recording some new music in an isolated farmhouse, the band gets more than they bargained for when something horrifying stirs in the darkness. Eternal evil haunts this place, and the band members start turning into demons from hell itself.
Oh my god, that sounds like the other movie we watched last year!
But
made by the same people who made that other movie we watched last year!
Right. But
is it gonna be the exact same movie and
No,
they
no,
just
no.
change the title?
No.
Okay.
After a day of making music and making love, this band is starting to break up one by one, limb by limb.
So the arms like going on a solo.
I think I definitely screwed up my mag.
Left arm solo album, right arm, whatever.
Is this the story of Def Leppard?
I can't get the ATP over.
Coming back at
I can't get the ATP to be higher than like Def and
I'm sorry, Jay.
ATA at the same time. I can't do that. It's literally not possible anymore.
The band's lead singer, John Triton, is John Mickle Thor. John Triton.
Like if your name is John Mickle Thor, just call your character that. That I don't think I can say enough how awesome that name is.
Okay, I'm with you.
Because Mickle Thor sounds like it could be a normal name until you see how it's spelled.
Because it's not John Mickle Thor.
Yeah.
It's John Mickle Thor.
Uh-huh.
Featuring head-banging heavy metal music by rock sensation John Mickle Thor, and some amazing visual and special makeup effects.
Amazing?
I think they're going to be amazing, but probably not in the way they need.
It fucking better be, because they were amazing last year in Black Roses. It's a lot to live up to.
Let's go fucking rock out, man.
I'm down with it, man. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, what? That was my rock and roll air guitar heavy metal thing. Do it again.
Okay, great.
Okay, that's
Between us in my head, I can see the whole thing with split screens, and nothing matches.
Nothing matches really well, obviously.
This is gonna be good.
And then 6 hours. Are they sleeping in a bathtub? Is that a bathtub coffin?
Oh, it's a piano bed. The guy was trying to tell him about earlier.
What is a piano bed?
I don't know.
It's not shaped like a piano or a bed.
It looks like a lambskin bathtub.
It's
Dad! Now it's a comedy?
Oh,
I'm out.
no.
I'm out. Goodbye!
Is this a joke? What?
No, like the rest of the movie has been a joke. This is the real movie.
Yeah. Well, we just had another rock and roll nightmare.
Yes.
And our third film, we found by happenstance. Grabbed it off the shelf, based on the title alone.
We just grabbed the first movie we saw, like literally. What are we gonna get? I don't know.
Well, it had an intriguing title. It's called Shark Exorcist.
Which fortunately was the first movie we grabbed off the shelf.
Okay, so there's a lady with, I guess, shark teeth on the back of the box.
I didn't look at the back of the box. I didn't need to.
So the shark is, I guess, exorcism implies that the shark is possessed by a demon.
Oh no!
So there might be demonic transfer.
Oh no! I know exactly what's gonna happen.
Okay.
We're not gonna get exciting shark attack footage. A shark is going to possess a woman.
Yeah. So the tag is, yeah, there'll be a shark for 2 seconds.
There'll be a shark for 2 seconds,
right.
and then we're gonna get a woman running around with teeth.
Okay.
This is a mistake.
So the tag is Satan has jaws, and a little nice touch on the back. You're gonna need a bigger cross, which is of course a reference to The Exorcist.
was so funny.
I'm just thinking about that one scene in The Exorcist.
And when Father Karras says, we're going to need a bigger cross, right? You're going to need a bigger cross. A demonic nun summons Satan to a small fishing village where he takes
Hi,
over
SE24.
the bodies, great white
This
shark,
is PC,
and also
but
young
it's actually the Dreamcast version emulated.
possession.
Oh, that's weird. Why did we just grab the first movie? Why didn't we do a closer inspection?
A chain reaction of evil grips the tiny community as the shredded bodies wash up and the possessed woman stalks the local populace. A Catholic priest arrives in search of his missing brother, and he must fight both.
What happened?
Well, why the hell is the brother missing?
I don't know.
Is this just an unrelated side plot? Okay.
Well, that's his reason for just showing up into this town, I guess.
I threw my controller away.
Temptation on land and sea in order to send both these man killers back to hell before the devil's tide washes ashore for good. Whew.
This is going to be embarrassing and weird, and at the very least, I'm curious.
I can think of nothing better to do with 70 minutes of my time.
Oh, it's only 70 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Should we go watch the movie now?
I guess so. I kind of like can't move. Like my feet won't move.
I just can't will mine to move.
I think it's
You still here?
reaction.
SE24?
Your self-body is just kicked in. No.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing this anymore.
Like walking into traffic. Like it's like that survival instinct.
Its eyes are already glowing. It's not even evil yet.
As far as CGI sharks go, not bad.
Well, what do you bet that was they bought that though?
Oh, sure, not bad, but you know what was bad? Like the perfectly blue background that was clearly not water.
That's bad.
Yep, my mic works.
It is a real buzzkill.
Yeah, that was the fucking quote.
The more you know.
Normal.
Yeah, what's going on?
This makes the movies better. Look at that ghost. Look at that ghost. There's a ghost.
Oh my god, that's so fucking spooky.
And that big pumpkin.
That's scary. Everything's scary.
What's up with that?
Very
Why is that pumpkin? It's gonna be on a guy and come
That
at
is
me.
roughly the actual size head of Jacko, our first film.
Yeah, that does look like the Jacko.
It does look like it, and it's probably to scale about the same size.
You could put that on your head.
You just need a haysicle, and bad costume, and a bunch of bad actors,
and no scripts,
and a town with 2 streets.
To be fair, I think we counted 3 whole streets, and don't forget the boobs.
Well, there's 2 boobs.
2 boobs, 3 streets, 4 boobs. 4 is a crowd.
Oh yeah, that's right. The one girl, very, very briefly.
Yes.
That was the case of like, here's my boobs. All right, are we done? Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm not sure if I can fix my mag before it reaches 35.
You don't get to tell us about Jacko.
I don't think
You
so.
can tell us about a better movie, Jay.
Yeah.
I think you're more.
I'm pretty sure I screwed that up.
Jacko.
Well, I've been getting the blame for Jacko all day, as if this was my idea.
There's a different man that needs.
What that means is I have to get a new
He
one.
recommended because it was.
And the worst thing is I can't easily get a new one.
Maybe technically it is.
Technically, it's his last credit, but we'll get to that.
Is it possible?
That means I basically have to
The patron saint of Best of the Worst.
Yes.
keep that one for a while
Jacko is a movie about
and
a
just
wizard
start feeding a new
who
one at
creates
some
a
point.
pumpkin monster
and then the wizard
Oh
dies.
my god, this
and then
will
the
be
pumpkin
so
monster dies,
fucking
and then
annoying.
many centuries later, years later,
5 generations later.
5 generations later,
Let's put it like that.
the Pumpkin Man comes back, and the descendant of the wizard has to stop him.
By wizard, I assume you mean like we see a guy doing some magical stuff.
Oh no, we cut to a 17-year-old footage of John Carradine sitting on a log.
Video footage. Cut
video
into this
footage.
film shot film.
Yeah, they didn't even try and color correct it.
No.
Oh, that's footage of John Carradine that was clearly not shot for this movie.
Yeah.
That's like a. Oh, now we know why there's a wizard involved. Because they had footage of John Carradine, in a hood. That is such a weight off my shoulders now, though. Why wasn't it just a pumpkin monster? Why did we need a wizard?
Yeah.
Why do we need a wizard? Oh!
None of it fucking matters.
It's fucking terrible.
And it all takes place in the scariest place of all, Florida. That's when I think of nightmares, I think of Florida.
Pure white trash.
How many meth gators were in this movie?
Especially tiny towns in Florida with only 3 streets and
Yeah.
no businesses.
No, yeah.
It's
No one has anywhere to go.
No, it's entirely residential apart from there's a graveyard and a playground. What? Why is...
Fuck you! He's just there. Fuck you! Why would they running through the jungle, Joe?
The kids, it takes place on Halloween, and the kids have so few places to go that they go back to the same houses.
Like 3 times.
Yeah, they're out trick or treating. And they're like, oh, here's the uppity.
The weird Republicans.
Yeah, they're watching like a proto Rush Limbaugh.
So it's a
show.
Rush Limbaugh imitation, and yeah, the lady has a British accent.
If she were a dog, I'd have a spade.
They're in like a dump of a house.
Their house is pretty trashy. I
Yeah,
think it's
so-
supposed to be a mansion, but they just
I think they're just
didn't
putting
have
on
the
airs.
location. Yeah.
What a load of liberal crap, I tell you. Why should I give my money to the government when they aren't giving me any of theirs?
That's so true. That's what I've always said.
Why is she like an uppity British woman?
Because rich white people,
They just sound like that?
they believe Halloween's a form of welfare. Free candy.
They own the grocery store.
Watch.
Looking for a handout?
Yep, told you.
You want some candy? You want something from me? You pay for it. Got it?
I want to see that character be the sole survivor.
And the lady was like cutting up toast,
Yeah.
like so you could dip it in soft-boiled eggs, like British people do.
No.
Like British people do.
I've never cut toast that way before.
No.
Into little strips.
Unless you're making French toast.
Not all of us can afford fancy French toast.
Well,
Mike.
that's
Or knives.
Ugh, come on.
nasty Americans will cut the bread in half and then.
Well, then we're talking about freedom toast.
sophisticated people.
That's
cut it
that's the
straight.
freedom toast.
Oh,
Red,
okay.
white, and blue powdered sugar, man.
Does anyone remember the Blip days? There was that ad for Denny's that would play before like every Blip video,
No.
where the guy's eating like red, white, and blue pancakes, and they're like, "What does it taste like?" And he's like,
America.
"Back in the days of Blip TV, that was a commercial that aired
Oh,
all the
Lord.
time."
That was a Denny's ad?
No, I think it was Denny's. Yeah.
Red, white, and blue pancakes, huh? What do they taste like? America.
Anyway, I think we're all talking about something other than Jacko.
We're trying to avoid talking about
Because,
Jacko. So what really happens in Jacko?
A bunch of people fuck around.
Yeah.
They just wander around this one neighborhood. They set up all these characters. It's like character after character after character. We're introduced to.
Name them.
I can't name a single fucking character.
We got mom and dad.
Mom and Dad. Sean Kelly, who's the little kid.
The little boy and the dad are the modern day version of the McFly farm
Yeah.
from Back to the Future
The-
3,
yeah,
where
the-
it's the dad and the son played by the same actors.
Yes.
That's the generation.
Well, the kids played
The
by
kids.
The dad is too.
No, because the dad's got the mustache.
Got the dumb mustache. He doesn't have the butt chin.
He's not. He's like a little pudgy Winnie the Pooh man in current time.
Cut to it. See who's right.
I thought in the credits it said the father played the father
believe
as
it's
well.
I don't think it
the kid.
does. I think it's just the kid that has the dual roles.
But anyway, those are characters, and then we're introduced to some more characters.
They
and
did say Tums Festival.
What?
Okay, we have the shower babysitter.
That's Linnea Quigley, the big actor in the movie. Yeah.
And then we have Linnea Quigley's sister, motorcycle boyfriend.
That's the fourth one. We didn't realize those were connected.
What? Why is there filth everywhere?
Well, the first chunk of characters is our little Harry Potter kid.
No.
No.
And his two friends, bully boy and girl.
This is what they used to do to witches. They threw rocks at them, tied them up, and burned them. Bobby, don't!
So, here's the other thing about this movie. They live in a very dangerous neighborhood. You know it's very dangerous because even though the parents are in the garage, they need to hire a babysitter to watch their kid in the house.
Yeah. To go around trick-or-treating all 3 streets with him.
Well, that was the frustrating thing about it, is we were like, okay, this is so fucking simple.
Yeah.
We have Pumpkinhead monster, demon,
He's
come
set
back
up.
from the dead, to go around and kill all these characters we've been introduced to.
Why is it a pumpkin head?
Because Halloween?
Yeah. Do pumpkins even grow in Florida?
It is a monster. It's not an actual pumpkin. So
That's a question though I have. Like,
Go ahead and tell us, Internet. We'll totally look at your comments.
I don't know.
I mean, I assume they like get pumpkins for Halloween.
it's a tropical climate. And
Yeah.
pumpkins
Well,
are
pumpkins
like,
are everywhere in the U.S., but I don't know if they grow them there. Maybe I have to pull them down from one place.
well, sure.
I don't know.
It just doesn't seem like a story or a legend that would originate
No.
in a tropical climate.
Sure.
Coconut head.
You think more of a like alligator head?
Yeah, coconut head, meth head.
Hey, that's what we're working on the current ones now. Yeah,
plenty of those
We gotta wait another 20 years, and then meth head's gonna be in the story
I
tradition.
mean, pumpkins don't grow in the summer; they grow in the fall.
Right.
And fall typically happens in the Midwest, in the above a tropical climate region.
Happening right now.
I'm just saying, I don't think pumpkins grow in Florida.
Mike,
I don't know.
I think you've
If you're a Floridian,
go fuck yourself.
put down the meth, stop your shopping cart in the Walmart, and get on your phone and send us a message to let
That's
us know
everywhere, Mike.
if pumpkins grow in Florida, because I don't think they do. I just don't think they do.
This is an important.
No, it needed to be the whole fucking head, you lazy son of the bitches.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing, when they get killed, it's very anticlimactic. It's very disappointing.
Yeah. But we know that Jacko is free.
Yeah, Jacko's back and he's gonna wander around. He'll go to the Republican's house and then
leave.
And then he'll leave and he'll go to the main character's house and then he'll leave and go back to the Republican's house.
He'll have real trouble killing people.
Yeah, that's the thing. You set up your killer and then he doesn't kill anybody for a long time.
And even the kills we do get are weak as shit. Like, you know, a lot of slit necks or like.
There was one decapitation. They can only afford one head prop.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
Yeah, there you go. We were just saving it for later. Nice.
All right.
Oh, Nicolas Cage, why?
But the best death in the movie was an accident, and Jacko wasn't responsible for it. We have the Republican lady, the fake British lady. We established, they set it up. It's like a Final Destination film, where it's like, oh, she's slipping on her carpet. She touches her toaster, and I guess lightning comes out of it.
It's to remind you that a toaster is an electrical appliance.
Yes, otherwise you wouldn't know.
Just in case you're an alien.
They don't have a gas-powered toaster.
Just in case you're an alien or forgot.
So they set that up, and then the Jacko kills her husband, and she runs back into the house, and then we get the payoff.
Oh, come on!
Wait, what?
They tried to do an ironic thing.
What the fuck
Is he skeleton?
Oh, I guess my work here is done.
He just goes, oh, this is awkward.
So you should have like shrugged. Like if you're gonna do something that stupid, have him just be like, oh.
It wasn't supposed to be stupid. It was supposed to be scary.
That guy's wielding a 6 to 8 foot long haysicle with double handle blade action.
Big bad.
And you know, he has more range of motion than Michael Myers with the butcher knife.
Yeah.
He's got at least 8 to 12 feet of range of motion with this haysicle. and he can't do jack shit with it.
No, he uses that shit as a shovel.
That's embarrassing.
That's right, yeah, he's burying the kid.
It's downright embarrassing.
Yeah.
The movie is embarrassing.
Yeah. Oh, little dummy.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Oh.
At least they knew not to hold on it for too long.
Yeah, they used just the right amount of frames.
Yeah.
And now we have to talk about Cameron Mitchell.
And Patton. Let's go through our timeline here. Exorcist.
Yeah.
Jay and Josh talk about Exorcist.
Okay.
Exorcist 3. Starring George C. Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
George C. Scott played General Patton.
Yes.
Patton Oswalt named
after General Patton. That's true.
Patton Oswalt recommended Jacko.
Yeah.
The final film of Cameron Mitchell. And tonight we watch Jacko.
Here's the thing.
I don't think
there's a link.
You know you guys were talking
dating back 6 videos.
All right. I don't quite follow you
I don't
there.
follow you at all.
But here's the thing. When you guys were talking in the intro. You guys were talking
Why
in the
did you
intro.
follow me? There's
Because
a
that makes no
podcast.
fucking sense, Mike. Come on. Come on.
Basically, what Mike's saying is check out this link to the other Red Letter Media videos.
Yeah, follow the links down below and be sure to smash that like button.
Comments, ring the bell so you get the notifications.
Exorcist 2. Exorcist
Oh, we gotta
1.
go way back to like 2 years ago.
Exorcist 2 has Pazuzu in it. Pazuzu begins with a P. Patton begins with a P. That's a connection, I guess.
George C. Scott.
Patton was a...
George C. Scott was hit in the groin by a football.
Ow, my God.
Ow, my groin!
I want to scare you off. I want you to sit back. Welcome to my asylum forest.
Oh!
I don't want to scare you off. I want you to sit back and observe.
It's the same footage from
Demon Cop.
Demon Cop.
It's the same. Yeah, at first because we see him, he's like a horror movie host. The little kids watching him on TV, and at first it's like, oh, they shot it in his room, in his den. There's that lamp, but then we see it again later, and he has. It's the exact same footage from Demon Cop.
and it's even the exact same line. He
Yeah,
he
that's what-
mentions
it's the
like,
same. Yeah.
He mentions like the asylum of madness
Yeah.
or whatever. It's word for word the same line.
The question is, what was that footage originally shot for? Right. It wasn't shot for Demon Cop because nothing was originally shot for Demon Cop.
It could just be a thing where it's like a failed project. I got 10 minutes of
Like a
him
Bela Lugosi
reading.
Plan
Yeah.
9 thing. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you guys footage.
These are the files of the damned. The stories of those poor, depraved souls.
Overall, Jacko.
Yeah, I will not
serious
kill this
biopic
thing.
About Kennedy's
I
death
will
and
not
everything.
be able to kill this
It's pretty
thing.
good though, right? It's pretty good.
No, no, no.
I know I messed it up on the original delivery. but-
No, it's good.
I was working it out.
Yeah, no.
Jackie O.
Jackie O. That's the
Oh,
joke.
Jesus Christ.
That's on him. That's on him.
That's on him.
No,
Yeah.
but
Thanks,
I'm with
John.
Rich. It's a bit of a stretch.
Jackie O. Jackie O. Jackie Onassis. Come on, people.
All right, so that was Jack. We got anything else we want to hit on that?
Nope.
It sucked.
It sucks. Fucking sucks.
So next,
yes,
next we have our rock and roll horror movie that we always do every single year
It's
of
tradition.
the Halloween. We've done it since the beginning.
Have we?
Absolutely.
I think there's 1 or 2 years where we didn't. But
Shut
That
up,
was-
100%.
that was dumb.
We've done it every year.
That was a mistake.
So Josh, as our resident music expert, can you please try to unwrap Rock and Roll Nightmare?
The only man in America right now wearing a Danzig t-shirt.
Oh, that can't be true.
I bet Danzig is wearing a Danzig t-shirt.
Exactly. It's me and Glenn. Rock and Roll Nightmare seems like a terrible parody of horror movies for about 50 minutes, and then we find out why.
that's true.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, well, first of all, who is John Michael Thor?
He's a metal musician who had a band called Thor. He basically his thing was that he was a big muscle man.
There's lightning in my eyes.
he lived to rock.
Yeah. There's a documentary about it.
Yes. So at the beginning of Rock and Roll Nightmare, there's a family that lives in a farmhouse, and they're getting up for the morning, shaving and making breakfast, and all of a sudden the mom opens up the fridge, and there's something in there.
Is she in the oven?
She opened the fridge.
She did open the fridge.
Oh my god! It's a Halloween store prop! Ah!
You got me.
What?
Yeah!
I don't know what any of that was.
That's
but
great.
It happened.
A ghost put her in the oven, or a demon.
Something put her in the
Wait, was that supposed to be the wife of the oven?
I think
so. I thought it was supposed to be a monster.
No, the wife got put in the oven.
No, because she opened the fridge.
Even though she opened the fridge.
That's where the demon came from.
Oh.
She opens up the fridge.
Yeah. Well, that's what makes it confusing.
And it's the first appearance of Gozer. It said its name was Gozer.
Look at all the junk food.
There is no Dana, only Farm Mom.
A lot of the creatures in this movie look like haunted house props.
They're pretty bad.
They're not good.
I'd say they look like Fraggle Rock props.
It's a little Henson-y feel to a lot of them.
But we do get an incredibly bizarre credit sequence. We get like Evil Dead the House credit sequence.
It seems like basically we've got a cat POV.
What?
Okay. What was any of that? I thought we were going to get a reveal at the end of it.
Just time killer, I guess.
Ontario. USA #1. What?
Sure.
Pick a side!
Oh my god. And there's no payoff for any of it.
No, well, and then the credits are over, and then we cut to Thor driving his van.
Yeah, there's a long montage.
And that
of
goes
the
on
road
for
trip.
fucking 10 minutes, where it feels like, oh, this is the footage that you have your credits rolling over.
Absolutely.
But we already got the credits, so we're just gonna watch a guy drive a van for fucking 10 minutes.
Very long time, and I'm sure that footage of like cat camera was just like testing camera equipment. Like, oh, this will be good B-roll for demon vision.
There's so much in this movie that seems like it was just camera test footage.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Never mind. Don't need that house. It was a cool shot, though.
We had the shot. Just throw it in somewhere.
Do you think he just got like a whole bunch of new camera gear and he's like, yeah, let's do some fun
It's
stuff?
just him testing it in the backyard.
Yep.
Yeah. That was that pull in and zoom out shot.
Yeah.
That they used.
Crane through the tree, do the thing.
These are very cool shots. It's a really nice dolly you got there.
Yep.
Look at how smooth this dolly is.
Still driving.
They're going somewhere.
Oh man, they are getting every dollar.
Damn it.
Ooh, yeah.
Every single.
Yeah, I can do this.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, the van is coming down. We're establishing the house. Van house, van house.
Because we understand cinema, we assumed that these two things would meet up, and they do, because the van pulls up to the house.
Can we talk about the van? I want to talk about the van and the van.
Yeah.
Because the van has a double license plate. One is the Ontario
Come on.
license plate, and below it says "I love America."
USA #1.
USA #1, yeah. Right. And so the premise is that this rock band, presumably from America, has come up to a remote farmhouse in Ontario with a barn, which has been retrofitted or augmented into a recording studio by a major record label, RCA, as a recording studio. Rod Stewart has been there, the Rolling Stones, Alice Cooper, all sorts. And so is the band from America, or as the band crossed over into the border, did they then get an Ontario license plate? Or are these Canadians that are so embarrassed to be Canadians that they have to pretend to be Americans?
You know the barn over there?
Maybe both.
Yeah, big barn there. You know that recording company, RCSA, right? They
Oh,
came
gee.
here with Alice Cooper. Yeah, and they built a recording studio.
Fuck.
24 track with keys. Yeah, I have the keys here. Good. And
Well, I wanted to tell you something though. This is not the first band that's been here.
No, really?
No. We had Bob Stewart here. Yeah. Hey? Oh, yeah. And also there's a room up there.
Yeah.
In that house there.
This is a bit? Why would you put that bit?
I feel like I was watching a Judd Apatow movie.
There are definitely people in the band that have a Canadian accent,
the abodes
and the
and the
girlfriends in
hosts,
particular have a Canadian accent. But did they pick them up on the way?
They might have, yeah.
They might have,
At a
because
truck stop.
They try to establish that house as if it's like in the middle of nowhere, like
Yeah.
an Evil Dead situation. But we see a road and we see cars driving past it all the time.
It's not that far out, obviously. The other thing I need to tweet at John Worster so he can look at this movie and tell me if the drums are period correct. He will know.
Is that the guy who invented the sauce?
No.
Worcestershire. Worcestershire.
That's an English descendant.
Worcestershire. Worcestershire.
It's just a little joke. Relax, everybody. No, you don't need to jump down my throat like some Worcestershire sauce.
All right.
Relax. Jesus. Oh, that's music.
What do you think it was? That was like bacon frying. It's so tinny. I thought it was the sound of the guy cooking. It's like, so there's no like bass in there.
They go and have their first rehearsal.
That's right.
Which is also a recording, I guess.
Yeah, the manager's running tape even though it's a rehearsal. But you know, you wanna Neil Young it. You want to go ahead and run tape at all times just in case the magic happens.
Yeah.
You never know.
That's true.
That's a thing, apparently.
Yeah, and we noticed
Neil Younging it.
Neil Young never rolled tape while he was practicing.
No, he always.
I think you horribly
Oh,
Yeah, the opposite. It's switched.
I thought you were saying he's very naked ladies in there. They always run.
One of the members had a coke problem and had to leave the band.
Yes, then I am saying that.
Oh my god, a coke problem in rock and roll?
No.
There's no coke in this movie. There's no drugs in this
There's no drugs in this movie.
There are
no.
cokes. They're placed upon the...
That's right there.
Yeah, John,
Hanging above the door.
John Nickel Floor can't go right. He can't go right at the end unless he's got a Coca-Cola.
And remember, he places his coke on the little rubbery hand of the monster.
I'm the little penis monster, yeah.
Oh my god, now we're watching a Muppet movie!
So, there is a ton of coke in this movie.
I guess, yeah.
But it's not the coke you would think of with a rock band.
It's a metaphor.
for coke.
For coke. The coke is a metaphor for coke. This whole movie's about drug addiction.
The bare
Because
naked
you know, when
ladies have
someone,
more
you know,
coke.
we're gonna take our friend out to the middle of nowhere, so they can kick the drugs.
That's right, little
Like
detox.
Evil Dead.
Like the Evil Dead remake. Yeah. That's what this movie's about.
It's a little detox, but as it turns out, and so you know
And
what?
at the end, he has to confront his demon.
And he also needs to shed his friends who were part of his old drug lifestyle.
They were a part of the problem.
They were part of the problem. So his friends,
Wow.
he shed his friends and confronted his demons.
Yeah.
Fuck Jay, that kind of worked.
This is a great film.
What? That's the actual monster?
Go Dolphin! Do the thing, please!
What the fuck was that? I was
No! That wasn't enough of the thing. Oh god.
That's his cup.
Yeah.
But it didn't actually vomit anything.
A little bit.
got a little
It's
mold in
fallen
it.
off.
Oh, did it? I
Yeah,
didn't
but-
see anything.
I think it was supposed to spit up, but it just
failed.
Didn't work.
And they just left it.
So the manager, who has just drank from the cup with the demon semen in it, who may or may not be possessed, goes down in the basement of the barn to look for more drumsticks,
And then all of a sudden,
gets seduced.
He's not affected
He's
by
not
the demon
affected
semen
by
at
the
all.
demon semen at all.
Making that point.
no, but he just has visions basically.
That is my point, is that it is pointless.
Well, yeah.
And we'll find out why as we go on with the movie.
Oh, it's made of dog food.
Or the demons weren't necessarily coordinating, and the little penis demon can't really do any magic, and he just like, I'm gonna spit in his shit, right? And like that's all he can do. Like,
But then he sends the bigger demon down to look like the lady. What?
There's nobody over
There's
there.
nobody over there. Did you see a ghost?
I really thought like Rich was walking over here.
I tell you, this building's haunted.
I think.
I'm not gonna lie. 7 minutes ago, I thought I saw something else.
Oh my God! We have a ghost
I
in the
swear,
studio.
Rich. When I'm here by myself, sometimes I think I see somebody walking, and oftentimes I've heard my name.
I really felt like Rich was right behind me. I thought he was doing a bit.
We gotta get a shark exorcist in here.
We gotta set up the EVPs.
Electro voice phenomenon. I think we need Ghost Adventures to investigate.
We need
Zach
Zach Baggins here.
Zach Baggins.
All right.
Maybe you can buy some of the things we have around here.
Give us $600,000 for our shit.
We're selling everything.
See that guy? That's like $200. Come on.
Yeah.
These things behind us are haunted. Y'all don't put them in your museum.
They're pretty spooky.
Rich saw something move that ladder. It's haunted, Zach. Just put it in your museum next to Ed Gene's cauldron.
There you go.
Oh my God.
No!
Oh!
Cut away.
Fuck.
Hold on that for as long as possible.
As we find out, there are many different demons throughout.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so dead.
As far as we can tell.
I will not survive this.
More diverse than our rock band because we couldn't tell anybody apart. All the guys had the same hair and all the ladies had the same hair, and I didn't know who was who.
And also that puppet that remember someone stuck their hand in a refrigerator and a fried chicken came to life.
Oh yeah.
And had
that was done
it had a mouth on it, and clearly the puppeteer expected it to be lit moodily, and you could see like the rubber and the black.
So it's kind of like Skeletor in the Masters of the Universe movie when you can see the nostrils and it's just painted black. Yeah.
Frank Langella's favorite role.
Good for him. He gave it his all.
He also puppeteered the chicken puppet.
Oh, okay.
He needed to pay some bills after the Masters of the Universe.
Well, the most notable one is when the one guy takes the guy takes the girl down to the lake.
How did you find out about this place, Ziggy?
Actually, I only heard about it.
He's like, how did you find out about this place? And it's like, we're 5 feet from the house.
Yeah, I looked out my window and I
Yeah.
saw a fucking lake.
Ready.
So am I.
Oh, no sound effects or anything. But yeah, like a hand comes out of his chest or out of his stomach.
And grabs her boob like a 13-year-old pervert.
Yeah. Well, that's something to point out. This movie feels like it was written by a 13-year-old. The whole
God
movie.
damn it, I'm dead.
There's a lot of sex scenes and nudity, and they're all shot very clumsily.
Yeah.
And really just a lot of flesh pressed.
Yeah.
We're talking about grandma's
Fuck.
disability shower and the sex scene.
Massage only grandma, yeah.
Let's awkwardly get into the shower.
Oh no.
Oh no! Look, it's
Just come to him in the shower.
it's a weak ass shower too. Look at like 2 little streams.
So massage.
The grungy white tile, the little spurts of water, and
Yeah. Nobody wants to get that wet in there.
I assume the house was like a farmhouse, so like off the grid. They had a big water tank in the back.
Yeah.
They had the shower set to like just.
Don't use too much water.
Yeah, we gotta have it refilled. You know.
Well, it's also awkward because they don't. You could just like cut to them in the shower, but we see them like turn it on and awkwardly get in.
Yeah.
It's like we don't need to see any of this.
Yeah, you don't do the awkward.
get a little kiss in, get a little booby in there, and then you go, and then you're out.
It would be like we're watching somebody fumble with a bra for 5 minutes. That could have been in this movie.
Yeah,
It really could have been in this movie.
Why?
But here's the thing: as we get to the end, finally John Micklethor's girlfriend is taken over by the demons, and then John Micklethor does some dishes.
And is that after John Michael Floor left? When John Michael Floor showed up?
I didn't. Did I?
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
All right,
We'll just call him
whatever.
Thor.
What?
No, I heard a noise.
I just moved my legs.
Is that what it was? It sounded like it came from back
Oh
there.
no, I slid the slate.
Oh.
Are you scared of ghosts?
Apparently now I'm scared of spooky ghosts. The movie gets just a little too wacky at this point.
It almost seems like he is like being so dumb. He's ignoring all these signs of demons. Like a demon shoots himself at him, and he's like, "Whoa! I dropped my pen."
Yeah.
Very slapsticky.
Yes, for just like 5 minutes, it gets kind of wacky.
And then the girlfriend shows up.
One level up. I don't think that one level up would change much. Well, actually, the one level up would have probably been enough damage to kill it.
This whole reveal is like, it took the movie to... Well,
And how do I get 45 XP? I don't think I can.
It's also embarrassing.
There's no enemies left. I can't get
Would have been
any
like a shitty horror movie ripoff.
experience.
It turns out it was supposed to be.
You see, I do know.
I could wait and just keep feeding my mag.
Never hear, Bob. Merely shadows I created to entertain
You know what?
friends.
I will actually wait.
I'm sorry, but just characters I drew.
Oh god. I will wait for at least one more feeding session, but I just fed it, so it should take another 3 minutes, I guess.
Is he an angel?
Hmm.
Of course he fucking is! What? He's Thor! Oh my god! Yeah!
Oh, I've never been more embarrassed. Person.
And he just made all this up because he was trying to pull Beelzebub out of hiding.
Yeah, to fight him in an epic battle.
This is the most epic battle.
Epic battle.
I'm sure it seemed like a good idea at the time. It's a great idea right now. You do. What is? Oh, those are the little guys.
Little guys.
No.
They're gonna do battle?
By throwing puppets at each other?
Holy shit. Why did this become awesome?
They're rubber starfish.
I don't really care if they keep doing this for another hour. This,
As long as the score keeps fucking rocking
this
and roll.
has turned into the best
Oh,
movie.
there he goes.
Oh, wait.
Question!
But that fight is the most amazing thing, and that twist
That
is
puppet is embarrassing.
everything about it is great. Like, because I didn't think throughout the rest of the movie, because you think like Rock and Roll Nightmare, and you see like this cover, and you're like, oh, awesome heavy metal horror film, and then the movie's like a bunch of people hanging out in a barn house.
He's dressed down for the most time. John Michael Thor is wearing like pajamas.
He's wearing like ladies, like a little girl's pajamas.
Yeah.
He has polka dot lady pajamas on.
Yeah.
So you kind of like, oh, this isn't what you think this movie's gonna be.
We're used to seeing misleading images on our
This looks
covers.
like the cover to Deathstalker 3.
Yeah. But then it delivers
There he
in the
is.
most epic battle between good and evil.
Delivers in being the most embarrassing ending of a movie I've ever seen.
You're absolutely right. It's amazing, and it's an amazing twist.
Firework in front of the camera. You didn't have to do much to defeat Satan.
No, just punch him a little bit.
I think the weird thing to think about, though, if you think about this movie with any sort of logic, is that he has created all of his bandmates.
Yeah.
He's created his van. He's created everything. And then all of his creations, he said, go fuck.
It would have been great if they went to like after we got the big reveal that he's been, you know, all these friends or people that he manifested. If then we cut back to the reality, like just quick cuts of different scenes from the movie.
like flashback?
Yeah, like flashbacks. And yeah, you see him in the shower and he's just like masturbating.
and going like this. Yeah.
And then we cut to him rocking out with his band, and it's just him.
It's just him playing bass, doing dishes, still doing dishes. It's like, But yeah, honestly, when you mentioned something about this being the most embarrassing ending, it's not even the most embarrassing ending.
What just happened?
Either of these movies is more embarrassing at the end than Rock and Roll Night.
That's a tough call.
Did I just have a massive brain fart, or did he jump back in
It's the most entertaining.
really early?
That's fucking
Filming an underage girl in a mall with your cell phone.
After the movie's over.
Most embarrassing thing.
Oh, Rich.
Hey.
Hi.
Josh told me I needed to be here immediately.
Well, you helped me pick Shark Exorcist.
That's
This is your fault.
You share partial blame.
All right. Business.
Yeah.
Business time. On this show, we have watched some amazing films. You know, Skull Forest.
Yes.
Suburban Sasquatch, and today we have watched old man masturbate to women getting off with sharks.
We watched someone's fetish film.
Basically, yes.
We watched a director who made a movie as an excuse to watch women writhe on the ground, basically.
That I don't like that. I don't like this movie. I don't think we've seen this level of blatant sleaze
We have.
since DB Cooper versus Bigfoot.
Yeah, this is the other side of that.
And sadly, this is one step above that.
I was gonna say one step below. This is worse than DB Cooper.
Yeah. DB Cooper meets Bigfoot.
Yeah, DB Cooper versus Bigfoot. Yeah,
had a better story.
Yes.
I don't think I can agree with that.
I understood the story in that one. I don't know. I have no idea what happened.
There was a lot of like shirtless hiking, but it had a better story.
But you understood what was
God
happening.
damn
There
it.
wasn't much story, but you understood what was happening through the whole
They
thing.
might have a point, and I knew what happened at the end of DB Cooper versus Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Whereas
This was like the Return of the King. It had multiple endings, and I didn't understand any of them.
That's true. The end of this is probably one of the most off-putting thing we've done.
Yeah.
We should point out, like, you hear the title Shark Exorcist, and we're like, oh, is this going to be like a Sharknado, like a
Asylum?
Yeah, like an intentionally bad thing, because those aren't fun. But we previewed a couple minutes of it, and we're like, oh, this seems to be taking itself relatively seriously. Let's watch the whole film.
Whoops!
Whoops!
And then
Yeah, Mike says it's only 70 minutes. How bad could it be?
It's a long 70 minutes when you're deeply uncomfortable.
This movie starts off with a satanic nun who murders a woman for reasons that are never explained.
Yeah.
And then beseeches Satan to just have a demonic shark come.
Yeah, it's not even like just a shark gets possessed by a demon. It's just she just manifests a demonic shark.
It's a demon shark. So there is a pre-existing demon shark, right?
Yeah.
This shark exists.
Sure.
I guess.
I think it's the spirit of the demonic nun that inhabits the shark.
But she doesn't die.
Lord Satan, accept my sacrifice. Send me an avenger.
Avenger?
Then we cut to modern day. And there are
Modern
three.
day is 1 year later.
What?
It was 1 year later, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Technically speaking, that is modern day.
You're right. Three ladies are going to tan at the beach.
Yes.
Neither are accomplished.
Well, two of them are very disappointed when they realize that the beach isn't a water park.
Yes, the one girl wants a water park.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not a water park. It's just
Oh,
a
no.
lake. Just a plain old normal lake.
I know it's like the babe gotta have some kind of monster water slide, right?
Nope, sorry, Mr. Pink.
Well, is there at least a wave pool?
Turns out there is no beach. There's no sand. There's like a muddy, dirty, grassy, like park.
It looks more like a river than a lake. Nothing is what they say it is.
There's even a no swimming sign.
The cameraman and the crew aren't blatantly in the reflection of the car. That's something.
Oh, Jay.
Could be worse.
I know.
You could just see Donald Farmer right there. Oh, that's
Yeah.
all right, never mind.
It's not the like Miami Beach kind of area that the filmmaker probably envisioned with sharks.
Right.
So one of the
There are no sharks in rivers in Tennessee, which is where the film
Mike,
is.
this is a demon shark. It can swim in rivers.
It can swim in water that's this
It can
deep.
swim in water. That's this deep.
The shark swims in a chlorinated pool at one point. It can go wherever it wants.
True. That, oh God!
In the most uncomfortable scene
Yeah.
ever put to film.
We'll get to that, everybody.
Which one?
When the adult,
The pool scene.
the adult woman who may or may not be an adult playing a child, or being an adult playing a
Is that more or less comfortable than the person who might actually be a child later on in the movie?
in the mall.
Can we just stop talking about the movie?
In the mall outside of Clinton.
We don't need to keep doing this.
Yes, Jay. That's our job. We do a service to the community.
Our demon shark, who is swimming in the muddy waters of Tennessee, bites one of the 50 identical blonde women in this movie, which causes her to turn into a demon shark.
I don't know if you call it a bite.
That must be a very tiny shark.
Oh my god.
Well, she's getting pulled down by it before it even gets
I'm at
to
5 again.
Yeah. It also has like 5 feet of water.
Yeah, her knees are touching the bottom.
5 heals left. The mask fell off. Same as last time.
There's not one nearby.
You're my best friend, Ellie.
Oh no, they put blood on her leg.
Her horrible shark attack.
That's the shark bite.
Jesus, fuck.
That's not a life-threatening shark bite.
It's not a bite.
It clearly is.
The shark
The
scratch.
shark wasn't anywhere near. She
No,
just skinned her knee.
nothing happened. That's not even a wound.
She
that's
spilled
the-
some ketchup on herself.
That's the
It's
best
like
you can
the
do.
shark swam by and then one of its teeth just fell out and
Yeah.
grazed her leg.
And then they put fake blood on her.
Well, someone stole this footage.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's sad.
No, they totally filmed this.
They had permission from the hospital.
Yeah.
They have to secretly lock
Whose
down.
mom were they visiting in the hospital?
Right.
For context, the director,
Donald Farmer.
Donald Farmer,
Old McDonald.
who has a cameo in the film as a TV news reporter. Right?
Oh god, and he is.
He looks like exactly who you would think made this movie.
Oh
At
god.
first, I thought he might be the cameraman for the ghost hunting show.
Oh, damn!
Hello, I'm Nancy Kingston. Welcome to another episode of Those Slackers, where we explore.
Zach Knight does that all the time, right, with the fingers?
Ooh.
No, there's
That's him.
Shooting it on a handy cam?
like a overweight pervert, but he's an elderly pervert.
He's an elderly overweight pervert.
What?
Donald
Oh.
was always a pervert. But he got to the point where he was so old that eventually his money wasn't enough to get the babes anymore, so he had to make a shark movie. And that's the only way he's gonna look at half-naked titty flesh anymore.
Well, it's important to point out his fetish. There's no like actual nudity in the movie.
Right.
That's not his thing. His thing is watching women in bikinis writhe in the dirt.
riding the dirt, really into sharks,
Sharks, yeah.
and also vomiting.
There's something more sleazy about this than your movies with real nudity, because he probably said, "Oh, there's no nudity. Don't worry. There's no, you just go and swim and wear a swimsuit."
Yeah, to the point where like they wear swimsuits under their clothes, where it's like, oh, I guess I'm just going to be in a swimsuit now.
The girl with Down syndrome had a swimsuit under her clothes.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the scene. Let's just get it out of
the
way.
most controversial scene.
Well, the premise, her next victim she finds at the playground.
I didn't see you here. Wanna play? I like the sharks. Me too, sharks are so cool. No, please don't eat.
Is she playing a child?
No,
I think
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah, she's playing child.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
That's it.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let's just go with that. Couldn't find any actual
Couldn't
children.
find a child actor. Oh, that's bad casting.
Let's just go ahead and keep the child party in the movie.
So what do you like to do, Allie? I like to get wet.
What? We don't know if this was a grown-up girl, a grown-up woman playing a child, or if the character was supposed to be an adult with
some sort of
mentally challenged. Because girl who has been slightly injured by a shark, who is now possessed by a demon shark, lures her to a pool.
Okay, I can take it.
Oh, God.
Wait, I thought you were simple.
Demon Shark Lady tries to seduce her. She does sexual things either towards a child or to someone with mental problems.
Well, and also wore a bathing suit under her clothes at the children's playground.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, none of it adds up.
All problem, all bad.
All problem, all bad. That's
Why not do like a lesbian thing? Like, come on, let's go swim.
Two-edged.
Well, no, because then
No,
you can be
but-
sexy, right?
But is she supposed to be playing a child?
Yeah, I think so, and that's terrifying.
No, I think even worse. I think she's playing like someone with mental problems.
Yeah, I think she's supposed to be mentally challenged.
That
God.
is
I don't like it
fucked
either
up.
way.
That's fucked up.
Yes.
Especially since there's an erotic element.
Yes.
It's bad.
Is it better if she's playing a child?
No,
I don't know.
No.
None of it's good. None of it's good.
Robert Farmer, Richard Farmer, whatever his name is.
Donald Farmer.
Donald Farmer. Stay away from his productions. I'm sure. Oh, actually, this is 2015. Released in 2016.
He's probably still making movies right now. He's working on his big octopus film.
Oh no!
So many suckers.
There are girls being born in Tennessee right now that will appear in
That someday will be in a Donald Farmer film.
he'll be 78 and
Get in your swimsuit. Roll around in the dirt.
God.
How do you feel about vomiting on her?
Pretend you're having a seizure.
You're possessed or whatever.
The shark, the shark.
Oh no.
Well, we got to talk about the Ghost Whackers show, where
Well, that's part of the whole thing, where the actual plot of this movie was only like 40 minutes long, and there's a lot that just feels like it was added on after. This is one of them.
yes,
No. Ghostwhackers came in early.
It came in early.
it came in early, but it had nothing to do with
You know,
anything.
the only thing that was added on was when he was filming a 11-year-old girl.
That was literally added on.
Ghostwhackers came in early.
Yeah, but that subplot doesn't affect the
It
main
doesn't
plot at
go
all.
anywhere.
It doesn't
That's
go
the
anywhere.
thing.
On our last episode, I attempted to make a psychic connection with those who died.
Why are you talking to us? This is so confusing. Why do you keep looking away from your cameraman?
I really want to think the actual show was just her not facing the camera for like minutes on end.
The actual show is the back of her head.
Yeah.
I'm Brianna Bennett from Ghost Fakers, and I've been on these shark attacks since they first started, and that's just what they are, shark attacks. No ghosts and no demons.
Where's your cameraman?
Yeah.
She just went there to steal her cameraman. Because if you say this to her cameraman, he can edit it out.
Yeah, you can storm her show.
It's not live TV.
Right. And he's like,
I guess I'll shoot. I don't know.
I love like and how big he is.
Yeah.
And he's like, no.
Do you think the actress forgot which camera was the real one?
Because they were both that same little handy
Yeah,
cam.
and she just like, I'm gonna look at this one, and Donald Farmer's
like, I don't give a shit.
He's like, I don't care, just ride her.
Bend over and pretend you're possessed.
We gotta get through this to the puking scene.
It's
very important.
Regurgitation. That's the word.
We only have 2 minutes to film this scene before the cops show up.
I'm on a list.
It's despicable. Having this on our show is even despicable.
The fact that we're giving this guy attention.
I know.
I feel like we're on a list.
Can we just real quick just say, don't watch Shark Exorcist.
Yes. This isn't like this movie's so bad that you should watch it.
Real quick.
Just don't watch it.
No, we all felt bad watching it.
This movie has no nudity, and it managed to feel about 10 times more disgusting than the 2 other movies that were filled with nudity.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That was tasteful nudity.
Yes.
As far as B movies go, it was fine. Yeah.
Elegant, beautiful, sensual, loving. I mean, compared to this was like the disgusting filth
Tasteless
at the bottom of the
non-nudity.
sewer. Yeah, it was the worst thing I've ever seen.
I think what Jay, you had a really great point where it's like there was no like story that they needed to like fluff up with boobies, right? This was nothing but women in bikinis writhing on the floor.
See, I was just thinking while you started talking.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen movies, right, where it's like the filmmaker is a pervert, and it's ladies showering and running around in bikinis. This is just a notch or two below
Well,
that.
some of those, it's like, well, one, at least they're shot on like film. At least they have a story.
Lighting.
They have characters. I mean, this is like a home movie, basically.
Yes, but it's even worse because it's like, okay, you can't okay. It's weird to say, okay, women in bikinis on the beach or showering or whatever is a fetish. It's not really a fetish. It's just normal. Women in a dirty park with sharks
and an unrelated stranger taking pictures of them that has no payoff.
Oh, wow, whoa, we gotta get to that.
What?
Wait, what happened to her? She's not tied up?
What? They were just.
She was just doing that for the fun of it?
Yeah,
She was what?
willfully holding her arms up there.
Wait, what?
Like, what? Is the moon exploding? What? She's laughing. She's laughing. What the fuck is happening?
The movie just stopped. A shark came out of a supernova.
What was that?
I don't know. The fuck is any of that? Someone went to Mardi Gras.
No.
That feels like an ending.
I lost my money.
Makes sense, but
this?
And this is where it really gets, where it's like, oh, this is only 15
Oh,
minutes
no.
long. Yeah. We gotta get the movie longer. So we watch this very, like, muscular woman walk from her car, and we just follow her down to the not even the beach. It's another
dirty lawn.
It's dirt. It's more dirt. It's all dirt.
I think it's the exact same patch of dirt from the beginning of the movie.
It is
Probably.
Yeah. It's that same park.
The very same part.
Yeah, but then
Which means he lives near there.
Oh god, he lives under there.
Oh god, like parents probably bring their kids through there every now and then, and he's somewhere nearby watching, thinking about sharks.
Watching the kids?
It's just families and people.
And it goes on, and it's like 10 minutes after the story of the movie is over.
The story is done.
The story is done. And
Resolved.
this is just a thing that happens.
What the hell is happening? We are filling time.
Yeah, they just ran out of movie.
This is insanity. This is pure insanity.
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
That creeper taking photos of her. She wakes up, he's gone. She does scream at the camera.
Yeah.
Because the nun comes back.
Which is probably just footage from the opening that they reused. Because you just see her stabbing off camera. There's no connection between the two.
Exactly. And then more credits roll. Or no, then the credits roll.
Yeah.
Martin Scorsese thinks Marvel movies aren't cinema. Why don't he watch his Shark Exorcist?
Oh no, we're just gonna get shots of aquariums.
Oh God.
It's not cinema.
Wait.
What is this?
And then there is a mid-credits break where we follow what might be a kid or might be an adult.
I'm leaving for this.
I'm going to assume that this person is 18 or over because they had to fill out paperwork to be in a movie.
Or her parents were okay with it.
So, but we, again, much like the bodybuilder, we are creepily following this girl through the mall.
But this is what I wanted to get to is getting back to the shark stuff. We hold on her, like pulling out stuffed sharks.
Yes.
And just like one after the other. And we were like, what the fuck is this anymore?
Right. Then afterwards, she has a little plastic shark that she's like rubbing on her body and kissing and
in public.
You see like elderly people getting foot massages on the on, like the massage chairs behind her.
Yes.
It's very bizarre.
They're in a mall.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's clearly not a movie anymore. If it ever was, it's not now.
The human brain cannot comprehend. It's like the vastness of the universe. It's like,
I'm done. I don't know about you guys, but I'm done.
It hasn't ended yet.
I need to see how
We saw credits. It's done.
No!
No!
Don't lower it out of frame.
No!
What? Oh.
What? I think Donald Farmer is a man whose mother had a seizure while spanking him for watching Jaws.
God damn it.
Was he masturbating at the time?
Yes, he was. Yes.
You never know when those wires are going to get crossed.
Well, I think the point being, don't watch Shark Exorcist. No. Do not support this film or anything this man does. Even if we've made it sound funny or weird, don't do it.
It's creepy, man.
Don't do it.
It's creepy.
It crosses that line in a big old way.
We're different people than we were at the beginning of the night.
Yeah, we've seen things we shouldn't see.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was Shark Exorcist.
Yeah.
David, be gone! We're gonna need a bigger cross.
Okay, so we have seen we've seen two spooky movies.
We've seen one legitimately frightening movie tonight.
So it comes to that time of the evening where we need to talk about the best of the worst. Rich.
The last 7 minutes of Rock and Roll Nightmare.
Not even like, oh, that makes the rest of the movie better.
No, just specifically the last 7 minutes of Rock and Roll Nightmare.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Absolutely fair. Jay, any thoughts on best of the worst?
I mean, it's Rock and Roll Nightmare. It really, like, the movie is somewhat tedious, but that ending, to me, elevated the entire thing. Yeah, it's Rock and Roll Nightmare. That's the only choice, really.
Until we go to Mike. What do you got for best of the worst?
Yeah, Shark Exorcist. I'm so sorry.
You have a riding fetish.
What are your hands doing on the table?
Is this?
I appreciated the bad puppet of Beelzebub with his like rotator cuff arms, and the epic fight between He-Man
And Satan.
And Satan, but it didn't make up for the first 90 minutes.
Oh no, you're not really picking Shark Exorcist.
Pardon me. You mind?
I do actually. If you're picking Shark Exorcist, I do mind.
Yeah. You shut the fuck up. It's my time to talk.
I just want to understand you. This is the movie you're picking.
Maybe some weird fetishism.
To be the best movie we've seen tonight.
No, best of the worst. I know.
Well, obviously no on Jacko.
90%, 10% fun. 100%, whoa, something else. Even if it was made by a sick fetishist, it was new to the palate. Palate may not have been the best word.
Mike, what does dirty seizure porn taste like?
Dirty shark seizure porn.
You know
Yeah, it was weird. I'm going Shark Exorcist is best of the worst. Pressure's on you, Jack.
Oh,
The pressure. Yeah.
There's literally no pressure because it's Rock and Roll Nightmare,
Yeah.
because it's overall a fine horror movie, and then the last 7 minutes when he turns into an angel is brilliant.
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I enjoyed it.
No, you didn't.
We just talked for an hour about how it was the most uncomfortable we've all been.
Let me clarify. I've seen this. I've never seen this. Why this movie was made, like all the story behind
I
it.
have to go now.
Rich, which movie do you want to destroy?
Shark Exorcist. Shark
Yeah.
Exorcist.
Yeah, fine,
Because it's insulting
Go
to
ahead.
all of us.
Go
We
ahead
have
and
to
destroy it.
that.
I don't care. I'm just saying, like, I never seen anything like it.
I'm calling HR Monday morning. I can't work with it.
No!
Come back.
I ran into the fucking pillar thing. Oh!
Yeah, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Anything you want to destroy?
I just walked into it.
Well, that's sad.
Oh. Fuck.
Happy Halloween.
I wanted to get hit by the explosion so I could heal after the explosion. That works. I remember actually doing that in the past as well. Oh shit. I think that even works on Ultimate. I'm pretty sure I actually did something similar on Ultimate. Ah. Jaws 3D. Yep, garbage.
Yo! Hey, yo! Hey! Yo, ich bin frisch Dumbledore! Back from the underground, back for more! Ich rappe hier, ich rappe dort! Ich rappe 100-mal besser als der dunkle Lord! Yo, Motherfucker!
Guten Abend, Professor Dumbledore. Und? Wo ist jetzt das Kind?
Hagrid holt es gerade!
Hagrid? Ist das nicht dieser hässliche, haarige Kerl?
Sie haben fett vergessen! Step on the brakes!
Crap.
Was für ein Idiot. Aua. Das hat echt wehgetan. Ja. Oh Mann, ist das Kind hässlich. Ja, fast schon so hässlich wie Hagrid. So, dann legen wir das Kind jetzt mal hier auf die Türschwelle. Und dann drücken wir die Türklingel und rennen ganz schnell weg.
Wow. That was the shittiest level up ever.
Scheiß Mistkinder. Oh, mein kleiner Schmatzi, hat ja Geburtstag. Oh, wir haben ja so viele Geschenke. Verfickte Scheiße. Ja, oh, da bin ich mal gespannt, wie du dich darüber freust. Na, nun sag schon, was denkst du? Sind die nicht super geil? Ich will Unreal Tournament spielen! Unreal Tournament haben wir leider nicht gekriegt, aber... Dass der immer so schreien muss. Tut mir leid, also das gab es nicht. Also ich, Pass auf, mein Kleiner. Wir haben jetzt Unreal Tournament nicht, aber wir können in den Zoo fahren und dir ein Nilpferd kaufen. Mach mal was. Alter, halt die Fresse. Ich brauch keine Hilfe und Support. Ich brauch keinen. Ey, tut mir leid, ne? Dass der fette Junge hier seine Nase an die Scheibe drückt und so. Ach, macht nix. Alter, du kannst ja sprechen. Ja, na und? Ja, aber Schlangen können doch gar nicht sprechen. Doch. Okay. Und wie geht's dir so? Ich habe noch nie mit der Schlange gesprochen. Ne? What's in captivity? Alter, ich kann kein Englisch. Was ist das denn? Geht mir Kerl auf die Nerven. Bitte. Tschüss.
It's so fucking stupid, I love it.
Entschuldigen Sie mal. Was machen Sie hier mitten auf der Straße?
Ganz einfach, ich stecke die Hühner in Käfige und stapel sie hier. Und Jim hat dafür zu sorgen, dass wir immer reichlich Wasser haben.
Oh, Sie verkaufen also Wassermelonen.
Nein, Sir, wir sorgen nur dafür, dass wir reichlich davon da sind, genauso wie die Hühner.
Wir gehen jetzt mal hier in den Park. Boah, stinkt das hier.
Hey Hagrid, das übliche...
Oh nein, ich muss heute einkaufen gehen. Mit Harry Potter.
Alter, Harry Potter.
Harry Potter, ich bin Ihr größter Fan. Ja. Oh, ich hab sie im Radio gesehen. Harry Oh, das ist Quirrell. Er kann nicht richtig reden. Ja, hallo. Von Idioten umgeben. Tja, ich muss jetzt mal weitergehen mit meinem besten Freund Harry Potter. Oh, ich wollte nicht so viel Aufsehen erregen. Und jetzt, Harry,
gehen Sie shoppen. Ich brauche noch einen Zauberstab. Zauberstab, hä? Ja, den kriegst du da drüben bei Ollivander.
Du.
Hallo? Ja. Ja, hallo, ich brauche einen Zauberstab.
Etwas anderes gibt es in diesem Laden auch nicht, du Spacko. Ja, lass mal gucken.
Hä?
So, mein Junge. So. Wow. Was ist das denn hier? Wo kommt die Musik her? Musik aus!
Alter, ich brauch den. Ich will den haben, wie kostet der?
Pass mal auf, Pickelbrille, ich mach dir ein Angebot. 350 € und er gehört dir. Gratis dazu gibt's da noch eine Zauberstabsocke. In grün oder rosa. Da kannst du deinen Zauberstab reinstecken. Und dann verkratzt er nicht. Und er wird schön warm gehalten.
Wer braucht denn bitte einen warmen Zauberstab?
Oh, diese Leute nennt man Schwuchteln. Ich hab dich für eine gehalten.
Hagrid, du kennst mich schon, seit ich ein Baby bin. Und ich muss dich jetzt mal was fragen. Weißt du, woher ich diese Narbe hier habe? Und was wird mit meinen Eltern passiert?
Okay, pass auf, das ist so. Dir hat bestimmt schon mal jemand von Lord Voldemort erzählt. Dass er angeblich deine Eltern umgebracht hat und dir durch einen Fluch diese Narbe verpasst hat. Das mit dem Fluch, das ist gelogen. Er hat dich in Wirklichkeit mit einem Stein beworfen.
Warum hat er mich mit dem Stein beworfen?
Keine Ahnung, weil er dich nicht mag. Na jedenfalls, deine Eltern sind wirklich in dem Autounfall gestorben. Was? Ich hab und bestell dir noch eine Cola. Hey Barkeeper, noch eine Cola. Weißt du, deine Eltern haben eine ziemliche Party gefeiert.
Was?
Ja, die haben ordentlich einen drauf gemacht, haben sich betrunken und sind Auto gefahren. Sind voll gegen einen Baum gebrettert. Hab noch nie so viel Holz fliegen sehen. Und Blut hat gespritzt, das war echt eklig.
Und was ist mit diesem Voldemort?
Manche sagen, er ist tot. Andere sagen, er lauert irgendwo, um erneut mit Steinen zu werfen. Weißt du was, Harry? Ich will echt niemandem erzählen, dass die Narbe von dem Stein kommt und nicht von dem Fluch. Denn das ist ja echt peinlich.
Das ist doch voll unlogisch, das ist sinnlos. Warum ist das da? Das muss ein Druckfehler sein, das kann doch nicht stimmen. Ich meine,
Der Intercity Express von London nach Vorsicht. Auf Gleis 9 läuft ein Neger amok. Er könnte gefährlich sein, bitte Vorsicht. Gleis 3 liegt da hinten.
entschuldigen Sie bitte, wo geht's zum Gleis 9 3/4?
Zum Gleis 9 3/4? Sag dir doch nicht, du Affe.
Fixer. Du Thorsten und Torben sind andere waren genau dasselbe. Und ihr müsst eine jetzt mit
Mal mit dir. Gleich noch ein paar Folge gezielt.
Pretty, du zuerst.
Hä? Bin ich bekloppt?
Los, Phil und George, ihr jetzt als nächstes.
Wir sind nicht Fred und George. Genau, wir heißen jetzt Tim und Struppi.
Mann, ey, ist ein bescheuerter Name, es geht rein.
War nur ein Scherz. Wir heißen Thorsten und Torben. Entschuldigen Sie bitte. Ja, ich will auch zum Gleis 9 3/4, also ich will da durch.
Oh, du willst auch gegen die Wand rennen?
Ja, nee, durch.
Oh, und rennt heute auch zum ersten Mal gegen die Wand. Das ist die Prinzenbacke da. Alles klar, das ist ganz einfach. Du rennst einfach auf die Wand zu. Ja, und dann bist du auch schon durch.
Okay.
Keine Sorge, das schaffst du schon. Nette Familie.
Ich bin Ron. Wollen wir Freunde sein?
Ja klar, komm rein.
Ich bin Ron. Wollen wir Freunde sein?
Das hast du eben schon gefragt.
Oh, das tut mir leid. Ich bin manchmal ein bisschen doof. Ich habe einen Gehirnfehler.
Ach, das macht doch nichts.
Meine Eltern waren Geschwister.
Oh, ich hab mal einen Stein gegen den Kopf gekriegt.
Wie peinlich.
Ja. Ja, Kinder, holt mir Wurst zu.
Ja. Nein, ich hab noch Kinder. Von Keksen, die mir meine Mom letztes Jahr gebacken hat.
Ja, jetzt mal ein ganz anderes Thema. Ich muss mal eben rumfreuen.
Guck mal hier, wie reich ich bin. Wow.
Ja, ich koche aber nicht. Alter, kannst auch mal essen, ohne zu grunzen.
Du hast ja noch was gekauft.
Nee.
Ja, dann wären die ganzen Sachen ja jetzt nicht da.
Existenztheorie. Ist etwas da, nur weil wir es sehen.
Er wird mich umbringen, ich darf über sowas nicht nachdenken. Sonst platzt mein Gehirn.
Warum?
Oh, der geht. Tja, jetzt ist er wohl tot. Ich hab ihn umgebracht.
Wow, ich hab verstanden, du.
Ja, mach das aus, ich hasse Hip-Hop.
Okay. Was hörst du denn sonst so für Musik?
Ich höre meistens Hardcore-Punk.
Ah, ja.
Oh, das ist übrigens Ginny, meine Schwester.
War das nicht die Kleine vom Bahnhof?
Nein, das war die Ratte Kretze. Das ist Ginny. Ich bin doch nicht blöd.
Ja, klar.
Naja, egal.
Was wird das denn jetzt?
Ei dort!
Hey, ihr Wichser. Habt ihr zufällig eine fette Kröte gesehen?
Meinst du die Süßigkeitenfrau?
Nein. Bist du irgendwie behindert oder so? Oder bist du schwul?
Ich bin nicht behindert, ich habe besondere Bedürfnisse.
Aha.
Und schwul sind wir auch nicht.
Ich weiß nicht.
Hab ich doch gesagt, behindert und schwul. Nicht so wie ich. Lesbisch und hyperintelligent.
Frau Lesben.
Vergiss es, Wichser. Ich steh nicht auf Jungs. Ich zeig euch mal, worauf ich stehe. Das ist ein Dildo. Die benutzen die Mädchen, weil ihr Jungs es nicht bringt.
Oh, ich bin so überrascht. Ich muss meine Brille abnehmen.
Also, ihr müsst euch das... Kannst du mal aufhören mit diesen Wichsgeräuschen?
Willst du nicht Schmatze?
Ja, ist klar. Also, ihr müsst euch die Schwänze abschneiden.
Die Schwänze abschneiden?
Wenn ihr mit mir befreundet sein wollt. Du hast Wichser an der Nase, weißt du das? Sieht nicht geil aus. Genau da.
Das ist Vanillesoße.
Hogwarts, liebe Kinderchen, ihr werdet gleich in eure Häuser eingeteilt. Ich muss mir eben ganz kurz was erledigen. Das ist es also wahr? Was ist so gezählt wurde? Harry Potter ist jetzt ein Hogwarts. Der ist scheiße und der ist geil. Und ich bin Nachfolger. Jack Rose Nachfolger. Das ist mein Name lustig. Wenn du meine Gefühle verlassen wolltest, dann hast du es jetzt geschafft, okay? Du wirst sehen, einige Zauberfamilien sind besser als andere Potter. Sie haben keine Eltern, die Geschwister sind. Komm, wir gründen eine überglückliche große Familie. Dann bin ich der Mann und du bist die Frau, okay? Ja, mehr Platz, du Schwuchtel. So, ihr werdet gleich in eure Häuser eingeteilt. Komm ja mit in die große Halle. Nee, Kinder, bleibt mal nicht stehen. Hier ist Member Area. Kommt hier weiter, wenn ihr einen Werkstatt habt, die vielleicht Dumbledore habt. Ich hab einen. Er beschränkt darauf, euch mit einem Freestyle wegzulegen. Yo, was geht ihr, Negerkinder? Ihr steht so doll wie Rinder. Echt, diese scheiße Anarchie, das macht mir direkt die Nase zu. Yo, das ist mein Homie Phil, yo, die alte Sau. Darunter ist seine fette Pussy. Das ist auch manchmal seine Frau. Also, tippst du in den Arsch, tippst du in den Luft. Das heißt, die Pussy voll gesund. Ich hasse Dumbledore. Ihr werdet jetzt in eure Häuser eingeteilt. Mit diesem stinkenden Hut. Ich rufe euch jetzt nicht alphabetisch auf. Hermine Granger.
Steht auf McGonagall.
Mhm.
Du benutzt Dedos? Alles klar, ich steig dich nach Gryffindor.
Draco Malfoy. Oh, endlich bin ich dran. Ich habe schon so lange gewartet.
Schwul! Alle die schwul sind, kommen nach Slytherin und alle Slytherins sind böse.
Unwichtiger Nebencharakter. Ja, das bin ja wohl ich. Schon unwichtig.
Hufflepuff. Unimportant side characters and extras belong to Hufflepuff.
Harry Potter.
Was you Hufflepuff?
Wisst ihr, was ich nicht kapieren, Leute?
Whatever.
Ich eigentlich immer an, meinen Namen zu flüstern. Ihr müsst mich ja mittlerweile mal kennen.
Harry Potter.
Hier war das echt schwierig, Junge. Ich kann dich überhaupt nicht einordnen. Irgendwie bist du nicht schwul und du bist auch nicht lesbisch. Und irgendwie was dazwischen, da kann ich nicht genau. Aber du hast meinen schwulen Porno gesehen und hast ihn ordentlich abgemacht.
Ich bin nicht schwul. Ich mochte die Musik von Phil.
Nicht schwul, hä? Bist du ganz sicher? Wo stecke ich dich denn da hin? Ich meine, du bist kein Statist und du bist nicht schwul und nicht lesbisch, aber du hattest doch noch nie eine Beziehung mit einem Mädchen. Und du schaust den Jungs auf den Arsch. Also, ich bin nicht ganz sicher. Vielleicht bist du jetzt ganz gut aufgehoben. Yo! Wow, Fresh Dumbledore hat mir zugenickt. Oh, das ist der beste Tag meines Lebens. Ha. Kinder, haltet mal die Schnauze. Wir sagen doch gar nichts. Yo! Lasst uns mal fett was phrasen. Ron, du grüßt schon wieder. Und du sitzt neben mir. Ich mag dich und ich mag dich. Wir werden bestimmt beste Freunde. Percy, wer ist eigentlich der Typ, der mit dem langen schwarzen Haar? Wer heißt denn der? Das ist Professor Snape. Der unterrichtet Zaubertränke. Aber er ist eigentlich in der Job. Was nehme ich denn jetzt? Noch mehr Typen. Wieso? Was ist das denn lang? Ja, jetzt. Das waren keine Chicken Wings? Was war's denn dann? Hab ich doch gerade gesagt, du Idiot. Ihr esst mein Fleisch.
Du bist gerade ihren Penis gegessen, hast dann kannst du Harry auf den Schoß.
Wieso nie? Das war mein Penis.
Oh mein Gott.
Das Schloss ist eindeutig zu groß. Wenn wir langsam gehen wollen, wäre der Film vorbei. Das ist nicht nur eine Katze, das ist ein Transformer. Nein, ich bin ein Zauberer, genauso wie Sie auch, Mr. Weasley. Zu machen. Ja, warum sind Sie zu spät gekommen? Wir haben das Adventskalender natürlich nicht gefunden. Es ist Juli. Oh, darum haben wir es nicht gefunden. Kommt völlig pünktlich. Du musst doch die Nacht machen, wir sollen den Sonntag wichsen. Woher weißt du das denn? Will ich gar nicht wissen. Einmal ist Zauberstab gefuchtelt und kindische Hexereien wird es hier nicht geben.
Was? Das wird es nicht geben? Ich bin im falschen Kurs.
Wegen Auserwählten und die gewisse Veranlagung. Die lehre ich in diesem Kurs, wie man und gleichzeitig mit einem und dann den ganzen Arm in dann richtig hart. Und das alles ohne Gleitgriff. Andere wiederum denken, sie hätten es nicht nötig, meinem Unterricht zu folgen.
Wieder. Jetzt pass doch mal auf, du Wichser.
Mr. Potter, unsere neue Berühmtheit. Wer spielt den Film klein, aber schon nicht gerade in Teil 35 die Hauptrolle?
Oh, ich.
Keine Ahnung. Nächster Versuch. Wo würdest du suchen, wenn es hieße, du solltest einen Inferno-Dildo beschaffen?
Ich weiß das.
Weiß ich jetzt echt nicht. Warum nehmen sie nicht Hermine? Ich nehme niemals Mädchen.
Genau wie ich. Pass auf, Neville, ich verzauber dich jetzt. Abracadabra, simsalabim. Hat nicht geklappt. Hasta la vista, Baby.
Was versucht der Kerl da jetzt eigentlich die ganze Zeit? Ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher, aber ich glaube, er versucht Neville umzubringen.
Abracadabra.
Cool, ist Neville jetzt tot?
So wie es riecht, ja.
Oh, scheiße. Krieg. Was ist das denn?
Ach man, Neville lebt ja noch. Davon habe ich schon mal gehört. Das ist ein Plastikball aus Verkennungspackung, du Wichser.
Aber warum schickst du meine Oma denn so einen Scheiß?
Scheiße.
Ey, guck mal, was in den Kontaktanzeigen steht. Ich lese mal eben vor. Schüchterne kleine Mieze mit pudeligen Haaren sucht sensiblen Mann für gemeinsame romantische Stunden. Alle halten mich für eine Lesbe, aber das stimmt nicht. Gezeichnet HG. Sauer erbärmlich, ne? Yo.
Ja, erbärmlich. Guten Tag, Kinder. Guten Tag, Madame Bush. Guten Tag, Amanda. Guten Tag. Wer zum Teufel ist Amanda?
Weiß ich auch nicht.
Herzlich willkommen zu eurer ersten Quidditch-Stunde. Stellt euch links neben den Besen, hebt die rechte Hand und sagt auf.
Wow.
Für Linkshänder geht das natürlich andersrum.
Fua.
Seit wann bist du denn Linkshänder?
Wow.
Auf.
So hat die Kabine. Auf. Auf.
Macht mal Hünde. Auf. 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 Ich sagte auf.
Auf. Ah, der Besen hat mir das Nasenbein ins Gehirn gerammt.
Jetzt musst du wohl sterben.
Halt die Klappe.
So, dann wollen wir mal sehen, ob ihr damit auch umgehen könnt. Setzt euch mal auf eure Besen und klemmt den Stiel zwischen eure Arschbacken. Ein paar von euch müssten damit ja schon Erfahrung haben. Seid nicht so zimperlich. Das würde euch in dieser Schule noch sehr oft passieren. Alles klar. Wenn ich pfeife, stoßt ihr euch vom Boden ab und fliegt weg. Auf meinen Pfiff. 1, 2.
Oh Gott. Oh Gott.
Wieso fliegt nur Neville allein? Ich hab doch gesagt, ihr sollt alle wegfliegen.
Ich weiß auch nicht.
Nein, wo fliegst du hin, du Idiot? Bleib stehen! Aus dem Weg!
Cool, ist Neville jetzt tot?
Oh, bist du hingefallen, Kleiner?
Er lebt ja noch.
Oh je, eine gebrochene Hand.
Ein Ball aus der Kelloggs-Packung. Aus Plastik.
So, während ich Neville in den Krankenflügel bringe, bleibt ihr alle auf dem Boden. Wie auch nur einer von euch fliegt los. Wenn ihr losfliegt, dann hole ich meine Schrotflinte und knall euch ab.
Ah, guck mal, was ich gefunden habe. Ein Ball aus Plastik. Cool.
Jetzt
wartet
wartet
man auf mich. Was ist denn dann passiert? Also ich habe Draco den Ball weggenommen und jetzt gehört er mir.
Ach, damit spielst du im Unterricht immer in deiner Hose.
Ja, mit dem Ball.
Harry, was ist das?
Keine Ahnung.
Hermine, was ist das?
Falls du es noch nicht bemerkt hast, du Wichser, Hogwarts ist ein magischer Ort und sich bewegende Treppen sind vollkommen normal.
Ich weiß zwar nicht, wo wir sind, aber lass uns mal hier lang gehen.
Okay.
Ich weiß gar nicht, warum ich mit euch mitgehe.
Wow.
Das riecht hier wie bei mir zu Hause.
Bei dir zu Hause riecht's nach Katzenpisse.
Ja, aber auch nach anderer Pisse.
Du kannst verschiedene Pissesorten unterscheiden?
Ja.
Sie geht nicht auf!
Die Katze will bestimmt gestreichelt werden.
Geh mal beiseite. Hallo, Mora. Schnell.
Ich bin hochgradig allergisch gegen Katzen.
Weißt du, was passiert, wenn Katzenhaare meine Haut berühren? Das ist die Hölle.
Hat jemand aufgespürt, meine kleine Pussy?
Nein, gib mir Whiskas.
Schon wieder 2 Euro. Wie soll ich mir das denn leisten? Scheiß Weiber.
Meine Güte, ich hasse Pussys.
Und ich erst.
Wow, ich glaube, ich sehe doppelt. 6 Köpfe.
Oh Gott. Ein Glück, dass die morsche Tür den Hund aufgehalten hat.
Oh Mann, ich weiß echt nicht, was schlimmer ist. Der Hund oder die Katze?
Der Hund.
Also für mich ist es eindeutig die Katze. Die Haare kriegst du nie wieder aus der Kleidung raus.
Aber ich meine, der Hund, der war doch auch ziemlich... Ich meine, er hatte 3 Köpfe. Das finde ich ziemlich paranormal.
Waren doch
Oh, du weißt doch gar nicht, was paranormal bedeutet.
Doch.
Nein.
Doch.
Nein.
Doch.
Zu, wenn Ron sagt, dass er das weiß, dann weiß er das, okay?
Ja, ist klar. Der weiß ja nicht mal, was Isopropylprofil Barbituraris Phenylmethylaminopyrazolon ist. Und das weiß ja nur jeder. Der kann sich ja nicht mal selber ein Brot schmieren. Ich will nichts mehr mit euch zu tun haben. Ihr Wichser.
Ich wette, morgen hängt sie wieder mit uns rum.
Ja. Hallo, meine Damen und Herren. Es ist mal wieder Zeit für Wood Super Duper Shop. Hey, Harry. Weißt du, was ich mich die ganze Zeit schon frage? Was ist wohl in dieser Kiste drin?
Weiß nicht, eine zersägte Frau vielleicht?
Ich werde es dir verraten. Ich habe nämlich schon reingeguckt. Pass auf, in dieser Kiste sind Quidditch-Bälle. Hier, nimm doch mal eine.
Das ist nur ein verbeulter Ball.
Ja, und das Tolle ist, er kostet nur 75,99 €. Dazu gibt es das Quidditch-Ringe Dreier-Set gratis dazu. Dieses Angebot gilt nur für Wood Super Duper Shop. Na, ist das nichts?
Der Ball ist scheiße. Und das ist alles Schrott.
Ah, ich sehe, du verhandelst gerne. Die ersten 10 Anrufer bekommen natürlich diesen Schläger gratis dazu. Oh mein Gott, das ist so ein unglaublich günstiges Angebot. Ich könnte mich vor Freude den ganzen Tag mit Quidditch-Bällen auf dem Boden herumrollen. Wow! Ich tue jetzt hier in diese passende Quidditch-Kiste hinein.
Na, die gibt bestimmt auch gratis dazu, oder?
Nein, natürlich nicht. Die kostet 199,99 €. Aber das ist schon ziemlich günstig, wenn man bedenkt, was in der Kiste drin ist. Das findest du in keiner Normalkiste, nur in der Original-Quidditch-Kiste von Wood Super Duper Shop. Hier, der Schnatz.
Ah, ein Ball. Aus Plastik.
Nein, aus echtem Gold. Der ist viel mehr wert, als ich jemals in dieser beschissenen Werbesendung verdienen werde.
Ja, und dann nehme ich den jetzt mit, ne?
Ja, das lässt du schon bleiben, Freundchen. Das sind deine Bellettrice. Und jetzt gib mir den Ball zurück, oder sonst will ich wegfliegen.
Nein.
Flieg weg, Ball. Oh nein, meine Ersparnisse fliegen weg.
Ich bin Professor Flitwick. Ich bin ein kleiner, hässlicher, haariger Kerl. Habt ihr Federn dabei?
Ja, hier.
Gut. Das hier ist nämlich der Feder-Fliegenlassunterricht. Hey, wow, toll, oder?
Nein.
Das ist zu nichts Nütze. Sagt das alle zusammen.
Das ist zu nichts Nütze.
Super. Jetzt bringe ich euch noch einen Satz bei. Diese Schule ist der komplette Schrott und ist voller Schwuchteln. Sagt das alle zusammen?
Diese Schule ist der komplette Schrott und ist voller Schwuchteln.
Die Schule komplett Schrott und voller Schwuchteln.
Ron, stopp. Lern erstmal zu sprechen, ohne zu sabbern. Außerdem hast du die falsche Betonung. Es heißt Schwuchteln und nicht Schwuchteln.
Machst du das, wenn du so super schlau bist?
Okay. Diese Schule ist der komplette Schrott und voller Schwuchteln.
Ist das nicht komisch, dass mit so einem merkwürdigen Zauberspruch plötzlich eine Feder anfängt zu fliegen? Da habe ich mir den gerade ausgedacht.
Ich denke mir auch was aus. Avada Kedavra, Simsalabim, Chimchimini, Chim.
Chimchimini, Chim ist doch ein unverzeihlicher Fluch. Jetzt kommst du wohl nach Azkaban.
Ich hab heute neben Hermine gesessen und die riecht genauso, wie wenn meine Mama Backfisch macht. Ich weiß ja, das Mädchen so riecht, aber die riecht echt voll penetrant danach.
Was hat sie gehört?
Ja, das war ein Kompliment. Ich mag Backfisch. den Mädchen, sie kommt dort seit Stunden nicht mehr raus. Ich glaub, sie hat Durchfall. Hey yo, was ist denn los, du wandelndes Furzkissen? Prall und im Kerker. Fuck up! Sag jetzt bitte, nicht in Panik. Wer ist in Panik? Niemand ist in Panik! Damit er wieder runterkommt, singe ich jetzt einen Beruhigungsrap. Yo, 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 seid gefälligst ruhig. Ey, warte, wenn ihr nicht ruhig seid, dann... Hey! Hey, was soll das? Hey, hört mir gefälligst... Ich hasse damit, du musst uns die Shit. Verfickte Kacke. Oh, ich hab so viel.
Hip-Hop ist nichts für euch kleine Kinder. Kommt mit, ich zeige euch meine Death-Metal-Sammlung. Ja. Wie konnte ein Troll hier reinkommen?
Jedenfalls nicht ohne Hilfe. Trolle sind meistens ziemlich dumm. Aber ich bin ja auch reingekommen.
Ey, Alter. Was ist denn los? Hermine, sie hat keine Ahnung. Komm mit.
Lecker, aber schön. Mit der Mädchen, die ist ja blöd, ey.
Wollen wir spielen?
Das Schlimme an der ganzen Situation ist, sie muss schon wieder auf Klo.
Ja, hier kommen wir und dann hier.
Oh nein, ich doch noch die Wichser.
Stirb, Fettsack! Stirb! Stirb!
Kami! Ha! Guck, ich hab getroffen.
Ich glaub's ja nicht. Ein behinderter Wichser mit Klettverschlussschuhen hat mir das Leben gerettet.
Ah, wie peinlich.
Ich meinte dich.
Oh.
Außerdem, was war das eben für ein Spruch?
Na, das kam mit HMH.
Das ist aus einer Zeichentrickserie war.
Ja, aber es hat funktioniert.
Ist der jetzt tot oder so?
Ich weiß nicht. Zur Sicherheit sollten wir ihm den Kopf zertreten.
Oh meine Güte, was für eine Sauerei. Sie beide sind mir eine Erklärung schuldig.
Es war meine Schuld, Professor McGonagall.
Miss Granger.
Ja, das war so. Ich hatte tierischen Durchfall und die Scheiße lief mir an den Beinen herunter. Und dann habe ich auch noch meine Regel gekriegt und dann hat sich das Blut mit der Scheiße vermischt und das hat den voll so eingeloggt.
Zu viel Information. Ja. Bist du bald drüber gelegt?
Tut mir echt voll leid.
Ja, Mädel, dann nimm das nächste Mal eine Windel mit, wenn du deinen Stuhl nicht mehr halten kannst.
Ja.
Glaub mir, ich weiß, wie das ist.
Ich sollte mir lieber alles bildlich vorstellen.
Und was Sie beide angeht, was machen Sie hier eigentlich? Das ist eine Mädchentoilette. Nein, sagen Sie es mir nicht. Erklären Sie mir lieber, was das Gehirngesplitter auf dem Boden soll. Das war schon so.
Ja, genau.
Das wird hier alles wieder sauber gemacht. Ach, vielleicht sollte ich Ihnen wirklich erlauben, bis morgen mal runterzuwischen.
Hey, geil.
Die Jungs will ich nicht den Tag überholen.
Ja, Mensch. Was war der Erlebnis, oder? Wo geht denn alle hin? Hey, das muss ich sauber machen, oder? Ja, ich bin...
Die Menstruationsflüssigkeit besteht aus Blut der Gebärmutter und Teilen der Gebärmutterschleimhaut.
Alter, ich esse. Hallo, du kleiner Spatz. Ich habe eine Überraschung für dich. Du magst doch sicher Kaninchenbabys.
Ja?
Dann komm doch mal heute zu mir. Ich hab welche. Du darfst sie ganz lange streicheln.
Okay, bis nachher. Ich
freue mich schon auf die Kaninchenbabys.
Harry, wie dumm bist du eigentlich?
Hey, wenn du mir jetzt einen Vortrag halten willst, von wegen Jungs sollten lieber mit Feuerwehrautos spielen und nicht mit kleinen Kaninchenbabys, dann hast du dich geschnitten. Ich stehe dazu. Ich mag kleine, niedliche, puschlige...
Harry, das ist ein uralter Trick. Snape will ich nur in den Arsch ficken.
Jetzt lenk mal nicht vom Thema ab, ja? Es geht ja einzig um allein um Kaninchenbabys und nicht, ob man mit alten Männern ins Bett steigt, nicht wahr, Ron? Arschficken? Genau, Arschficken und Kaninchenbabys. Hast du es jetzt kapiert? Oh.
Nee.
Ich auch nicht. Oh nein, krieg ich schon wieder.
Hä? Was ist das für ein Ding? Ein Dildo?
Sag mich echt, was da drin ist. Bestimmt eine übergroße Klobürste.
Das ist ein Dildo.
Nein, eine Klobürste.
Nein, ein Dildo.
Also mit Sicherheit ist es kein Besen, das war ja echt zu offensichtlich. Wow, in dem Paket, das aussah wie ein Besen, war ein Besen. Das ist nicht ein Besen, Harry, das ist ein Nimbus 200.
2000, du Down-Syndrom.
Wer schickt mir denn sowas?
Ich glaub McGonagall. Noch eine alte Person, mit der du ins Bett steigen kannst.
Was mache ich hier überhaupt? Hi Harry! Hallo Woods. Falls es dich interessiert, Woods Super Duper Show wurde abgesetzt.
Was? Abgesetzt?
Jetzt gibt es keine Quidditch-Bälle mehr. Und auch keine Porzellanpuppen. Und keine Glitzerbastelfolie. Die mochte ich am liebsten. So ein Kleid.
Wir lieben dich, Bodenleger.
Ich fühle mich wie Blocksberg auf Kartoffelbrei. Nur, dass ich kein Mädchen bin und mein Besen nicht so einen bescheuerten Namen hat. Oh, scheiße, ist das tief. Wie gut, dass ich keine Höhenangst habe. Das wäre echt peinlich.
Da, Kinder. Amanda.
Wer ist Amanda?
Wollen wir sehen, was ihr im Unterricht gelernt habt, ihr Luschen. Kämpft bis zum Tod.
Super, Gryffindor! Wer bist du denn? Hallo!
Jetzt bin ich mal dran. Wow, yeah, wow, die Ballette kleiner. Leg, wow, yeah, schau den Leg und los.
Mann, ich wünschte, jemand hätte mir erklärt, wie das Spiel überhaupt geht. Ich weiß gar nicht, was ich machen soll. Wow. Was macht Harry denn da?
Keine Ahnung, aber es sieht echt bescheuert aus.
Ja. Hermine, guckst du Snape an?
Ich muss unbedingt zu ihm rüberlaufen.
Du meinst, der verhext Harrys Besen und du willst ihn jetzt aufhalten?
Ja, genau deswegen.
Oh mein Gott, wie ist schlecht.
Harry hat mich angekotzt.
Sorry. Ach du meine Scheiße. Vielleicht fällt er mir in die Arme.
Wow, ich bin in 10 Sekunden übers Quidditch-Feld gelaufen.
Hilfe!
Warte, Schwuchtel, jetzt mach ich dich an. Du Verschwanz, tritt gleich auf den Feuerkranz. Und wer keine gleich kein
kennt, der weiß, dass es brennt.
Irgendwie riecht es hier nach Backfisch.
Oh mein Gott, sie brennen!
Nein, oh nein, mein Mantel.
Okay, jetzt hol ich mir den Schnaps.
Harry, vor, noch ein Tor.
Mach Platz, du Kotzau! Ich nenn mich nicht Kotzau, ich hab mir nur 10 Kilo abgenommen.
Mann, wie du aussiehst, bist du bestimmt auch dafür, dass die Pottwale beschützt werden, ne?
Lass mich in Ruhe, du Bienengekommen!
Weißt du, eigentlich bist du gar nicht fett, aber das Grün, das trägt auf.
Was? Oh mein Gott! Ich muss mich sofort umziehen!
Dummer Idiot. So, Schnaps, jetzt krieg ich dich. Aber zuerst surfen. Hä? Was hat Harry für Probleme?
Sieht aus, als müsste er kotzen.
Bäh, war das eklig in deinem Mund. Wann hast du das letzte Mal die Zähne geputzt?
Gryffindor gewinnt! Yay! Yo, that's my man! Man!
Oh, den Besen hat er von mir!
Von mir kriegt er auch bald was.
Yeah! Ha, ich hab den Schnaps! Ich hab den Schnaps! Yay! Haha! Mein Schnaps! Mein Schnaps! Ja! Haha!
Schön frische Luft hier draußen, nicht wahr, Kinder?
Ja, was hat's eigentlich mit diesem dreiköpfigen Hund auf sich?
Woher wisst ihr von Pongo? Pongo?
101 Dalmatiner, das ist sau einfallslos.
Besser als Familie. Den habe ich auf dieser einen Sendung gekauft. Hässliche mutierte Scheißtiere suchen ein Zuhause.
Echt?
Ja, es wäre auch noch ein Dackel mit 5 linken Beinen da gewesen. Aber den fand ich irgendwie nutzlos.
Ja, aber wieso holst du dir überhaupt so einen bescheuerten Hund? Ich meine, warum ist der da drinne?
Ja, genau.
Das darf ich euch leider nicht verraten. Ist nämlich streng geheim, müsst ihr wissen.
Hagrid, jetzt mal ohne Scheiß. Du bist fett, du bist hässlich und du bist haarig und du stinkst. Wir tun wenigstens so, als ob wir dich mögen. Und du könntest jetzt mal so freundlich sein, uns das Geheimnis zu verraten.
Meine Rede.
Ich habe übrigens auch nur so getan, als ob ich euch mögen würde. Und ihr wart niemals meine Freunde. Na, jetzt habt ihr bestimmt Minderwertigkeitskomplexe. Und ich werde euch niemals verraten, dass das was mit Nicolas Flamel zu tun hat.
Nicolas Flamel.
Ich hätte nicht sagen sollen, dass es was mit Nicolas Flamel zu tun hat. Ich hätte nicht sagen sollen, dass es geheim ist.
Nicolas Flamel.
Er hat nichts mit Dumbledore zu tun.
Ich hab ja was mit Dumbledore zu tun.
Verdammt, woher weißt du das?
Dass es tatsächlich noch Leute gibt, die sich über die Geister in Hogwarts erschrecken.
Oh, was für ein nettes Story in Vanorus Opens, hey!
Halt die Fresse, Flitze.
Was machen die beiden denn da?
Springer nach E5. Du kannst doch gar kein Schach. Du kannst ja nicht mal Kindergarten memorieren.
Dame nach
Stirb, du weißer Scheißkerl! Mein Auge!
Seit wann kannst du denn logisch denken?
wurde neulich ein Teil eines Paviangewinns eingepflanzt. Das hast du nicht, ne?
Nein, leider nicht.
Man kann jetzt sogar einständige Additionsaufgaben innerhalb einer Stunde lösen.
Wow, das ist echt beeindruckend.
Ja, soll ich mal das vorrechnen? Pass auf, 2
Ja,
plus 4
super. Ich
plus...
klick dir gleich ein Sternchen in dein Heft. Also ich wollte nur sagen, dass ich über die Weihnachtsferien wegfahre und ihr deswegen leider nicht mit mir schlafen.
Wir können ja nicht mit dir schlafen, du bist doch lesbisch.
Wisst ihr, seit ich euch kenne, hat sich da einiges geändert. Ein frohes Weihnachtsfest.
Jetzt, wo ich intellektuell bin, will sie was von mir.
Ron! Ron, musst du schon früh am Morgen dein Hardcore-Punk hören? Oh, das höre ich nicht, die Musik ist so laut. Was hast du überhaupt für einen Sack an? Wieso? Das ist jetzt Mode. Du kriegst auch ein Geschenk.
Was? Ich krieg auch einen stylischen braunen Wollpullover?
Ja.
Wow, so einen haben sie schon mal gesehen. Wow, abgefahren. Geschenke, 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 Geschenke. Welches mache ich jetzt erstes auf? Ja.
Mama.
Erstmal Karte lesen. Scheiße, Kammer. Lieber Harry, dein Vater gab mir dies zur Aufbewahrung vor seinem Tod. Gebrauche ihn gut. Dein heimlicher Verehrer.
Das ist nicht.
Das ist kompliziert eingepackt. Oh, ein Faden.
Was ist das?
Ein nach Ejakulation riechender Mantel.
Geil, zieh den mal an. Heilige Scheiße.
Mein Penis ist verschwunden.
Das ist ein unsichtbarkeitsmachender Unsichtbarkeitsmantel, der unsichtbar macht.
Oh, ich habe einen unsichtbaren Penis.
Was du damit alles anstellen könntest.
Yeah.
Wo ist denn dieser heimliche Verehrer?
Keine Ahnung. Und was meint er mit gebrauche ihn gut? Soll ich unsichtbar wichsen? Ich kann einfach nicht ohne Vorlage wichsen. Es muss in dieser Bibliothek doch irgendwo eine Erwachsenenabteilung geben. Ah, ab 18. Hoffentlich kann ich das komplizierte Kindersicherungsschloss knacken. Dann wollen wir mal schauen, was wir hier haben. So altmodisch. Schwanzsüchtige Asiatinnen treiben es mit Pferden, aber auch mit Hunden. Zu exotisch. Ah. Das sieht interessant aus. Willige Luder lutschen dein Blut. Ja, das klingt nicht gut.
Du hast mir eine!
Nee, darauf stehe ich doch nicht.
Wer ist da?
Nein, weg hier. Fuck. Fuck you, you fucking fuck. Nee, nicht zum Wichsen. Scheiße.
Willst du das, meine kleine Pussy? Warum kannst du denn nachts immer weg von mir? Jeden Tag bezahle ich 2 Euro für eine beschissene Dose Whiskas. Da kann ich ja wohl etwas Liebe verlangen. Hier, Kitty Kitty Kätzchen. Hier, Kitty Kitty Kätzchen. Wo bist du?
Stimmt ja wirklich. Ich muss hier unbedingt raus. Oh, verdammt.
Was willst du von mir?
Oh, du weißt genau, was ich von dir will, Baby.
Ich hab dir schon gesagt, ich bin noch nicht bereit dafür.
So geil.
Danke.
Überall, wo ich hingehe, sind Perversen. Mir ist schlecht.
Zu Maniküre. So, zurück zu uns beiden. Weißt du, was ich mit diesem Finger jetzt mache? Den steck ich dir unter den Arm. Jetzt gefälligst die Klappe und küsst mich.
Na, ihr Schwuchteln, guck mal, was ich gefunden habe. Eine Lampe. Die ist kaputt.
Ja, und wieso erzählst du uns das jetzt?
Ich brauchte irgendeinen Vorwand, um euch zu nerven.
Oh komm, wir gehen zu mir.
Hey, warte, darf ich mitmachen?
Nein.
Darf ich zugucken?
Nein.
Darf ich draußen vor der Tür stehen bleiben?
Okay.
Ja, geil, komm, Pussy. Nein, gib mir Whiskas.
habt ihr ein Bio-Buch. Da steht alles drin, was ihr über die weibliche Anatomie wissen müsst. Zum Beispiel über die Klitoris.
Klitoris gibt's gar nicht, das ist nur ein Märchen.
Pass auf, was du sagst, sie macht den Todesblick.
Die Klitoris, in Klammern der Kitzler, bedeutet wörtlich übersetzt kleiner Hügel und ist das zentrale Organ für die weibliche Lust.
Ja, und was geht mich das an?
Richtig.
Jungs, ehrlich, wenn ihr mich heute ficken wollt, müsst ihr das wissen.
Oh, okay.
Die Klitoris besteht aus einem Teil, der wie ein kleiner Zylinder aussieht und aus 2 Schwellkörpern. Wenn sich bei Erregung das Blut in den Schwellkörpern sammelt, vergrößert sich das Organ und wird hart und steif, ähnlich wie bei dem Penis des Mannes.
Hä? Wie mein Penis?
Der Penis ist das männliche
Ich
Geschlechtsorgan.
weiß, das ist das Mensch.
Ich will das hören.
Im nicht erregten Zustand hat die Klitoris eine Größe von 2 bis 3 cm. Bei steigender Erregung zieht sich die Klitoris weiter hinter die Vorhaut zurück. Sie wird indirekt durch die Bewegung des Penis in der Scheide stimuliert. Ich hoffe, ihr wisst nun, was ich von euch erwarte, Jungs. Und wenn ihr es beim ersten Mal nicht schafft, dann machen wir es halt wieder und wieder und wieder und wieder.
Hey, mommy, you sexy. Hey, mommy, you cute, 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 cute.
Hey, du verarschst Hagrid so, Alter. Hey, das wird so crank. Klingelstreich.
Genau, wenn ich so Klingelstreich mache, müsst ihr den auch wegrennen. Nur so ein kleiner Trick.
Ja, scheiße. Nochmal. Klingelstreich.
Ihr kapiert's nicht, oder?
Ja, wegrennen.
War das nicht der crankeste Scheiß, den ihr jemals gemacht habt?
Ja, was machen wir als nächstes?
Hey, lass uns mit Kreide ganz groß auf den Schulhof McGonagalls doof schreiben.
Ja. Oh, scheiße.
Was ist los? Ja, hab ich genau gehört. Ah, ich bin Draco Malfoy. Ich dachte, ich komme auch mal wieder vor. In meiner Laufbahn an dieser Schule habe ich schon viele dumme Jungenstreiche erlebt. Drogendelikte, Vandalismus, Brandstiftung, aber noch nie sowas Erbärmliches wie euch drei. Klingelstreiche, der Witz ist ja älter als ich. Zur Strafe geht ihr heute mit Hagrid in den Wald. Oh, scheiße, nicht mit Hagrid.
Ich hasse Hagrid.
Oh, seid froh, dass es nur Hagrid ist und nicht Snape. Der würde ganz andere Sachen mit euch Vieren anstellen. Entschuldigen Sie bitte, wertgeschätzte Schuldirektorin. Ich habe verstanden, euch 4. Können Sie nicht richtig zählen, Sie fette alte Kuh? Hast du mich gerade fett genannt, Junge? Ich habe deine Oma gekannt. Die war fett. Deine Mutter war auch fett. Und dein Vater liegt besoffen vor Aldi und stinkt nach Bockwurst.
Ah, wie peinlich.
Ich sollte deine Frage beantworten, warum ich euch 4 Spackos in den Wald schicke.
Stones da draußen, ich versuche zu schlafen. Genau, das ist Ruhestörung.
Wenn du wenig aufeinander gelegen und sie war bartig, ja, und etwas ihre Füße und sie dachte, das wäre Hund in die Füße, das wäre ja bartig. Habe ich euch eigentlich schon erzählt, wie ich meine kleine Pussy bekommen habe?
Hast du aus der Sendung hässliche mutierte Scheißtierbesucher zu Hause gegeben?
Nein.
Witziger Supershop?
Nein.
Du hast dir ganz viel Schinken gekauft und ihn so lange vergammeln lassen, bis er Haare bekommen hat.
Nein. Jetzt höre ich die Geschichte auch einmal. Ja, gut. Mann, ich beneide dich. Du kannst jetzt mit 4 süßen Kindern in den Wald gehen und sonst was mit ihnen anstellen.
Was? Geh mit denen nirgendwo hin. Die haben mich beleidigt. Die machen Klingelstreich. Und die haben gesagt, ich wäre fett und haarig.
Ach, du wärst die letzte Person auf diesem Planeten, die ich als fett und haarig bezeichnen würde, Hagrid.
Ich hab mich zutiefst verletzt. Ich hab gedacht, wir wären Freunde. Und jetzt trampel ich auf meinen Gefühlen herum. Ich lass mich nicht länger von euch verarschen.
Jeder verarscht dich, Hagrid. Selbst meine Katze verarscht dich.
Ich gehe mit den Kindern nirgendwo mehr hin. Ich hasse sie.
Du könntest dich im Wald brutal an ihnen rächen.
Hey, ich kenne diesen Kerl überhaupt nicht. Ich will nicht in den Wald. Bringen Sie mich zurück zum Schloss. Wenn ich mir recht überlege, geh doch lieber in den Wald.
Weiß nicht, was du verpasst, Junge. Ich werde mal mein Gesicht rausgenommen haben. Gute Nacht, Kinder. Dir wünsche ich auch eine gute Nacht, Kleine.
Danke.
Na gut, ich gebe euch noch eine Chance. Kommt mit in den Wald. Was haben wir denn da?
Hagrid, was ist das?
Deswegen sind wir hier. Seht ihr das? Das ist Einhornsperma. Einhorn?
Sperma?
Mist, das Wort ist schon zu Ende.
Naja, die Einhörner sind jetzt in der Brunft. Die schuppern sich an Bäume und spritzen ab.
Aufgabe ist es, sie davon abzuhalten. Nachher spritzen wir uns noch den ganzen Wald voll und ihr tretet dann in eine Spermapfütze. Das wollt ihr doch nicht. Nein. Aber ich schon. Also wenn ihr ein Einhorn seht, das sich an einen Baum schuppert, tretet ihm in die Eier.
Okay. Hey, das ist Tierquälerei.
Wir haben aber den Auftrag, jemanden in die Eier zu treten. Und wenn du das Einhorn nicht treten willst, dann nimm doch den Hund neben dir, oder? Was für ein Hund? Hund?
Also irgendwie habe ich Hagrid lange nicht mehr pupsen hören.
Sei doch froh, was meinst du, warum in diesem Wald nichts mehr lebt? Wenn der einmal bläht, brennt dir die Nasenhaare.
Ja, aber merkwürdig ist es schon. Hagrid? Hagrid? Er ist weg!
Oh nein, wir haben unsere Gruppe verloren.
Keine Sorge, ich führe uns aus dem Wald raus. Ich war mal Pfadfinder.
Echt? Wie viele Abzeichen hast du?
Abzeichen?
Ich dachte, man muss den Gruppenführer nur einen runterholen.
Ich glaube, wir sind vorhin falsch abgebogen.
Hey, hörst du das auch? Was ist das? Hörst du das nicht? Ich bin so überrascht, ich muss mir an den Kopf fassen. Ich bin noch minderjährig. Scheiße, Scheiße. Hey, Entschuldigung.
Ja?
Bist du irgendwie so ein Minotaur oder so?
Nein.
Bist du ein Centaur?
Nein, ich bin ein Turteltower.
Bist du eine Mischung aus Pferd und Mensch und Turteltaub?
Ja, ganz genau. Aber das ist ein abartiger Zeugungsakt, da muss ich dir ja nicht erzählen.
Oh, die arme Taube.
Siehst du das Einhorn da? Das war mein Freund. Er hatte das dickste Horn im ganzen Wald. Und jetzt ist er tot. Diese Kreatur hat ihn völlig ausgelutscht.
Ja, tut mir echt leid mit deinem Freund, aber ich meine, eine spermasüchtige Kreatur. Das ist doch voll geil.
Das ist überhaupt nicht geil, wenn man dabei stirbt, du unsensibler Wichskopf.
Also ich würde gern so sterben. Harry, alles in Ordnung? Ah, wie ich sehe, hast du dem Einhorn so doll in die Eier getreten, dass es gestorben ist. Gut gemacht, Harry.
Was?
Sehr gut gemacht.
Hey!
Ja, danke.
Hey, seid ihr alle ein bisschen scheiße oder so? Mein Freund ist gerade gestorben. Was ist das überhaupt für eine blöde Aktion, in den Wald zu gehen und Einhörnern in die Eier zu treten? Von wo kommt ihr überhaupt, ihr Asozialen? Ich verschwinde!
Ein sexsüchtiges Monster versucht die Hunde da draußen im Wald?
Genau zu sein. Ich glaube, es liegt ihm gar nichts an dem Sex oder an der Person. Es will nur das Sperma. Was ist hat es Einhörner getötet und sie völlig ausgelutscht. Das Ding ist unersättlich und es will immer mehr. Das Schlimmste ist, es wird auch erwischt.
Harry, das ist meine Frage. Ich weiß, du bist traumatisiert, aber hat er schöne, volle Lippen?
Also die schönsten Lippen, die ich in meinem gesamten Leben gesehen habe.
Mir fällt gerade ein, ich habe ein Radiergummi im Wald verloren. Ich muss das unbedingt wiederholen.
Oh, ich glaub, mich fickt ein Pferd. Jungs, seid ihr wirklich so notgeil, um mich von irgendeinem Monster aus dem Wald entjungfern zu lassen?
Yes.
Wieso entjungfern?
Also, ihr braucht gar kein abartiges Monster dafür. Ihr braucht nur ein abartiges Mädchen, so eins wie mich. Mach die Scheiße aus, zu dem Beat kann ja keiner ficken.
No, Ron.
Was ist?
Das ist mein Bett.
Ich renne über den Schulhof. Ich renne über den Schulhof. Ich renne über den Schulhof.
Ich habe das Gefühl, jemand hat meinen Kopf stundenlang gegen eine Wand gehauen.
Naja, das war ich.
Warum hast du das gemacht?
Na, ich fand's geil.
Ich auch. Wenn ich nicht schon genug Narben an meiner Stirn hätte.
Weniger peinlich als mit einem Stein beworfen zu werden.
Scheiße, Hagrid. Los, komm mit. Wir tun es wieder so, als ob wir seine Freunde wären und dann verarschen wir ihn
richtig und damit brechen wir ihm sein dickes, fettes, tonnenschweres Herz, okay? Hey, das wird so lustig. Ich hab uns doch schon so den guten Witz gewählt für den Up-to-Date. Hey, das ist so crack. Hey, Hagrid, was hat eine Flöte in der Hand und stinkt? Hey! McGonagall! Professor McGonagall! Professor McGonagall, ich wollte nur sagen, dass Sie eine hässliche alte Gewitterziege sind. Gewitterziege, das ist ja meine super Beleidigung. Ja, ne? Respekt, die stammt aus dem 12. Jahrhundert, aber sonst seid ihr aktuell, oder? Hey, wir sind jetzt voll die Disser und wir mobben jeden. Und wir machen jeden fertig. Oh, und wir haben eben gerade schon wieder Hagrid verarscht. Das ist ein Klingelstreich, oder? Nein, viel schlimmer, viel gemeiner. Na gut, ich gebe euch allen einen Minuspunkt. Und jetzt verschwindet. Selbst der Phantasy Sky, weil du wie die gefürchtetste Gang in Hogwarts. Ich hab eine Idee, wir ziehen heute Nacht voll den Burner-Plan ab. Wir machen den fiesesten Streich, den wir jemals gemacht haben. Ich hab Bock, jemanden in die Schule zu pissen.
Oh ja, süß. Oh, du bist neulich noch nicht zu mir gekommen. Die Kaninchenbabys mussten lange auf dich warten. Und ich auch.
Hey. Ist diese Kaninchengeschichte nicht etwas zu abgedroschen? Ich meine, wer fällt denn drauf rein, außer Harry?
Weißt du, was mit den Kaninchen passiert ist? Was? Sie sind am Mittwoch, Donnerstag und Freitag alle gestorben. Sie hatten einen unglücklichen Sturz von der Treppe.
Tut mir leid, Harry.
Ich bin nicht gestorben, weil ich nicht gekommen bin. Das ist deine Schuld.
In der darauffolgenden Nacht war es soweit. Wir wollten als fieseste Gang aller Zeiten in die Geschichte von Hogwarts eingehen.
Ich wusste damals nicht, was mich erwartete. Heute weiß ich, jeder muss einmal im Leben etwas Großes wagen. Jeder muss die Prüfung des Lebens bestehen. Doch mit Rons Pavian-Gehirn und Hermines Dildo hatte ich eine Chance. Und unsere erste Prüfung war...
Hey Leute, habt ihr schon meinen neuen blauen Schlafanzug gesehen? Da sind Teddybären drauf, ist das nicht super geil?
Teddybären sind jetzt nicht so geil mehr.
Ich hab auch noch einen, wo Feuerwehrautos und Hydranten drauf sind. Cool, ne? Guck mal, ich hab Unitanzen gelernt.
Jetzt halt endlich die Klappe, du Fettarsch! Auf Wasser geht heran!
Wow, du hast Level umgebracht. Das haben
Dead.
so viele versucht. Du hast es geschafft. Ich glaube, ich liebe dich.
Ach, jetzt wird nicht sentimental.
Hey, lass es weg in die Fresse stinken. Naja, und dann kam noch der ganze andere Action-Scheiß mit Kungo, dem Mongo, dem riesigen klischeehaften Tentakelmonster, das man aus jedem Hentai-Porno kennt, den bescheuerten fliegenden Schlüsseln und dem Schachspiel, bei dem mein angeblich bester Freund Ron von einem Stunt-Double gespielt wurde. Stunt-Double? Das gibt's ja wohl nicht. Ein toller Freund bist du. Ron, alles in Ron, jetzt tu mal nicht so theatralisch tot. Aus dem Hermine...
Fuck.
Es scheint fast so, als wenn du...
No.
Doch zu. Und wenn das so ist...
I leveled up dexterity. No.
Jemand wie ihn oder dich verliebe. Ihr seid so dumm wie Toastbrot.
Bin ich Vollkorn-Toastbrot?
Ich erzähl dir mal was über Toastbrot.
Oh, crap.
Lateinischen Toastbrot. Es ist ein spezielles, feinporiges Kastenweißbrot mit dünner Kruste.
Ja.
Vor dem Verzehr wird es scheibenweise geröstet mit einem sogenannten
Nein.
I just ruined my mag because I used... Oh, crap. I should have just used the mono instead of the D. Oh, fuck. I literally just ruined my mag. I can't fix it anymore.
Stimmt überhaupt nicht. Und dann Refrain können es auch gelogen.
Was machen Sie hier eigentlich mitten in der Nacht unten im Keller vor einem großen Spiegel?
Dasselbe wie du. Einen fiesen Plan durchziehen.
Diesen Plan durchziehen? Die Idee hatte ich auch.
Ja, ich bin nämlich gar nicht so lieb und freundlich, wie immer alle denken. Ich bin total böse und gemein und fies. Aber deine lila Klamotten sind nicht gerade bedrohlich. Aber dein roter Pullover oder was? Und deine blöde runde Brille.
Hey, sag nichts gegen meinen roten Pullover und meine Brille, sonst zeige ich hier mal auf dich und komme einen Schritt weiter.
Ach ja? Was steht von der Treppe und pisst dich vor Angst in die Hose? Siehst du, ist auch nicht lustig. Geschweige denn fies. Du hast nicht das pure Böse in dir, du wirst kaputt. Dann hast du den links sogar gegen die Wand gehauen. Das ist laut Voldemort. Und es steckt in mir. Oh, eine Fliege. Hey, mir will ich zu, wenn ich einen fiesen Plan erzähle. Komm her. Du sollst nur herkommen. Und nicht
I'm so pissed.
Und jetzt hör meinen bösen Plan zu und lass du mich gefällig. Oh, ich höre eine Stimme in meinem Hinterkopf.
I'm pissed because what now happens is that my mag does not turn into the correct one at 35. My mag will turn into one that learns the air raid whatever. That photon blast that attacks stuff in the air. It was supposed to turn into that mag that has that one-shot ability that attacks one enemy.
Feuer! Oh, ich kann nicht über 1 Meter Feuer springen! Oh, ich komme nicht mehr raus! Und ich
Because the invulnerability one and the buff, the thing that buffs, both of them are not possible without me training MST. And yeah, I don't need that stat. Like, yeah. But the problem is there's just one mag that has the single target thing. Well, at least at level 35 there's just one. And for that mag, I needed my power to be higher than dexterity and defense together. And I just ruined that, because I fed the wrong item to my mag.
Mann, nicht verraten!
The power is 1 too low. The only thing I can hope for that it actually there's no chance. It still has the right stats for another mag. Well, it has the right stats for that one mag, I think.
das tut verdammt weh! Ich hab langsam das Gefühl, du willst mich umbringen! Oh, cool! Scheiße gelaufen.
I just realized, even if I wouldn't have failed, well, I had to not raise defense and dexterity to get power high enough. I screwed it up anyways. Well, even before that I screwed it up. I just realized that. Because my power was not higher. Wouldn't have not been higher, it would have been the same. Whatever. The mag is screwed up. It will, well, basically, my mag will never have a third photon blast because of that. I mean, that's not the worst thing ever, but it's still kind of crap. That basically means my mag will never have a single that single target skill.
hoffe, dir geht's gut. Ich hoffe, du bist froh.
Ja, mir geht's gut.
Das ist super. Weißt du was? Ich komm krass. Wir brauchen Bass. Fresh. Was? Wir brauchen Bass? Was geht denn, Alter? Was geht denn, Alter? Du kennst den Rapper-Jargon noch nicht. Also, mein Homie, kannst du dich an irgendetwas erinnern, was gestern Nacht passiert ist?
Ich hatte einen komischen Traum. Ich habe geträumt, ich habe einen Stein gefunden und dann kam traurige Musik und ich bin gestorben.
Um genau zu sein, hast du dir ein fettes Battle geliefert, und zwar mit Lord Voldemort. Du hast für immer und ewig meinen Respekt, Junge.
Ja, danke. Können Sie bitte Ihre Hand von meinem Knie nehmen? Das ist sexuelle Belästigung.
Wenn ich jedes Mal 10 Cent kriegen würde, wenn mir das jemand sagt, dann wäre ich jetzt reich.
Was wollen Sie von mir?
Liebe Harry. Liebe.
Nein, bitte nicht.
Ei. Tschüss.
Harry gestorben, dieser blöde Fixer. Na, dann sind wir beide jetzt allein.
Ja, scheiß auf Harry.
Ja, scheiß auf Harry.
Hey Harry, du lebst ja noch.
Ja, sieht so aus. Habt ihr mich vermisst?
Oh ja, wer sogar? Ich vermisse dich.
Kinder, halt mal eure Schnauze, verstanden, damit ihr wieder ein Freestyle-Rap macht.
Ja, ich bin zwar ein alter Mann, das heißt aber nicht, dass ich nicht rappen kann. Ihr könnt bestimmt nicht so gut rappen wie ich, deswegen spuck ich euch ins Gesicht. Ihr seid scheiße, ich weiß wie ich heiße. Fresh Dumbledore geht in euer Ohr. Einmal rein und wieder raus, so sieht's aus.
Bravo. Voll. Ja, super.
Also ich habe langsam das Gefühl, ihr mögt meine Raps gar nicht und ihr macht nur Anstandsklatschen, egal was ich sage. Hey, ich habe euch eine Message zu vertellen. Slytherin gewinnt den Hauspokal.
Da brauche ich mich immer drüber.
Oh my god. That's the correct one. I don't know how, but it... Nice.
Zu früh, ich habe nämlich noch ein paar Extrapunkte zu verteilen, und zwar so, dass Gryffindor gewinnt.
Jetzt hat der alte Knacker das Ende verraten. Ist der dumm.
Okay, das wird jetzt weniger spannend, als ich mir gedacht hatte. Naja, ich vergebe Punkte an Hermine Granger für den besonnenen Einsatz ihres dicken Gehirns, während andere in großer Gefahr schweben. Und weil sie eine Lesbe ist und ich das geil finde. 50 Punkte.
Warum findet er Schwule nicht geil? Mann, ich verstehe ich der lesbisch.
Danke.
Außerdem verteile ich noch Punkte an Ronald Weasley. Mich?
Ja, du.
Weil er einfach so behindert und dumm ist und das ist lustig.
Er hat besondere Bedürfnisse.
50 Punkte.
Mann, ich bin nicht mehr behindert.
Aber das ist noch nicht alles. Ich verteile auch noch Punkte an Harry Potter.
Ich hab gar nicht mit gerechnet.
100 Punkte. Und zwar einfach so, weil ich ihn süß finde.
Wer hat da nicht süß gefunden? Lass mir nicht lachen oder weinen soll. Ich bin ihn auch süß.
Du hast Ex auch nicht ganz akkommodieren.
Ich bin noch nicht fertig. Ich vergebe noch einen letzten halben Punkt. Und zwar an jemanden, der immer wieder aufersteht, egal wie oft man ihn umbringt. Und zwar Neville Longbottom.
Hey Neville, du lebst ja noch. Bist du ein Zombie oder so?
Ja.
Deswegen stinkt er wahrscheinlich auch so.
Tja, das war's. Keine extra Punkte mehr zu vergeben. Da würde ich mal sagen, ich bin alt, ich bin bald tot. Aus grün wird rot. Klatsch. Gryffindor gewinnt den Hauspokal.
Wow, Zeitlupen.
Ja, Wuschel. Alles Gute zum Geburtstag.
dir doch gratulieren.
Ja, wir haben gewonnen und die anderen haben verloren. Los, geht in den Zug, haut endlich ab, ihr Scheißkinder.
Tschüss, du Fleckgeschwader.
Ciao.
Kuh. Er hat mich Kuh genannt. Räche mich.
Niemand beleidigt meine Lieblingsfreunde. Das ist immer noch nicht kapiert, Fettsack. Hier, das hier. Beleidigen kann ich mich selber, ich hab keinen zu Recht. Aber warte mal, ich hab hier ein Geschenk für dich. So, Sag. Okay, du hast meinen bunten Buch herausgefunden. Ich werde mir überlegen, mich nochmal zu küssen. Kapiert? Verpiss dich.
Was ist los? Was hat er gesagt? Hat er dich fertig gemacht?
Ich werde nicht mehr sicher. Wer wird für dich verschlagen? Tschüss, kommt schlecht nach Hause. Natürlich, tschüss. Ich wünsche euch hässliche Ferien. Tschüss. Ich heiße Katrin und ich spreche Harry. Und ich bin ein Mädchen. Vielleicht sieht man sich ja wieder bei Harry Potter und das Klo des Schreckens.
Tschüss.
Hey, Al, why don't you do the intro on this show? Apathy, yeah. Fort Minor, Styles of Beyond. Demigods. Here we go. Yo. Rappers like heavy metal and ghettos, guns, metal and ammo. Pistol whip Tony and fuck metal.
Hey everyone, we're back. DF Direct Weekly, number 94. And yeah, not so much of an array of news for us to cover this week. Very little happening, but you know, we're still intent on putting together a decent show. And joining me, first of all, we have John Linneman.
Hey Rich, yeah, it's a little bit of a slow week, but we came up with some interesting discussion points, I think, so it should be fun.
Absolutely, and of course, Alex Battaglia.
Hey there, Rich. Hey there, audience. Excited to talk about...
Hi, Jake.
Yeah, hi, Jake. Excited to talk about Ubisoft failings and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Okay, we're going to kick off with not so much a news topic, but certainly a point of discussion that a lot of people seem intent on us wanting to talk about. And it's really simple. Obviously, with the recent release of Mortal Shell on Nintendo Switch, it's the latest in a series of ports that have kind of underperformed, or rather haven't lived up to performance expectations, and it's kind of creating further momentum for the argument that the Switch is running out of steam. And this is a big thing, right? Because coming up to March this year, it will be the system's 6th anniversary. Typically, that's the kind of time where we would expect to see a next generation replacement. Thus far, we've seen nothing from Nintendo. John, how would you sort of rank the current situation at the moment? Because it's clear that third-party titles are struggling. Now, there's a counter-argument, of course, which is that if you target Switch from the get-go, no problems at all, because, you know, that is your primary target. But at the same time, we would expect Nintendo to be delivering those titles, and I think it's fair to say that that list of titles is kind of winding down. I mean, is there much actually confirmed after the new Zelda game this year?
That's a good question, and I would say on the first-party side, we don't entirely know yet, and that was also the case last year, I think, with 2022, and Nintendo did publish a fair amount of games for that system last year, and a lot of them were quite good. So I wouldn't say Zelda will be the only release this year. I mean, they do have that remake of Kirby from the Wii, which looks phenomenal, but ultimately just a remake, and I'm sure there will be other things. Yeah, hopefully at some point.
Could
But I think
get this
it's pretty
thing.
clear that with Nintendo, when they target the Switch hardware, there's usually not a problem. I don't see that as an issue. But it's the
Just
third
realized
party
that I
stuff you
could
mentioned
get
that
the.
is
Oh no, wait,
an
that's
issue.
not. No, 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 I cannot. That's Pinkle. Pinkle. Not purple. Purple num.
Xbox One,
Purple
where those
num.
platforms now become more of
Purple num.
a challenge for
Whatever.
developers to target. They're no longer
I need
the
that,
priority
not that.
anymore. They're not trying to push them. They just need to get something out, and as best as they can. And I think with the Switch, it's in the situation where most new titles now that are multi-platform are starting to target higher end platforms as the base version, right? And then you're porting down to like Xbox One and PS4 and everything. And because the baseline is increasing, it's becoming more challenging, I think, to offer an acceptable Switch experience.
I
You know,
think I have to
if
get.
you want to do that,
I
it's
have to
gonna take a lot
do
of
this.
engineering work, time, effort, money, all of that, and I'm not sure everybody wants to dedicate those resources to make
Dex
it
mine
happen
Paul.
at this point. And it's kind of becoming a liability.
Wait, mine?
And I
No.
think it's only going to become more so when
Power
like
Dex
Unreal Engine
mine.
5 starts to gain a foothold,
Wait.
right? Like conceivably,
Yeah, of
we
course.
know
Oh my
Unreal
god, I
Engine
didn't know.
5 does work on
I
the
did not
Switch,
see
right?
that.
It's
Power
all
Dex
games
mine,
work
yeah,
great.
of course.
But you're not going to be using the latest features like Lumen and Nanite, and if the game's art pipeline is built around that, you know,
Yep.
that also means that PS4 and Xbox One won't be viable for those titles, right? But those are now last gen. Switch is still Nintendo's current gen.
I mean, I was thinking about when this narrative actually began. It actually began with a first-party title, Bayonetta 3.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Thinking about it.
Bayonetta 3, though, is a weird situation because it's a very Platinum style game. Platinum is notorious for this, for better or for worse. Like, their games just release with performance problems, right? They are not known for targeting and nailing 60 FPS. They kind of got there a little bit with some recent games that were less technically, I guess, advanced on PS4 and the like, but you look at like Wonderful 101 on the Wii U when that launched, it was an absolute mess, dropping into like the teens, 20s at times with a maximum frame rate of 60 FPS. Bayonetta 3 is not actually that bad, but it's in that ballpark, right?
Yeah. It's I think it's just trying to show that even if you're not going for a cross-platform game and having to downgrade it to get it to run on the Switch, if you have higher ambitions, for example, your video about Bayonetta 3 did point out the fact that a lot of the areas of the game have you just kind of in like really large areas with like really big bosses and like lots of alpha to the front of the screen. Stuff that we know that the Switch isn't really good at, as in, you know, like large open world titles, as well as alpha. Due to the low bandwidth situation there.
I think the boss was actually in this room, right?
Over your previous game, this current Switch hardware is actually going to be a main limiting factor in that. Something that new hardware would hopefully at least remedy most of the problems of the original Switch away. So I think that's the situation that it's currently in right now, where if you want to go bigger and better, which is usually what sequels do for games, you are actually limited by Switch. And regarding the current gen situation, I think Switch was really lucky that the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One had such awful CPUs, because it allowed the actual downgrading of the games. But if we look at, for example, the most recent porting efforts of Sniper Elite games, if you go into their like NVIDIA GTC presentations about it, they actually have to do a lot of extremely low-level programming to get the performance they are getting out of the Switch, and that is a level of dedicated resources that I don't think every studio wants to go through. They have like an entire team who's really into Switch and really dedicated to it, but if you want to just do a quote-unquote easier port, where you're using maybe not the lowest level hardware, you're not doing like assembly kind of coding here, which I would imagine is the way you'd want to port a game. Usually do it in a quicker, easier way, extracting as much performance as possible. You're not going to be able to do that with any of the current gen games on Switch using something like the Vulkan backend that the Switch offers and get good performance. So I think that's the current situation here, and they actually probably do need new hardware to get cross-platform games on the Switch in the next year and a half or so.
Yeah, because I feel like Nintendo itself would be fine sticking with this hardware as long as possible, right? Like, I don't think their internal developers care that much.
No, they don't.
But it's more like if they want to retain third-party support, they kind of need to do it.
Yeah, specifically, Call of Duty was just announced to be targeting Switch in the next couple of years through Microsoft and the Activision merger, right? It was one of the.
I think they
Nintendo, right?
expressed the desire to do it, maybe, or promised it, but I don't think it's officially happening, right?
Well, I think they're going to do it though.
We'll see.
But I think that requires new hardware in general. Even though those games target 60 always, it's more like I think to get a good experience there, it's going to require new hardware.
A lot of ways to get Call of Duty onto Switch. It doesn't necessarily require using. First of all, they could use legacy games. They could bring legacy ports. I think if they just put Black Ops Trilogy on Switch, it would just sell gangbusters.
That's a good point.
Secondly, they could just put Warzone on there. There's Warzone Mobile, which they could use as a basis. There's a lot of different ways they could bring Call of Duty to Switch, which doesn't necessarily mean bringing the current generation versions to that hardware. And I think it's an agreement with Nintendo specifically, so it probably would be next gen 4 if they were intending to do a more modern thing. I mean, I was just thinking about this. I mean, obviously the first party stuff from Nintendo itself is usually untouchable, right? Whether it's 60 or 30, it works. But you do get stuff like Hyrule Warriors, which
Tecmo is not really well known for that stuff.
No, they're pretty bad at almost anything technical.
I don't really know where we can go further with this because, but what I do think is that one of the reasons why Switch was so successful was that diversity in the catalogue, right? And there was an array of factors that made that happen. First of all, obviously, you had Nintendo putting their first-party efforts onto the system, which is always great, which is always a guarantee of success. But secondly, they had the entire library of Wii U, which most people didn't play, that they could bring over to the new system, which basically, some might say that it massively augmented the first-party output. The third factor is the third-party support, right?
There's still
you can't sort of understate how important that
a very, very important game that's still left on Wii U.
Or rather,
one game.
Third-party support, they kind of need.
And that series even got big recently.
If there's
it's Xenoblade too.
PlayStation 4 and Xbox One versions, then there's less effort still, maybe, or less optimization going into the Switch-specific versions. And it's interesting that you bring up Rebellion there because, as you say, the Sniper Elite stuff, in fact, all of their stuff has been absolutely brilliant on Switch. And the reason why it's brilliant is because they've got a dedicated unit of people that love the Switch hardware, that want to get the most out of it.
Which is awesome.
And it's not an afterthought, right? I mean, those Sniper Elite ports, they're knocking on 1080p resolution. They're comparable with PlayStation 4 simply because they're intelligently ported by people that really love the system. And they're doing some amazing low-level stuff to get the most out of that GPU. But it's something that's not going to be, it's not standard practice, right? And that's why those ports stick out.
And Rich, I think you're mentioning the Call of Duty Black Ops Trilogy release, that type of concept. I think that's a good way to hobble through the remaining years of Switch. Because on holiday, I brought along with me Burnout Paradise on the Switch. I was playing that in portable mode, and it was just, it's a PS3 era game, but seeing something like that run with those types of visuals, improved even, at 60 frames per second on a portable system like that, it feels great, right? And I feel like more games from that era or early PS4 era, companies should tap into their back catalog, and I bet they'd get some decent sales out of them.
I think, there's so many examples, though, where I do feel that we're kind of reaching the end of the road. John, Sonic Generation, it's not Sonic Generation, Sonic Frontier.
Yeah. That sucks because that had an impact on every version, right? Because they set the hard-coded settings within the game engine for when to draw in objects in the terrain. it's the same across every single version. It was clearly defined by the Switch, and that's basically responsible for the pop-in that everybody experienced. And PC modders are working to fix it, but it's a huge pain in the butt. And I think, again, they wanted to get this working with Switch, and they just wanted to use one setting across the board for that specific.
Oh boy.
So.
Yeah, but it does feel that Zelda is obviously going to reset the narrative to a certain extent, but that's still months away, right?
Fire Emblem
so-
Engage that I just covered, I thought was a nice boost over that last game, which, by the way, Koei Tecmo did develop technically, so that kind of explains why that last one, Three Houses, looked as bad as it does. So.
Okay, so we've discussed the situation with the current Switch, its failings, and basically the trajectory going forward. But basically, I think at some point we're going to be needing a new piece of hardware, and we're kind of reaching the point now where we are, 6 years into the current Switch's lifespan. That's a huge amount of time for what was, technically speaking, an outdated chipset at the time it actually launched. So I think it's been pretty miraculous what we've had out of it so far. But let's talk about what's going to happen with the new Switch. Typically, when a new hardware design from Nintendo comes along, it arrives with a kind of, I hesitate to call it a quote-unquote gimmick. I think concept is probably a better word. The concept with Switch was obviously the concept of a hybrid console. Before that, there was the Wii U scenario. Now, we know that Nintendo are quite agitated, I think, concerned about the nature of this upcoming transition. So, John, what do you think? Does the next Switch need this new concept / gimmick?
No, I don't think so. And honestly, given the current leadership, which has proven to be somewhat more conservative, I'm not sure we'll see that either. This is the first time we've had a new Nintendo system from the ground up since the old guard, obviously since Iwata's passing, Reggie's gone, a lot of change has happened within the company, and since then they found huge success with the Switch, which itself, while I guess kind of revolutionary in design with the whole console / portable idea, I don't really think they need to change it again, and I don't think they want to rock the boat, especially if it would potentially compromise their development plans, which has seen them sort of consolidate behind one platform rather than supporting multiple platforms.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. Alex?
I'd agree with John. Essentially, they struck gold with the concept of making sure all their developers are focusing on one platform, which allowed them to have the output that they did, and it didn't have a split audience this time of people who just wanted a 3DS and only played on the go. So they keep the same audience. One thing that I think that they do need to actually ensure, though, since they're not going to have a quote-unquote gimmick if they don't. I really don't think they need it, because it's also hard to imagine what it could be at this point in time. They've already tried, without glasses 3D. They've already done the second screen thing, which was a disaster. They've already done motion controls. I honestly think motion controls haven't advanced too much beyond the VR space, and they're not going to go. I don't think they're going to go into VR either, because it's a more solitary, multiplayer-less experience. It's more of a single player.
Well, they already did.
Well,
slightly.
I don't know about that. It's not exactly a good VR experience, the Labo thing. But I think at this point it's about consolidating their current market and then expanding it in any way they can. That usually doesn't mean a gimmick, but to keep that level of market, I think they do need to ensure backwards compatibility.
Yeah.
As a part of this.
I think that's absolutely key.
Microsoft and Sony have shown that backwards compatibility.
BC.
Already have a catalog that's there.
I want to play Switch games with actual nice performance, please.
Games to be downloaded without a cartridge for a while now. You can get them on their store and things like that. I think maintaining that continuity of account to another Switch successor would be a great way to ensure the console's success. So I think that's
that would be the first time they've done that.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're notorious for, is not. So they have previously offered backwards compatibility in the form of hardware support, where you physically use your game discs and cartridges, but they've never really allowed users to carry over their accounts between systems and use those purchases on new platforms. And arguably in the past, it kind of made sense given the extreme architectural differences. Like, nobody was expecting to play 3DS games natively on the Switch, right? I think. Or the same with Wii U. I mean, I don't think that's viable either, but...
Why would you not play 3DS games on the Switch? Just literally the same if you turn off the fucking 3D.
You know, Nintendo are the masters of reselling their existing libraries, which, you know, is something that I don't think is gonna wash this time around. I think that's something they're gonna have to embrace. And I would like to see those increased performance boosts because from a compatibility perspective, overclocking on the existing Switch I don't think has actually caused any problems at all with any title. And it kind of just works like a PC in that way. So, you know, the concept of actually using the new hardware to get better performance on your existing games, I think that could be one selling point, probably not one that they're likely to linger on. Nintendo typically don't talk performance at all. Things just kind of work, right? I guess this kind of leads on to the concept of what specifications it should have. And I think people, as always, need to temper expectations. Because I mean, literally every Nintendo system in the history of Nintendo systems since basically Online 4 became a thing, the concept of the specifications has been oversold time and time again, and Nintendo just aren't really interested in that. I think they're going to want to keep the handheld side of things to be as manageable as possible. So the idea that we're going to get this massive Steam Deck-like design capable of dissipating like 27 watts at any given point isn't likely to be the case. It's going to be a small, svelte device, just like the current one. It might even, I mean, if they're sticking to the current power budgets of the existing Switch, then wow, you know, and they possibly would do that because battery life is very much a concern for them, right? Alex, where do you think they're going to land? I think it's pretty obvious at this point they're going to stick with NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Which basically limits the amount of hardware that they've got available, unless they're going to go for some bespoke design.
I point at the shirt for that one.
Yeah. Well, we do need the quote unquote shirt. That's for sure.
We need. Yeah, that's the next one. That's coming up. I think in this case it's gonna have to be the Emperor offering that we talked about once in the video before, and I think there's also been some leaks regarding this too, about some confirmation of a certain chipset or SoC that was in production at one point. That
it's the Orin one.
Yeah, it's the
NX.
Orin one.
Yeah.
That's what it was, and the NX. My goodness, that's a very nice name. I think that's going to be it, and I think one thing that they probably, as a part of that, and it's already part of that as well too, when you look at the specs, is that just like a better CPU, like way better, much more advanced ARM there, and I think the memory speed. I think actually GPU-wise, the current Switch is surprisingly okay in a lot of titles. The thing that rears its head usually is when like any sort of open world game just struggles really hard on the Switch usually. And any single time where it's really obvious that we're looking at a bandwidth issue. And improving those aspects while keeping the exact same resolution. I've maintained it when I made that DLSS video that I honestly think the screen, the on-the-go screen, should stay the same resolution. And I think the thing that like pushed me over the edge for that was using the Steam Deck, where I saw actually like a normal HD screen, 720p, is really good for on-the-go handheld gaming, especially one that'll be smaller than the Steam Deck, like I imagined this Switch successor would be, because that small screen real estate really makes the most out of that lower pixel density. At that point, one thing I'm curious about whether or not is they
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Something I'm not sure has been talked about at all.
That would be really smart.
That would be smart. It would also be another battery life saver depending upon how it is utilized. It could also be a battery life waster depending upon how it is used. But it would allow, if it is actually like something like that, they could, for example, do, instead of a 60 FPS target on the go, they could do like 40 FPS and things like that, instead of compromising other aspects of the visuals. There's a lot of things that could be done with a VRR screen, and given how things are these days, they've already switched OLED Switch. they have the concept already in the company of using higher quality screen products. Maybe that's the next step.
Yeah. Where do we go with this? I mean, I do think that the Orin chipset is the most likely candidate, right? Because it's not on the latest cutting-edge process nodes, i.e. it's affordable. Secondly, it does provide a generational leap over the Tegra X1, the Maxwell architecture. I guess the question is the extent to which it's backwards compatible, because AMD bake this stuff into their designs, and it's never really so much of a consideration for NVIDIA. But at the same time, it's more likely an API thing, right? It's going to be the successful transfer of the NVM graphics API, I suspect. It's really tricky to see what we're actually going to get here, simply because, as I said, performance isn't really a core consideration for Nintendo here. I am still intrigued by the DLSS thing. I do think it's going to support it. I don't think they could have really grafted it into the existing Switch for a number of reasons, but mostly because, how many games actually have motion vectors that would actually... you see where I'm going with that?
Well, I don't think it would be an automatic thing. It would be
it's got to be
supporting it and patched in.
Yes, but I think the requirement there would be onerous. I think it's far more likely to be a thing that's a standard thing when you've got a whole new generation of games to tap into. I think that's the
right. Like as a part of the API, like you just say, "Oh, I'm going to be using DLSS," and the console knows it. Yeah.
I've been thinking a lot about the DLSS thing because, Alex, you've run the sums on this. Back in the day, we did a video about whether DLSS is actually going to be conceivable for a mobile device, and the answer was kind of wobbly hand maybe. Right?
Yeah. It was all predicated on the fact that they are using a model complexity of DLSS that is the same as the desktop one, which they don't necessarily need to do. They could make compromises on quality of that model and, like the size of it to make it run better on the Switch. That's one thing they could do, but at the same point, then you're losing maybe the quality when you plug it into a bigger screen. And the new Switch will for sure support 4K, I'm pretty sure. If they only supported 1080p, I'd be very surprised.
Well, I think the question is not so much using DLSS to upscale to 4K, but actually using DLSS to upscale to produce a picture that's actually presentable on a 4K screen.
Ah, that's what you mean.
There's going to be a bunch of Xbox Series S games out there running at 1080p that are going to be displayed on 4K displays, and they look all right. I don't think you necessarily need to use DLSS to output 4K, right? I think that's the bottom line. Maybe because the computational cost of DLSS is linked directly to the output resolution, right?
Yeah, it completely is. Also, one thing that to take into mind here is with the recent CES presentation, NVIDIA did make mention, and they did show some results of it, of how they made the ultra performance mode of DLSS at 4K look better. I mean, this could just be general model improvements that their supercomputers are doing, but that would be a really good use case then for Nintendo's Switch successor, 720p up to 4K. Obviously, it still has that larger computational cost that Chris talked about, but I've already seen it look really great in titles. I thought it looked incredible, actually, in Portal RTX. So if that's the future, then Switch would definitely use it.
Mm-hmm. Any final thoughts from you on this, John? When do you think they should actually produce this machine? Because I think it is high time. I still wouldn't be surprised if it did arrive later this year. It would be against form, I think, because they do usually pre-announce it.
I genuinely think it's going to be a 2024 thing at this point. We might see an announcement though this year. I could see that. It like popping up out of nowhere sometime in the fall, where they sort of tease its existence, and then next year kind of roll it out. And that also means the Switch launched in the spring, right? So they could do that again here, unless they're really crazy and just. I don't know. Again, with this new management, it's hard to understand what they're thinking, because as we know, a lot of top management gets things wrong or has weird expectations, like Ubisoft. that leads to ruin. And I don't know, we haven't seen what this new executive team can do when it comes to generational transitions.
Do you guys have a recollection of how long the announcement of the Switch was before it came out?
Yes, it was exactly like that. They did an initial announcement video, like conceptual video in fall 2016, I believe.
Yeah.
And then there was like sort of a hands-on event in early January where they really rolled out more information, and then it launched in like March.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah. I'm just looking at some data here. Chris String,
3/3.
Industry.biz.
3rd of March.
The Switch was the biggest.
March 3rd.
The biggest console seller in 2022, right? Which is possibly surprising, but its sales were down 25% against 2021. So I think there's two things to take away from that. First of all, that the existing Switch has been a juggernaut success for Nintendo, but we've peaked and we're on the way down now, and that's typically the time where we do need new hardware. That's typically where at least the announcement happens. Thus far, there's been nothing. Maybe there has been some sort of behind-the-scenes drama with, flirtations with a Pro model.
The next Nintendo console is not backwards compatible.
It's kind of
I will fucking scream a lot.
So, I don't know.
A lot and very loud.
An announcement this year. But there's still the concept of the first-party stuff being a bit thin on the ground. It does, from my perspective, seem to be the case that May, with the new Zelda, seems to be kind of almost like the last.
Well, Pikmin 4, I think, was discussed as a 2023 game, and we still don't know what the situation is with Metroid.
Right.
Including the remastered versions. So, who knows there. Though, I think it's become a point where I think Metroid Prime 4 as a launch title for whatever comes next would be extremely wise on their part, you know? Because clearly Zelda, I don't expect it to get delayed again, and I don't think they would want to delay it any further just to release alongside a new console. But Metroid Prime 4, that would be a pretty good one.
Interesting. Okay. I think that pretty much wraps up our thoughts on this. A really complex discussion to have, and a lot of people have been
What happened with Ubisoft?
Precisely.
But yeah, I do think we're in this kind of
What is happening right now?
because cross-gen is winding down, and as I said, the games that were struggling on Xbox One and PlayStation 4 will struggle still further on the Switch. So yeah, it's going to be a case of kind of waiting and seeing what's going to happen for the rest of the year.
So, Rich, is Mortal Shell Switch's Shadow of Mordor moment?
Yes.
Could be. Maybe the Far Cry 3 moment.
Maybe it's not.
Maybe not.
It's not that bad, is it? I think as a whole, the industry has got a whole lot better at managing cross-generational transitions, right? And I think it is a lot of the time down to the fact that middleware is a lot better, and also these versions aren't being built from scratch, which I think was the case with those ones. But yeah. Okay, I think that wraps up that discussion. But let's move on to actual news that happened this week. And yes, referring to my sheet here, I think we should talk about the Xbox developer _direct, which has been announced. Anything with direct in it's never going to catch on. Yeah, so basically, I think this is actually a really positive move from Xbox. They're going to be launching their own series of developer directs, developer _directs. And the first one is coming on January the 25th. It's going to be covering titles including Elder Scrolls Online, Forza Motorsport, Minecraft Legends and Redfall. And what's interesting about this is there's going to be no sort of frontman hosts or anything. There's going to be no trailer BS. It's straight gameplay and it's straight developer commentary from the developers. John, this is a really good idea, right?
Yeah, overall, for sure. It does make me wonder about release dates then, because usually I feel like Forza Motorsport is a fall release game, so this will be interesting to see them sort of teasing it and showing more of the game this far in advance, which is, that's cool. Redfall is the one I'm most excited to see more of, being a huge fan of Arcane's games, and the more I see of this, the more excited I am, because my initial concern that it was like a Left 4 Dead style game, but clearly that is not the case, thankfully, and it seems to be very much an arcane style experience, which we'll see more of. The big, I guess the strange thing on this for me though is that the continued inclusion of the Elder Scrolls Online. I suppose it must be a large enough success to continue to warrant this, but it feels like the filler game that has been clogging up Bethesda conferences at E3 for like the last 6 years.
You say that, John, but none of us have played it.
Yeah, we
don't
all lack experience.
We don't know.
We don't know.
It's just, but see, that's the thing. It has not been compelling enough to trigger us to actually want to play it, and thus it keeps showing up, and it makes me want to play it less each time it appears, because
you see it so often.
But
it's got to have an audience, right? I mean,
oh, it definitely does.
Clearly, it does.
Yeah.
It does. But it is a little bit. Redfall, Forza, those are the main ones. Minecraft Legends looks potentially interesting, and I think a lot of people were talking about Starfield being absent, and as they confirmed, there's going to be a standalone trade for that.
Why are these level ups so puny?
Such a huge game that they
Oh my god.
They can do whatever they want with Starfield, right? And I think they could put on a huge presentation.
Do you really get carried by your mag? And your like mechanic, like that you have long range? Is that all you fucking have? Jesus.
What do you expect to see or hope to see from Forza Motorsport? Because this
Stats are so shit.
Eagerly awaited title out of this lineup.
Well,
from a technical perspective, certainly.
I definitely want
Oh my
to see,
god.
Well, last time they showed it, there was a lot of confusion about what the heck they were showing, and we kind of put the pressure on them to like explain it better, because last time there was like the pre-rendered sequence trailer, which was like offline-ish footage of the PC version running at higher settings, and then there was the thing that was running on a PC at Xbox One or Xbox Series like settings.
Right, yes.
And I didn't, that's not good. They have to, I think if they show it off now, they have to be very, honest about what it is running on and like what the audience should expect of it. And also to show a bit more about like the general racing features of the game. Last time it was just like a single track kind of thing. They just showed it off. I would be curious to see what differences it has versus the other titles, because it's the first time we've seen gameplay from them ever since they kind of almost soft rebooted the series, where they took it offline for a couple of years instead of having like semi-annual releases. And I would love to see what they've done in that time with the gameplay to warrant that time off. Not just engine stuff, but actually gameplay-wise. I would like to see that. With regards to Redfall, that was the one where I think that is the only way to show off this type of game. Every single like trailer thing they put out as part of their conferences before, whether it was that first initial reveal trailer, which was just, honestly, it was just like pre-rendered. I got no sense of what the game was. The second time they showed it off, I actually, like John, thought it was a Left 4 Dead game, like a multiplayer Left 4 Dead game, and I complete turn off. And then I read most recently that it is going for a more open world, like organic structure, and I was like, okay, the game never looked like that before. It's
Yes.
probably because the way you show off games with these really annoying sizzler reels and teaser snippets doesn't lend itself to actually in-depth game design discussion or presentation. Redfall needs this kind of thing, and it maybe will make people interested in it, because I don't think they've done it well enough in the past. So that's what I hope we get there.
Well, all I'm going to say about this is I'm really looking forward to seeing all of the games, but specifically every time that we've discussed or done reaction videos to sort of media briefings, we've never really been happy with the content and the style of the content and how it's presented. And I think this is word for word exactly what we asked for, which is to get the developers front and center to talk about their games, to show us how they work, to show us the passion that they've got for it, and to actually try to successfully capture what it is that we're actually going to be playing. Because this whole Redfall situation has been utterly bizarre, right? And I don't blame Arcane at all for it. And to a certain extent, I don't really blame Microsoft either, because E3 is, and those kind of Game Awards, those kind of media environments aren't conducive to nuance, right? It's all about cramming in as much as you can into like 60 or 90 minutes. And, you know, what it does do is raise awareness, I would suggest, but what it doesn't do is actually effectively communicate the nuances, or even in the case of Redfall, the basic idea of the game.
One thing I'm liking about this is that it is just 4 games over who knows how much time they're going to be doing on it. But like one thing we always complained about in the past is that you just kind of forget what's going on because it's trailer after trailer after trailer. Each one's like a minute and a half long, maybe 2 minutes long. You just, I don't know how you say it, you go like snowblind with the games you're seeing after a little bit while.
Yeah,
with the flashing and all that stuff, you know, you just forget what you're looking at. So more concentrated, this is the way I would like to see it.
I think what's happening there is when you've sort of centered on a specific way of selling a game, it becomes a template of sorts, and games just kind of blend into one another, and it reaches the point where it's only the games that actually have dramatically different presentations that you actually remember. You know, and
yeah, that's so. I'm thinking about that. I feel like developers like Arcane should definitely be looking back at, like, say, if you recall Gabe Newell's presentation of Half-Life.
Please do that,
time, right?
my God.
Like that was extremely memorable. You just get someone charismatic from the studio to come up there and showcase different aspects of the game in a way that really gets people like excited about what they're seeing. You know, rather than trying to spice it up like a trailer, just, you know, pick certain sections that really demonstrate this is what the game is about. And if you present it right, it can be extremely powerful and memorable for the audience. And that was kind of like, that was the way of doing things back in the early 2000s through mid 2000s. I mean, that's how BioShock was revealed as well to the players when they first showed it. It was like Ken Levine and maybe another development partner just talking over the game, showcasing how it works. That stuff's awesome. And once they shifted to more just trailer-like presentations, it kind of killed those events and reveals.
Yeah,
absolutely. So we're going to be watching that. There may well be a reaction video depending on the level of content and the amount of commentary we've got to say about it. But yeah, I think this is definitely the way forward for Microsoft, and they've got a massive selection of games this year, which we kind of need after a 2022 where essentially they had, you know, not much at all, to put it in a very generous way. So yes, good stuff there. And let's move on to our next news story, because this one is, again, Microsoft related. There's this kind of headline here which sounds like BS, but I actually think there is something to it, where they're saying that Xbox becomes becomes a carbon-aware console. Now, on the face of it, you know, you might think that's total nonsense, but I'm reading the press release on Xbox Wire, and what they're saying is being carbon aware means reducing carbon footprint by optimizing updates and downloads to run at a time when the console can use the most renewable energy. There is actually legs to this, right? Because this is exactly the way I charge my electric car. I'm with a supplier called Octopus Energy on a tariff called Octopus Intelligent. The way this works is that you say when you need your car charged by, and then Octopus takes control of when the car is charging, and it does so in the most when renewable energy is the biggest net contributor to the grid. So this is actually a really interesting way of actually producing a carbon responsible way of charging an electric car. And it's a similar principle here, where they're basically going to be making the console active to do the kind of housekeeping stuff when the most renewable energy is being pumped into the grid. I think this is actually a really interesting idea. There's also going to be console updates that are going to be scheduled when the larger proportion of energy is coming from lower carbon sources. So this is actually an intelligent way of handling background tasks on the machine, but it doesn't interfere with the way that you're actually going to be playing the console. I mean, if you need to use 200 watts on your Series X to play Gears 5 or whatever, then you can still do that. It's just a really interesting idea, though. They're also going to be mandating the use of the shutdown energy saving power option as opposed to the instant on, which again I think is a really good idea. You still get all of your updates and whatnot, which wasn't always the case. So it's kind of more similar to the PlayStation Rest mode there. Any thoughts on this, John?
Yeah, I mean, that's all a good step in the right direction. It's just I would like to see them continue to push this forward by, one, they allowing users to set up their console offline.
Right.
You know, no required online setup. And two, work on the repair of these machines. Because right now, you know, an Xbox could become e-waste if it just fails, and there's no real ability these are not easy boxes to repair, and that's affects its potential future down the line. I don't think they're necessarily thinking about like people using an Xbox Series X like 20 years from now, but it should be possible to retain and keep these machines running. And I don't know, I still think that removing that online step is key, and I think they have mentioned investigating some of this stuff. We just haven't seen anything come out of it yet, so it's not a given that it won't happen, but I you know, it's still something I think about long term.
I guess that's a bit, well, that is something that should happen, right? Because it's how PlayStation works, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Nintendo Switch works the same. Most consoles work that way. Xbox 360 works that way. It's only with Xbox One that this,
as Don Matvick pointed out.
Started.
There is still the Xbox.
In a way, it almost feels like this issue is still a legacy problem caused by the original plans for Xbox One.
I think obviously the concept of having to be on
the Stasi Xbox
to actually use it is a really bad idea, and I do think they need to figure that out. I do think the concept
the NSA
of
Xbox.
what's going to be happening to your Xbox in 20 years is something quite different, because it's not going to be used by most people in 20 years. So the question is, what is the most responsible way to deal with consumer electronics?
Yeah, the Xbox One will not be used by anybody, like not by a lot of people in 20 years.
That'd be a great initiative.
Because of backwards compatibility.
I'm not sure whether it is the case now, but certainly, you know, the plastics could be recycled. There's going to be like precious metals on the motherboard and whatnot. I don't know, but I don't know whether there's a long-term plan for that. But you know, there certainly isn't with Xbox 360, because you know you can actually go onto Facebook Marketplace and get a job lot of dead 360s. You know, like 30 consoles for like 50 quid or something.
Thankfully, they can be quite maybe not easily, but they can definitely be repaired. So
yeah, a lot of them can. It's true.
A lot of them can.
It's quite a time-intensive process to do that, though. On the like the Red Ring of Doom ones, you're looking at like a reflow of the soldering and whatnot.
I mean, you know, that's the nature of collecting old consoles, keeping the stuff running. It's like, you know, nursing old cars, basically. Working on old muscle cars, keeping them alive. It's the same kind of thing, right? There is a certain amount of commitment required after a certain point. And I don't think Microsoft should necessarily need to provide services for that, but it would be nice if they make it as simple as possible for people that want to do that, to be able to do that with the product that they purchase, you know?
I think, you know, another thing to point out, Series S is essentially a really good machine for lower power consumption gaming. Certainly nowhere near the Switch or the Steam Deck or whatever, but, you know, you do have an option to play the latest games with a console that is extremely power efficient relative to the larger consoles.
Series S is interesting when looking at this argument about offline play, though, because that is fundamentally an
digital only
console, right? There's nothing you can do with it without that. So that does kind of make things weird, because it would just be a thing for Xbox Series X only, right? If you want to play disc-based games offline in the future. Although, you know, the real solution here would be a jailbreak. Similar
jailbreak,
you know,
or a DVD, a Blu-ray player that you can equip that you can just use over USB 3.
Sometime in the future would also be great, but Microsoft's security has been rather robust, I must say.
Well, it's more the case that there's, you know, because there is
yeah, they aren't even trying to jailbreak
Xbox as a PC. Effectively, you can develop UWP games for it. The concept of having to hack it and install Linux and whatnot isn't really a priority for a lot of hackers, so it just doesn't seem to happen. Yeah.
Oh, just being able to run unsigned applications, you know, just play whatever you want on there. I mean, I have an Xbox 360 that I do have modded, and I mostly use my real disc games on it. But for some Xbox Live Arcade stuff that's been delisted, it's very nice to be able to just download it and stick it on there.
Yeah.
If they're not willing to sell it anymore, then sometimes you got to resort to those things, right?
I do think, obviously, the concept that there isn't a way to actually access disc games on the Series S is problematic, especially when it's positioned as an entry-level way into gaming. And also, if you've upgraded from an Xbox One or an Xbox One S and you've got disc-based games, you can't use them on the Series S. I think that's something Microsoft need a solution to.
I would love to see a Xbox Series SS, if you will.
Just give us an external drive, for fuck's sake.
S. And I would like to see a model like that for Series S that retains the price point, but maybe they've been able to cost reduce it just enough to be able to include a disk drive. I mean, I know that doesn't jive with the Game Pass plans, but just a disk drive capable Series S would be.
Well, there's a lot of rumors circulating at the moment that the new PlayStation 5 is going to be a diskless machine with an optional disk drive.
Which I hate that so much.
But, it is a solution for Series S, right? Which would be an external drive, which would allow you to access your legacy titles. Obviously, there was that bizarre patent.
Oh yeah, the original PS5, I really don't like this honker.
There's a network drive.
Yeah, I have it right here, and I think I have one of the louder versions, which is actually a little bit annoying. Like the thing is like half a meter away from me, and every single time you do something that basically loads or streams data, I think it's streaming data, the cooling fan goes a little bit faster,
What on earth is happening with Ubisoft?
and it's just
They just seem to have
annoying.
disappeared off the grid. There's no games.
Like you can hear when it speeds up.
There's no Assassin's Creed that's been delayed. I think there is one due this year. But all of those big Ubisoft franchises are kind of like not happening at the moment. There's not seen anything of them. The financials came out and there was a massive drop off in the share price because they've canned 3 games and things are looking pretty grim generally. Email from the CEO going out to all of the staff saying, hey, to reverse our fortunes, it's all on you, when it actually looks more like a sort of management issue.
Oh, it completely is.
Just looking at their list of releases, actually, I think this past year...
These level ups make me really, really sad.
Which underperformed.
There was Assassin's Creed Origins, which is an older game that received PS5 and Series X/S update. I think we covered that.
We did.
The Assassin's Creed, the Ezio collection,
which
for Switch.
Oliver also covered.
So again, an older game. Oh, and he did cover Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Extraction. So sorry, Oliver.
Oliver has just been our Ubisoft guy this year.
But most of those are either old or not great.
Yeah.
I would. And yeah, nothing big or new from Ubisoft since Far Cry 6.
Right.
It's been them betting on the wrong horse, it feels like, for a while now. Kind of missing the boat with regards to, for example, like the whole hero shooter genre, like them trying to get into that, them trying to get into a lot of free to play kind of things that also just never worked out. And then kind of keeping the same structure of Assassin's Creed and keeping the same structure, like I'd look at what was that name of that Wildlands update that was like a single player game, Breakpoint or something, I forget what was the name of it, but it was just like completely missing the point of what people were interested in regards to the genre. I'm actually not surprised that the Mario Rabbids tactics game failed, because when I think people look at that game, the lure of the original was
it did fail.
Kind of someone is actually doing this IP from Nintendo and making a new game out of it, and it had nothing to do with the Rabbids connection at that point in time. It was like lightning in a bottle that it sold as well as it did. I have no idea why a sequel was greenlit at that point in time.
But it's a great game.
Yeah, but like
it's basically like XCOM.
Yeah, but it's like what is the second game going to do differently than the first one?
It did a lot of things differently in terms of encounter design and world design. It made like gigantic changes to the underlying game.
Why do games always have to do things different? Shut the fuck up.
Massively alter it. I would say I think that was a good move to make that game. It's just
with the rabbits though. With the rabbits though, is that why people like it?
That's their IP.
It's a really bad IP then, in my humble opinion.
It's popular. It's basically their minions. You know.
I guess maybe, but like I don't know.
I don't like the minions.
I don't like the minions either.
That
so
was going to be my point. You position that as a good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, for sales, it feel like it might be, but
apparently didn't help at that point in time. But I just feel like they've been missing the boat, and I really wonder what's happening with the Skull and Bones game. At
the 6th delay.
Yeah.
And Beyond Good and Evil 2 as well, which is probably not even existent.
Well, they said they canceled 3 internal titles. What if one of them was BGE 2?
But that was announced. They said 3 internal unannounced games.
Unannounced. They said, okay.
Beyond Good and Evil 2 cannot be cancelled.
You know what's happening with Splinter Cell? That is a
Oh, that game will be such a fucking disaster when it finally releases.
That is gonna be such a key title for them because that does have that nostalgia factor, and it can still be a relevant game idea. And I really hope they figure it out and nail it, and don't turn it into a typical. So this is the problem. We talk about it, and others do as well. Like the Ubisoft formula, which had become so common, they've basically flooded the market with games that played all very similarly, and I think people are tired of it. I think they need to find a way to change things up. They did express interest in reducing the scale of their upcoming Assassin's Creed game, I think, and it looks to be a little bit more back to basics.
Yeah.
And if they pull that off, if they do it right, it could actually really put the series back on the map. I mean, I think they sold well, but people just had enough.
Right. Well, you know, I just think they need to go back to the kind of ambition that we saw with Assassin's Creed Unity, that was so ambitious that the consoles couldn't really handle it. But you know, these new consoles definitely can. You know, there's so much in there that's so much potential for going back to the core of what has made Assassin's Creed great, which was the realization of these amazing cities.
I think so, but I feel like Ubisoft itself really needs. They've turned into this very. I mean, every company's money driven, but they seem to have this attitude that reminds me a lot of mobile companies more than anything else, where it's just about
the bandwagon,
squeezing every little dollar out of the players, and it's created types of games, I think, that are almost designed specifically to tap into that mentality rather than creating something that's just fun.
Oh, really?
Ubisoft games used to be imaginative and fun and interesting. I mean, think about their early 2000s period when they rebooted Prince of Persia. They developed that original Beyond Good and Evil. They were doing great stuff.
Yeah, guess what? EA in the early 2000s and late 90s was also a nice company.
Excellent, creative games.
That changed 5 years later, though.
Squeeze a little more money out of their players.
Ever since they made money with fucking FIFA Ultimate bullshit, EA became fucking garbage.
They just couldn't resist moving in that direction. Or what about the Ubisoft that made freaking Spies versus Mercs and Splinter Cell?
Or any of the simulator games that they did on PC, which are all gone at this point. I think the one gem that they have is their German studio, which makes things like Settlers of Catan and
Blue Byte.
Yeah. I think they've been the one gem in all of this, where Anno 1800 and stuff like that have just been really successful games that everyone really likes. That's been like the one output of theirs that I think has probably been the best the last like 5 years they acquired them. Well, it's been a great acquirement. That's all I want to say there.
Well, there's, I think I mentioned it earlier, the bandwagon. They're just jumping on bandwagons here. The worst one being the whole Ubisoft Quartz NFT.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh,
yeah. Which backfired tremendously and basically subtracted a massive amount of credibility. I don't know, obviously they're in a really bad spot at the moment. Hopefully the new Assassin's Creed will start to turn things around, but yeah, it's not.
You know,
great.
looking at the data here, I think I see where they went wrong. Just Dance 2020 was the last entry to release on the
On the Wii? Yeah.
And you notice as soon as they stopped releasing Just Dance on the Wii, everything just went south. I think there's a connection there.
Okay.
That is definitely it.
I can see the shares rallying as we speak. Okay, I think that's it. That's it for our news section this week. Let's move on to supporter Q&A. This is the part of the show where our supporters posit questions to us. We choose the ones which we think are the best / the ones we are most best equipped to answer. And here we go. Actually, I'm going to start with a question which should have gone into the Xbox section. It's from Selwyn Niples. With regards to Microsoft's Green Mission, do you think that the Xbox controller still using AA batteries aligns with that mission, or should Microsoft also start including rechargeable cells in their controllers?
No.
See both sides. When an AA battery fails, you simply throw away a battery and not the whole controller. This is a big debate we actually had with Microsoft when we were in Seattle, right, John? When we actually saw the new controller, which is, you know, what are the arguments pro and con?
Do not put the fucking
It's kind of
rechargeable garbage battery in there, which you can't remove. Or not easily.
I'm someone that actually greatly prefers using AA batteries, to be honest. I feel like...
I use rechargeable AA's.
With the Xbox controller specifically, with the way they're designed, yes, you can use disposable AA batteries all day, but there are a multitude of rechargeable kits available for these controllers, including the first-party one, that basically allows you to stick a battery in your Xbox controller.
Yes, exactly.
Charge it, and it behaves exactly like any other internal battery. The key here, though, is that when it fails, which it will, you can replace that either quickly with regular AA batteries or with another rechargeable battery. We've now gone since, I guess, 2006 is when PS3 launched, and that was the first mainline console to launch with controllers that had a built-in lithium-ion battery.
Yep, I'm having one in my hands right now.
Situation for the DualShock 3, those batteries have failed in many controllers. When you pick up a controller after not playing the PS Triple for a while, and though, I mean, I don't know who doesn't play it all the time. I sure do.
I mean, I'll be playing it right now. I mean,
exactly. But if you have a dead DualShock 3, you actually need to find a specific type of old school USB cable, the mini connector.
Yep.
And even then, not all of those cables are actually able to charge the DualShock 3, right? Some cables will
Really?
charge it. So you're scrambling for cables, looking around, try to charge it. Maybe the battery's actually shot. It dies after a few minutes. It's just frustrating. You can go online and order them and replace them internally, but even then, a lot of these are like cheap knockoff batteries that
All of them are.
no better, and they die immediately. So it's actually a real issue there.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be the same problem with DualShock 4 and DualShock 5. I think Xbox, doesn't their Elite controller have an internal battery? Though?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
And it's the worst fucking garbage I've ever had in a controller. It's not even like... If I rattle my controller around, it loses connection.
It must be an internal battery, yeah. I actually agree with you, John. I actually think that having that bay where you can actually use AA's or you can use a rechargeable cell is the way forward. And yes, we shot a couple of PC time capsule videos that required the triple, and I had real problems actually getting. First of all, the battery is dead on this one. Secondly, the cable is not a standard USB anymore. It's an old one, which I eventually found the cable, but it was tough going.
The other issue to mention real quick is, like, again, as somebody that does keep old hardware around for retro uses, those lithium-ion batteries can occasionally sort of bulge and explode and cause damage.
Yeah.
Right?
They can.
So let's say you have a drawer full of DualShock 3s, you got some Vitas in there, you got PSPs in there, though you can change that rechargeable battery more easily. You have all this stuff in a drawer for years and you forget about it, right?
Yeah.
You open it up one day and you've got bulging lithium-ion batteries that actually are dangerous, just like all forming in there, destroying the controller. And there's no like obvious user way to replace
That happened to one of my Vitas, and I'm dreading opening my like 10 different 3DSs.
Compartment
my other PSP. Oh no, not Vita. My other PSP.
And it's even before Xbox. Like
I have like 50 different PS3 controllers. Like all these fucking batteries.
And it's just, I can leave AA batteries in there for like years and come back and it's still working. The battery life is incredible on that thing.
Yeah.
And it's just, I think having a replaceable battery socket like that is so important for long-term longevity of these systems. It's just a temporary convenience factor when you have an internal battery, but it's always inevitably going to be a bad thing.
Yeah. In defense of the triple, it does actually support the DualShock 4. Unfortunately, one of the games that we were looking at, the orange box, you plug in your DualShock 4, you boot the game, and it says the battery on your 6-axis controller is dead, or words to that effect. And I actually had to go and find a DualShock or a 6-axis to actually get the game to boot there.
It's funny you mentioned that, Rich, because I suspect if you went through the entire library of the PS Triple, you'd find a lot of games that have issues with the DualShock 4, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's compiled a list, but
every single game.
I'm also thinking about is it was mentioned at the beginning that the person said you just kind of throw these batteries away.
Every single game that uses a non-digital trigger does not really work with the DualShock 4. I don't know if they fixed that, but that was a problem at least in like 2000, I don't know, 18, 19, I don't know. Basically what happened in a lot of games was that the DualShock 4 had less basically trigger pull. So if you pulled the trigger completely in some car games, for example, or like racing games where you had a car, you went only like, I don't know, like a third of the max speed or something like that. Like that was a huge problem. Like all these games were basically unplayable. I don't know if they ever changed that though. I have not tried it in years. But that was,
But depending upon
yeah,
where you live, there also
horrible.
can be readily available battery receptacle containers for proper disposal, and they exist for like AA, AAA, whatever batteries, all the standard form factors that you see in consumer devices. But they don't usually actually accept things like laptop batteries or internal lithium-ion batteries, which are part of the kit. So those have to be disposed of separately. There's a good recycling and disposal thing, at least in Germany here, for AA, AAA, things that you would use in an Xbox, but not for your DualShocks.
That's exactly what we do. I collect AA batteries.
Same here.
Little box, and then when it's time, you take them to the recycling spot. Good.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. It's actually 3 questions because yes, we've got a potential scandal on our hands here.
Oh boy.
First question from Todd Weitzel. Will someone please explain the PlayStation 5 liquid metal drama to me? Has Sony made any statements about it? Second question from 1040 STF. Any thought or comment about this week's nonsense story? Don't put your PlayStation 5 vertically or else its liquid metal will flow out and destroy your console. And the third question from Eric Benoit. Any thoughts on the PlayStation 5 being vertical or horizontal since the video came out with the warning about liquid metal? So to tackle the first question, first of all, the drama about the liquid metal thing. Basically, I think 1, possibly 2 repair shops have had issues with PlayStation 5 consoles being presented to them where it looks as though the liquid metal has actually encountered the forces of gravity.
Oh no.
That the liquid metal has kind of dripped out of its surrounding container and onto the motherboard. Obviously it's highly conductive, so it's going to kill your system potentially, right? Yes, so that's basically the issue, and the blame is being placed on the fact that the console is being positioned vertically, and yeah, as I said, gravity.
I'm using mine vertically right now as well.
And the APU there that keeps the liquid metal in check. John, what do you make of all of this? I mean, obviously we have had console dramas in the past. First of all, and I remember this quite distinctly, obviously the Red Ring of Doom on Xbox was a thing, right?
Yeah.
And it started
Not Doom.
with, I don't think it was reports from console repair people. It was just a mass of reports from users that gained critical mass. I remember I did an article for Eurogame about it where I actually visited a repair shop, and it turned out that they had like massive stacks of dead Xboxes, but then next to it was a slowly growing stack of PlayStation 3s, and I got a huge amount of abuse at the time for suggesting that the PlayStation 3 also had an issue, and obviously the Wylod thing turned out to be real, right?
Yep.
In this case, I think it's potentially there's something to it, but potentially it's nothing. We just don't know because we haven't got that critical mass of reports yet.
That's the key, right? There haven't been enough reports from users, and I feel like if this was a serious issue, we'd see a lot more, because that's exactly how this tends to happen. Like, consoles break, users go online and talk about it, and you begin to see the dots connect.
Yeah.
Where here it seems like it is a potential problem on some units, and if the defect rate is low enough, then it's still within like typical margins for any sort of electronics device, right? So we don't yet know whether it's a big deal or just like a few units affected. But I think, you know, they obviously engineered the system to be placed vertically. I think you're well within your right to be able to do that, and I don't think Sony I mean, that's just clearly that's what the system was designed for, right?
Yep.
It doesn't even look very nice when it's in horizontal.
No, it looks horrible horizontal. It looks much worse than. Yeah, it looks it looks like garbage. No matter how you. Well, honk it. Let it honk in your. Yeah.
Clearly.
Let it honk at you.
Vertical placement.
Like this thing is a huge chungus. It's so.
PS2 was, I think, one of the first to like really focus on that, and there you could, depending on how you inserted the disc, it was possible to scratch them up. The Xbox 360 is the worst for this because, I mean, if you know it, you're fine, but like if you have the console in vertical position
and
while
you
it's
move
running,
it,
and you should not do this, and you just happen to want to lie it down horizontally,
yeah, your disc is fucked.
Destroy your disc for sure.
Yep. Not always. I've actually had it once that it did the Razor's sounds. Like it sounded like it completely destroyed the disc, but nothing actually happened. I don't know what exactly happened, but yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
I think it's basically a wait and see scenario on this,
but yeah, I also destroyed my very first game like that.
Units out there. We don't know how many of them would be from the launch period, mind you, but you know, it could be something that.
Well, not destroyed. I still have it, but I never polished it. It's still unplayable. And that was in 2014.
The yellow light of death was on PS3. Those issues did not emerge right away. It took years, and then they all started failing one by one. And I had that fail as well. The RSX was actually dying, wasn't it? I believe we've determined in the end.
I think it's more the case that the solder that they were using, they shifted to lead-free solder.
There's many problems.
Issues when it heated up and cooled down repeatedly. So basically, the chips, and it could be either the cell or the RSX.
You can't generalize. There's many problems.
I think
many different problems with the PS3. Many different problems.
Really? Wow. So, which is something that can be done apparently, but that means you're cobbling from another working PS3 of a later vintage. So it's not the best solution, I would say.
Nuts.
But yeah, man, that lead-free solder push, that was also the problem for Xbox 360, wasn't it? That really threw a wrench.
The quality of it, yeah. It's like, yeah.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next question, and this one is from Hunter King. That's a powerful name there. Could shader compilation be done with a minimized app when a PC is idle? I often buy a game before going to bed, so that it would be downloaded before I wake up. It would be great if shader compilation was handled during that time. This is an interesting response to your manifesto for PC gaming addicts. Obviously, number one point was eliminating shader stutter, and the concept is that basically your system needs some downtime to generate the shader caches.
Sniper.
This is an interesting idea, but surely it's the case you need the game code running
30%.
to compile the shaders. It couldn't be a separate offline process, could it?
I want to say that it could be, but it would have to be. So imagine you download the game and it already has a lot of the files on your system at that point in time, including like the DirectX or SPIRV, whatever code that needs to be compiled. I think they could do it actually as an offline setup as part of the install, but it throws up a lot of other questions, as in there needs to be the infrastructure as a part of Steam to include it in the install process. Because, like, for example, sometimes when you download a game on Steam, you can see that there are also multiple parts to the process of setting up a game. Like, there'll be a verification stage, there'll be an unpacking stage, and you can see the differences on what it's doing to your PC at that moment in time. This would be another stage of the Steam install at that point, and I think it's doable. But the thing that is the big problem of this is the only time you need shaders compiled is not only when you download and install the game the first time. For users that have the game on their system for long periods of time, every single time they change their driver, or maybe their Windows version, or maybe the game version, or the hardware of the GPU itself, maybe they're going to need a new shader compilation stage, at which point, where does the responsibility lie for the shader compilation to occur? Is it with the Steam client at that point in time? Is it some separate thing in-game? I think this is like leads to more problems and complications at this point in time. I like the idea in general, though. I like the idea that there could be a way to do it in an offline way, regardless of what the game does, which is currently not offered for anything. But I think it requires a little bit more support in the industry and a lot of thought too, which is something that's missing right now.
Okay.
But I did get one really quick thing I want to mention is I did get a really good on Discord. I think someone in our channel wrote to me saying that they did pose the question to NVIDIA about distributing shader caches.
Yes.
And this was fascinating, where they said they don't have the ability to do it, or it would be too much essentially, but that they're already doing it for gosh, I forget the name of their streaming service.
GeForce Now.
GeForce Now. They're already behind the scenes of GeForce Now. And I kind of want to test this to see if it's actually true with a game that we know that has shader compilation stutter. Because if it is true, that means they already have the ability to do this. It makes sense that they could, though, because every GeForce Now server blade, especially now with the upgrade, is going to be the exact same hardware. So they can have just really easy shader caches being built out for them. But it makes me wonder how they're building them without running the game. Maybe this is something that we should actually pose a direct question to NVIDIA about to figure out what they're doing. Could be good advertisement for their for their service maybe in the end. But I would love to know how it's being done and investigate that.
Or maybe they do play the game and they have an NVIDIA employee that's tasked
the guinea pig
every game with maximum
the NVIDIA shader butler.
Cache.
The NVIDIA shader butler. We'll see.
He's locked in a room, generates his caches.
Oh gosh, poor dude.
I do actually have the. It literally arrived yesterday. The GeForce Now 4080 service. So yeah, I will give it a go. We'll see what happens there.
Do tell.
It is interesting though that they say that they've still got optimizations to make for the Witcher Next Gen, which
I feel like I need to try GeForce Now again.
Okay.
Now
we should be able to sort that out for you.
As I've been pretty harsh on streaming, obviously, and I am just curious.
All I can say is I do have gigabit internet now, so I have got optimal conditions for using a streaming service. And I played just as with mouse and keyboard. I played Ghost Runner this morning, the demo, because it's freely available. You could just spool it up.
Oh, that's a good test.
And with keyboard and mouse, the latency. I mean, you can tell it's not quite as good as local, but it's not that far away. There are other issues though.
So Ghost Runner is a game where in the first 10 seconds of the game there's a shader comp stutter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. When he jumps down and slashes that guy.
Yeah.
Well,
so if it's not there, that's very curious.
Happy days. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the next question, which is related from Anna Ryan. Hiya DF. What do you think current hashtag stutter struggle PC games will look like in 10 years with new hardware? Will it be an undesirable smudge in PC gaming's past, or will we be able to brute force the stutters on these quote unquote, there it is again, retro PC games from 2021? Interesting question, right, Alex? Because it kind of, those stutters aren't going away, but it's going to be reliant on how fast a single core performance on CPUs has got in 10 years.
That's an interesting question. I don't know. I honestly don't know, because there's a huge slowdown right now in how fast CPUs are getting over time. And I did a test. I haven't used it in any content yet, but I do have, looking at the size of the shader compilation stutter at the very beginning of Final Fantasy VII's remake, the first one, Integrate or whatever it's called, on PC, and it goes from, I think 700, it goes from like a full-on second on the Ryzen 5 3600 to something like 750 milliseconds on the Core i9-10900K, and then maybe like 500 milliseconds-ish on the 12900K. So there is an appreciable step up with the single-threaded performance of the game with each processor, but at this point in time, even if it's above, it's going to take quite a lot of magnitudes of power to get it down to something like 16.6 milliseconds. I don't know what that even entails, like, because that's at the point in time where it maybe just slightly disappears into the noise of the rest of it, but then the rest of the game could be running the CPU load at 2 milliseconds at that point in time, and you still have like a 16 to 33 millisecond stutter that you would still see even on a G-Sync monitor. So it's just a bad situation all around. It's one of those things where, unlike previous games in the 90s, like if you look at the way Quake ran on processors over time, it didn't have like variances in its performance. Usually it wasn't like large stutters, it was just generally low performance. So every single time processors got better, it would just run the game better collectively. With this stutter situation, it is such a large mountain to climb that even processors getting better doesn't make the mountain, like, it still has that variance. It's horrible.
Basically, you're always going to have that consistency, and you're talking about a 500 millisecond stutter going down to 16, right? Which would be huge. But that's still only 60 frames per second, where you'd be wanting to look at 120 as a minimum. So that stutter has actually got to go down to sub 8 milliseconds. Really
awful situation. It's an awful situation.
So yeah, I mean, the pessimist in me is saying that yes, this is an undesirable smudge in PC gaming's past to be. But at least the titles going forward, I do think that enough awareness has been raised now to actually bring about change. But it's just a case of, making sure that we highlight the issues when they still occur, I think. And to be fair, Callisto Protocol, which was the game that broke you, that has at least the shader compilation issue has been fixed there, right? So
yeah. I haven't played the full game, but it's at least in the first 30 minutes, it's better.
Yeah. Let's move on to the next question. This one from Guillermo Urere. What do you guys think about gaming laptops? In the last Direct, Alex commented something like, you shouldn't play games on a laptop. Is it about price to performance, or is there more to it? With a dock, you can have a desktop-like performance while also being somewhat portable. So yeah, I should have pulled you up on that comment, Alex, because I did want to get some additional context on that. Gaming laptops are selling gangbusters, and why shouldn't you be playing games on a laptop?
I think it's just about the upgradability.
Yeah, upgrading is got a bit like it's hard to upgrade laptops.
Zen 2 stuff. They had those PCs, and maybe they bought a GTX 1060 or an RTX 2060 at that point in time. They had a middling PC. They had a, for the time, okay PC, and then 2-3 years later, they had things like the X3D processor. They had Ampere, that RDNA 2, now RDNA 3, and Ada Lovelace. They have an upgrade path if they want it. With a laptop, you're kind of always rebuying your new system, and I feel like that sucks. I've never liked that.
Isn't there always there's a external graphics card sort of?
Yeah, there were big.
Is that still around?
There are big bandwidth implications there. The connect between the laptop and the sort of external chassis causes problems. And I think the bigger problem is basically that you end up with a lopsided system, because laptop CPUs are typically slower than desktop ones by quite a margin. And then, you know, basically there's guys out there who are connecting, you know, ultrabook style dual core Pentiums, not Pentiums, Core i3s or Core i5s, you know, with an external you know, like 1080 Ti or something, and you just get a horrible experience because you're just CPU limited all the time.
That's a shame.
My take on this is, I actually think that, you know, there's, I don't think you shouldn't not game on a gaming laptop.
I've done it.
Because there's been some really good experiences there, but you do have to bear in mind that, as Alex says, there is no upgrade vector really. You have to buy a whole new laptop. And but I'm certainly going to be interested to see, you know, the extent to which stuff like DLSS and frame generation actually makes a difference to the longevity of these latest laptops that are coming along. I do find that quite intriguing, and we are reaching the point now where the latest desktop processors are basically blasting power through for minimal performance gains. And the laptop chip should be comparable, and, you know, should be able to get good experiences there.
I think laptops for gaming are perfectly viable, and also it really just depends on your lifestyle and where you need it. Right?
Yeah.
Like for us, we work from home. We don't really need. It doesn't make sense to have a gaming laptop, really, right? But a lot of people have a genuine use for it. I mean, I've had one gaming laptop many years ago, and I used it when I moved to another country, and I wanted to continue to PC game. And at the time, that was a super high-end system, but you know, desktop Pentium 4 in it, and it had the weird thing where you could actually change out the graphics chip.
Right.
It had an upgrade pat. You could pull up the keyboard and swap in a more powerful GPU. That kind of thing has gone away, obviously, but you know, it was a fun idea.
The other thing I like about gaming laptops is that they're engineered to run at their most efficient states, so they're not blasting the CPU or the GPU with maximal power. They're operating in the sweet spot.
Maximal power,
which I think is quite good. And I actually think that when you see, like, you know, I had like a Razer Blade 14, I think it was, or 15. And when you see a laptop like that that's performing similarly to this massive PlayStation 5 sitting right next to it, it is kind of like a bit of a technological wonder, I think.
I mean, fundamentally, gaming laptops, to me at least, occupy the space between like a Steam Deck and a desktop
absolutely.
PC.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just like a Steam Deck, just slightly less portable, but still very portable, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. The main issue for me is noise. You know, the engineering on the cooling solutions on these things is such that, you know, you have to game with headphones just to get away from the high-pitched whine of the fans.
Those small diameter fans and this
Yeah.
awful whine. Yeah, that is pretty bad.
Okay. Let's move on to the final question. This one from Chris Burns, and it could strike horror into Oliver, who's editing this. What does Digital Foundry think of producing the weekly DF Direct in 4K? The host recordings...
Oh god, no.
However, clips, graphics, and multiple host views could be at 2160p. Would the increased workflow time be worth it? That's the key point, right? The workflow time, because, you know, we're recording this Friday morning. Oliver's going to be straight on the edit later today, and then we hope to get this out to supporters. We've got a pretty good track record of doing this on Saturday. But when you're dealing with 4K resolution, then basically your whole production workflow sort of slows down
way.
by a
Yeah, just
significant
encoding
amount.
the video takes significantly longer.
Mhm.
And then once it's finished, the video file that you have to upload is
huge.
significantly larger, especially for an hour plus 4K video.
Yeah.
So it's going to take longer to get online. Then for our patrons, if they wanted to download it,
Yes.
we're looking at a gigantic file for them, which then also costs more bandwidth. For us,
Hour-long
which is-
4K.
which is annoying.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And beyond that, this is more of a talk show kind of thing. And I suspect if we actually looked closely at the data, the majority of users are not sitting there carefully watching the screen for the entire show.
Mhm.
So I just feel like 4K is a huge waste of bandwidth, time, everything for something like this.
Yeah.
And there wouldn't be any real appreciable improvement.
No, it
I'd
wouldn't
say,
change the
overall.
quality of the conversation.
Or would it? Not likely.
I think one thing to point out is that on the best graphics thing, which was filmed in the direct style, Oliver did actually make it a 4K video because
Yeah, he did.
it was about graphics.
That made more sense,
Yes.
exactly, for that type of video, but for the normal direct, not so much.
Okay, well that's it. That's the final question of the show, and the end of the show. So if you enjoyed it, please do like, subscribe, share, ring the bell for those notionally instant notifications. As usual, no guarantees there. That is my disclaimer. And of course, the DF supporter program. We made this show for supporters. It's kind of turned into something bigger than that, but fundamentally supporting us gets you early access. You get an exclusive podcast feed version of it arriving early at the same time. All manner of bonus goodies, all manner of amazing stuff going on there, so please do consider that. But that's all from us for this week. Thanks for watching.
They just solved the sniper. Back! The sniper is definitely better in ruins.
Oh, okay. All right.
Don't tell anybody.
I will leave it at that if you don't want to expand. I don't want to.
Nobody knows that it's not my middle name.
What? Velma's fucking garbage.
Hi, I'm a possum and I find garbage. Today's garbage is that new Velma show on HBO Max. It's like a spin-off of Scooby-Doo, except now it's got all it's mature. It's made for mature audiences. And when you make a cartoon for adults, that means it's got to have all kinds of swearing and violence and sex and nudity and drugs. It's got to have all those things in it because that's how you make a show mature. You make jokes about sex and violence and drugs and small pee-pee and all that.
Yes, small peepee, exactly.
That's something I hate about basically all adult cartoons. That's how they make them, more mature. You look at something like the original Scooby-Doo cartoon from the 60s. The kids show was literally less sophomoric than Velma. And everyone hates Velma. I mean, everyone. I have not heard one good thing about it. Even the professional critics aren't pretending to like it, like they do with all this kind of crap. And the funny thing is, it has all those things that you would stereotypically associate with a, woke TV show. Like a strong female main protagonist who's, non-white or whatever. And then there's half the characters like lesbians, and they make all these jokes at the expense of men and white people. It has all that crap that you would expect from a woke show. But I've seen people on Twitter theorize that Mindy Kaling, the creator of the show, is actually secretly like a right-winger who made the show bad on purpose in order to get hate clicks, essentially, in order to get people on YouTube to talk about it, like the reactionary right-wing review channels. But I don't think that's the case because the type of people who write shows like this really are lacking in self-awareness enough to make a show this bad. I think this is entirely, this isn't like some stealth right-wing parody of, a left-wing show. It's the genuine article, okay? I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt and think, this is some like clever 4D chess thing. They really are that stupid. The show will make all kinds of jokes about like
you know, like, oh, white people have so much power and privilege, and so do men. And then it'll also do things like make jokes about, you know, Fred having a small penis. He's like this, you know, he's the rich white guy. He can't do anything by himself because he's just so privileged, right? He doesn't know how to do anything. He's never struggled. Everything is done for him. He can't even cut his own food because that's just how inept he is. And on top of that, he has a small penis. And that becomes like the subject of jokes all throughout the at least the first 2 episodes. I've only seen the first 2 episodes because as of the time I'm recording this, that's all that's available right now. You know, once this is revealed, it just comes up constantly. Like, oh, Fred, he has a small penis. Ha ha ha, isn't it funny that he has a small penis? You know what the hypocritical thing is? It's literally body shaming, right? But, you know, it's okay when the butt of the joke is a man, right? You're allowed to body shame men. That's all fine and dandy. And on top of that, it's...
Of course, it's
it's
empowering them womens. Them
the
whammons.
fact that he never went through puberty properly. You know, it's
The
making fun of
fucking
that
stupid.
insecurity. And on top of that, there was also this gag where the character's name is Norville. He's like a stand-in for Shaggy. You know, they basically race swapped Shaggy and call him Norville, but he's essentially Shaggy. So he professes
Not
his
just
love for
Shaggy.
Velma at one point in the first episode, and she just like laughs at him and thinks he's joking. Him trying to impress Velma becomes like this running gag, sort of. So it's like the show is also making fun of men's emotions. It's like, haha, it's so funny that this guy is lonely and pathetic and he can't impress a girl. You know, this is the type of show that's meant to appeal to, you know, these, you know, the type of people you see on Twitter and like Tumblr. You know who I'm talking about, those types of people. You know, who bleat on about how much empathy they have. And then, you know, a show like this is made to appeal to them because, you know, making fun of men's emotions and making fun of, you know, their bodies and stuff, that's all, you know, that's funny because, you know, men bad. Like, haha, isn't it so funny that, you know, Shaggy is this pathetic loser. He's in love with Velma, but she doesn't love him back. And when it's not doing stuff like that, a lot of the humor is just like sex jokes and stuff. Like, there's just nudity, just gratuitous nudity. This is like the very first thing that happens in the first episode, pretty much. The show calls attention to it. It keeps doing this thing where it's like, oh, this is just like that thing that other TV shows do. And we're
Yeah,
calling
the
attention
pilot
to it. We're
episode.
making fun of these tropes while we're invoking these tropes, but also calling attention to them because other shows do them. And we're just so much smarter than those shows, right? That's like the #1 joke they do over and over throughout the show. It's just constant. It's just so tiring. It's like this wink meta humor bullshit. Even if you like that sort of thing, you're gonna get sick of it because it just does it so much. And then when it's not doing that sort of thing, all the humor, like I already pointed out, is just like nudity, drugs, violence. It's like a 15-year-old wrote the show. Like a 15-year-old who thinks they're smarter than they really are because they know how to call attention to tropes and stuff. It's like, this other show does that, and we're making fun of those shows because we're smarter than that show. Sex and violence. Just because you acknowledge that what you're doing is stupid and immature, that doesn't excuse it. That actually makes it worse because it's like you're aware that's what you're doing it, but you're doing it anyway. And you know what's really messed up? But like the very first thing that happens in the first episode is like a shower scene in the girls' locker room at the high school that Velma goes to. Like they don't show nipples, but they show asses. So there's like all these teenage girls standing around with their asses showing, and they're making fun of like Daphne comes in. She's like, hey, this is just like those, you know, rom-coms or those teen dramas or whatever where they have gratuitous nudity in the first episode to hike ratings. You're doing the exact same thing. Just because you're, you know, calling attention to it doesn't excuse it. And in fact, it's kind of creepy because these are teenage girls in high school. You're literally putting nude children in your cartoon. Like, what the hell? It's creepy and weird. Why are you doing that? Just because you're making jokes out of it doesn't make it okay. And then, like, the second episode ends with this, like, preview for the third episode, which isn't out yet, and which I have no intention of watching. But in the preview thing, apparently there's going to be, like, a subplot about, like, male gaze. Isn't it horrible how men view women? But your very first episode is doing exactly, like, look at the sexy nude teenage girls in the locker room at the high school. Ha ha ha. Calling attention. You're doing that. That's what you did. You're doing the whole, like, appeal to the male gaze thing. Like, what are you doing? It's just hypocrisy. This whole show is hypocrisy. It's got really obnoxious humor. The main character is unlikable, too. Velma is just an unlikable character. She's mean to everyone she meets. She's mean to her own dad. She's mean to his dad's girlfriend or fiance or whatever she is. She's mean to Norville. She's just mean to strangers. Like, she'll just walk up to people and just say, like, extremely judgmental things. And the show calls attention to it. Like, it knows that's what it's doing. It's intentional. They intentionally made Velma to be this horribly unlikable character. I know someone's gonna say, oh, well, that's their arc. She's gonna become a better person over the course of the show. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna watch the rest of the show. I have no interest in watching the rest of the show. Okay, not after those first 2 episodes. Oh, you're not even giving the show a chance. You gotta watch the whole first season. 44 minutes is more than enough time to decide whether or not you like a show. It had its chance. 2 episodes is more than enough to establish the show and what the show is like. I've seen the humor, like, even setting aside Velma as a character, setting aside the plot, which I'm not even talking about. I've seen the humor, I've seen the hypocrisy, I've seen the politics. I don't like it. I don't like anything I've seen in this show so far, in the first 45 minutes. I'm done, okay? I'm not watching the rest of it. I'm not even gonna hate watch it for views on YouTube. I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to think about it anymore. That's the end of this video. Goodbye.
Let's talk about Clash in the College, everybody.
Welcome to a politically charged episode of Best of the Worst.
Unintentional.
Whatever you think politically, we got you covered today.
I did not remember that aspect of this.
I know.
Yeah, me either. I just remember lots of bad shots.
We've had this. What was the first time? First time we saw this was definitely pre-Best of the Worst, right?
No, it was post the start of Best of the Worst, but it was at least in the first handful of episodes.
Okay.
This movie, Clash of the College, is from 2011, and we've had it for probably close to a decade.
Yes.
Why did we not do this sooner?
That's a very good question.
I'm doing good. How are you? Definitely, yeah. How does 10 o'clock sound? I'm gonna be listening to Rush Limbaugh at that time.
That's when she says, I think we're done.
Clash in the College is on our go-to shelf of bad movie night movies.
But we haven't watched it in probably 7-8 years.
It's been a while since we've watched it. It was sent to us by an actor in the film who wrote us a very long note, two pages worth of notes about his experience filming Clash in College. I won't divulge the details of this note. I'll put it safely back into the film. But
the important part is that the actors were all paid for their embarrassment.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm very glad to hear that.
Yeah. That's the gist of the note. Is that the director is a guy named Paul Katupali?
No, it's right. Katupali.
Katupali.
We might be mispronouncing it.
Oh, I thought you gave up and just called him Polly.
He's just Polly.
Paul Katupali. In the film, he plays a character named Krishna. And
definitely a college student. Hello, fellow kids.
Older people can go back to college.
That's true.
I don't know. I have no idea what is happening. I say how about
Is it a phone sex line? What's happening?
Like to walk around the courtyard while I'm talking to phone sex operators.
Oh, yeah. Can I help you?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
I'm trying to get to the bus stop.
Nice meeting you.
It's nice meeting you too.
Mag.
You're creeping me out, dude.
Please let me know if you need anything.
Fuck off! He turns around and starts following that other girl.
Yeah. Did he just end his phone conversation? Well, it's based on a true story. So while he's his current age, I think he's talking about events that happened in his college experience.
But it's the based on a true story aspect, just it's a true story in the sense that these are real things, real political opinions.
The back of the box says, because we didn't intro this.
Yeah.
So it was a quiet. Oh, it was a quite college campus. I've had a couple beers, so my
no,
brain.
that does say quite.
That tracks.
My brain corrected it for what it was supposed to be, but it does say it was a quite college campus until a professor lusts after a student becomes a radical, an activist falls in love, then the passions flare up.
Politicians screwing hookers and priests screwing children.
What happens when ideologies collide? A gripping, capital G on gripping, tale of romance, drama, action, comedy, suspense, and separation? Those are all like classic genres of film. But
I love separation films.
Separation films.
It's this and Kramer versus Kramer.
Sure.
That's it.
Wasn't there a movie where a Siamese twin that was like cut off and left for dead came back for revenge? That would be a separation movie.
Oh, Basket Case.
Basket Case.
The classic Frank Henenlotter film, yeah.
Classic separation.
That is my favorite separation film.
There's some more text in the front here. A great movie full of... this, again, quotes attributed to no one.
Yeah.
A great movie full of surprises, exciting, educating, entertaining. No period, no commas, no attributions.
Sure.
An ideological clash of values erupts in a quite college campus.
They did it again.
They did it again. After,
which means it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a typo.
No. Again, the man may not... English is probably not his first language, and spell check doesn't catch quite and quiet.
That's true.
Cut him a break there. Erupts in a quite college campus after the professor of mathematics casts her lustful eyes on one of her students. Quote,
she was a math teacher?
Yeah, algebra.
No.
That's why she had her students doing a book report.
How's the assignment going?
Well, I just finished the first section. Goss is a child prodigy.
It's a good start.
The man put his nose into so many different things. I mean, mathematics, statistics, analysis, differential geometry.
Let's picture him practicing that like 100 times. Jesus. What?
You should get some rest. How does this happen?
I just don't know.
How can editing be this bad?
One of the actors that worked on this film sent us a letter, sent us this film a long time ago. We would watch it for fun. We've never featured it on the show, surprisingly. And he said the actors all got paid. They got paid $100 a day. But the director, who's in the film, was very specific. Say the lines as I wrote them.
Yeah.
Don't ad-lib. Don't try to make them sound more natural. Say the lines, and after a while, all the actors are just like, whatever.
And in
We're getting
classic
paid.
Samurai Cop, Amir Shervan style, the dialogue does not quite translate.
What is it exactly?
Well, we have a lot of high school dropouts. The dropouts rates are very high among minorities. I mean, in some states like Georgia, the graduation rate for African Americans is just 44%. For Hispanics, the graduation rate is just 32%. So I want to encourage higher education for minorities.
That's a great vision.
Plus, we've also got to educate American people.
Why does the car only make noises when she's talking? It's more the subject matter. It's just really odd.
Well, does anyone remember the movie Higher Learning, the John Singleton movie? That was like a college. It took place at a college, and like one kid, he ended up like becoming a Nazi. One girl discovered she was gay. It was like little stories, but this is way more blunt.
You see, since the 1990s, we have been increasingly diagnosing our children with bipolar disorder and starting them on costly medications.
I honestly believe conservative ideals will help to put our economy back on track.
Compete with developing nations if our kids don't go to college.
What other nation is taking in 1 million immigrants a year?
This week, I'm going to San Francisco to attend a pro-gay rally.
Rush Limbaugh, Newt Gingrich.
I don't want to do any premarital stuff.
I was just raped by that psycho, and you want to keep the baby?
35th anniversary of Roe versus Wade.
A real challenge from China.
Just redistribution of wealth. For what, killing thousands in Iraq and in Afghanistan?
A big welfare state.
An increase in global temperature.
Socialism failed everywhere.
War on terror, global warming.
I've been worrying a lot about James.
I still haven't found a single material,
Anymore, and
which is very concerning.
Criticizing Obama at the drop of a hat.
It's like you just meet somebody at a bus stop and they just start talking to you about Glenn Beck.
Yeah, just out of the blue.
He talks about out-of-control government, corrupt politics, gerrymandering, entitlement programs, welfare programs that borrow money from China.
A bus stop that you're not intending to get on the bus.
No,
you just sit there and have a conversation and then you leave.
Walk away.
But it's kind of like it touches on lots of different angles politically. And it's kind of like when people talk about like South Park, like, oh, they're making fun of everybody equally. That's this movie, except in this case it's unintentionally funny.
Well,
True.
last night I was watching Countdown with Keith Olbermann on MSNBC, and he showed Sarah Palin as the worst person in the world.
I can believe that.
That's funny.
Yeah, I never miss his program.
Well, it's hard to not talk about this film without talking about its writer and director, Paul Kachupalli, who plays Vishnu. Krishna?
Krishna.
Vishnu is a Hindu god?
Vishnu was like Temple of Doom.
Yeah. Paul Kachupalli plays Krishna, what we assume is a college student, although he's just sort of like a ghost that just floats from scene to scene and involves himself in the lives of people who are much younger than him.
That would be an exciting twist at the end of the movie if it turned out he was like an angel or something and he
Sure.
floated away.
Yeah. But it's hard to nail down exactly what his political angle is. I think it's more right/conservative leaning.
I think it's just more he wants to make a film about how college shapes people.
I think
for the worst.
They don't have strong opinions when they go into this movie.
Right.
And then by the end, everybody's got their strong opinions and they're diverging and they're clashing. They're all clashing.
Yeah, I don't think it's meant to give you any sort of like point of view specifically from Paul, whatever his face is. I don't think he's trying to tell you how to think. He's just showing all these different things.
No wonder our society is one big chaotic mess. We're destroying the most basic human relationships and boundaries.
I'm fighting just to concentrate.
Of course you're struggling.
And so there's scenes with a doctor whose office is in a Holiday Inn.
Well, everything is in a Holiday Inn.
Who she loves Madame Curie.
Are you having regular pap smears? No. All right, I recommending having regular pap smears.
I usually get irregular pap smears.
They use a penis?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Who is that on your wall?
That is Madame Curie.
It's not on her wall. It's on the table, leaning against the wall.
You can't hang up your own art at the Holiday Inn, Rich.
Why not like that thing that's behind her? Take that down and just put it on there.
But they can't have converse about it if it's behind her.